Mr. PCDD, how you doing, my friend? Do you know what? I feel really sorry for you. You had to deal with that awkward customer, my friend. No one should have to go through that. That is, I really felt sorry for you on that front. I'm so sorry you had to witness and go through that. I don't know why people think that that they do these things to really good people, and you don't deserve it by anyone's standards. You don't. You're a very kind-hearted person. Yeah. Accumulate over a couple. Yeah. So it's really it's a really sad society we live in today. You know, when we've just have people just can't be kind to each other. You know, and it's which compared to Japan, we've still got a lot to sort of comprehend. Japan's got a completely different culture the way the rest of the world lives. They're kind and considerate people. They're very hardworking, but that's all we try to do. You just try to do things to better yourself at that front. But yeah, we didn't really need that. Yeah, it's very. Yeah, I can only apologise for that, sir. You shouldn't really have to go through that. It's just as well that you really, to be honest, that you captured that because without capture devices, you wouldn't. I'm not saying that we can't say from both sides. You need to hear from both sides on that front. But when you see that on that front, PSK, how you doing, my friend? Thank you for popping in. Yeah, when you see it from the other side versus kind person versus an awkward person, it just speaks in drones. These people make themselves look so small at the end of the day. And you know what they're like. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. It's true what you said, but not when you've done nothing wrong on that front, because that's really frustrating, because you've not done nothing wrong. And it is. Yeah, he came. It's such, like I said, it's witnessing. My mum couldn't believe it when she heard it. She said, that's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting on that front. So, it's like you said, you don't have to deal with, lucky enough that you don't get too many of them type of customers come in too often at the end of the day. I just don't get it with people, I really don't. Yes, sir, let me just scrub out my details. Yeah, better off, yeah, that's right, and until he claims, there's no reason that he gives back. Yeah, I'm actually, well, you and me both. I think there was a lot of us in this stream. We couldn't believe of the amount of disgustingness that was actually tried to accuse, which, like you said, you're in a business. You've got no reason to. That was the idea of you buying the same, because that's what I wanted. I wanted to buy the same one. You don't really need the chargers, because we've got the heavy duty, we've got the Ridden power supply, which is a fantastic piece of kit at the end of the day. So you don't really need it. Pico, how you doing, my friend? So yeah, it's just very sad to actually witness that. How that come across this morning. I'm just literally stunned. I'm more stunned than what, like a lot of us are, because you just couldn't make that up. It was just out of this world, literally out of this world at the end of the day. I don't get it. I just don't get it with people at the end of the day. So my other mug turned up. So I've ordered 2 mugs. So I've ordered PCDD's mug, Mr. Hotcow's mug. I need to order some more, because what's name it? This is my other mug that I did pay for. I'm still waiting for Aces. It's got to come from Australia on this front. This is the one that Mr. Pico ordered. James ordered one of mine. As like I said, I'm not in it for profit. I'm not. I was just grateful so I could have my mug. So mugs. So this is one of the other designed mugs that I was waiting for. So I've done a black one and a white one on that front. Let me get rid of that. So I've covered all details on that front. I can get rid of that. So this is my other design mug, a bit dusty. So I always work on nice fluffy things so they don't get damaged. So this is the one that actually Mr. Pico done on that front. Yeah, Mr. Pico. Mr. Laptop Charge Theft. Yes. So this is Mr. Pico himself ordered this one. It looks quite nice. I like the white one as well. So now I've got both on that front. And so that will be going towards my collection. So I'm going to be waiting for Mr. PCDD's Hot Cows. I've got to order one from Mr. Pico on that front, which I will be doing today. There is some others. We did ask some of the others in there, like Mr. Worms. Carrefour should really do one on that front. Yeah, I'm going to stand and take that one. Yeah, actually, these are really nice mugs. They're good quality, very nicely done at that front. So that turned up. So looking forward to Mr. Hot Cows' mug. Obviously, he was running into problems last night. Really looking forward to that. So I ended the stream because I wanted to watch Mr. Hot Cows while I was trying to do the updates on that touchable computer, which took forever. It done it. It was 2 years of updates. It needed updating. Aussie. Yeah, and then what happens? Mr. Hot Cow, bless him, went on and then had no microphone. And then all the stream was lagging. Oh, absolute nightmare. So, yeah, we got there in the end. He did manage to get by unplugging it and plugging it back in, which 9 out of 10, it does. But it's frustrating. You get everything set up, ready for a stream, and then something happens just at the right last minute. Then you realise you're thinking, hang on, I've got no audio. I can feel your pain there, so I know exactly what it's like. Let me put that back up on the shelf. That is, I've got 3. I will have another 2 more coming. Well, I'll have 3 more coming. So, that front. So, yeah, OBS actually asked me if I wanted to up. No, for God's sake, cows, don't, please. I'd done that. It absolutely bricked my system. I had a nightmare. Absolutely had a nightmare. Lucky enough, OBS is now working. I've got the PCD ship command working. I've just done Andy's command on that front. Let me show you guys because I still can't. The command line's still partly broken. I've tried to do. Yeah, that should be working. That didn't come through, did it? Let me go into alerts and set. Did that actually come through? Let me go into StreamerBot ship. That should add. PCDD, little shit. That actually did. That should have come through. PCDD, little shit. There you go. So we've got Carrefour. Let me show you the commands, guys. So because it's easier to show you than try to explain. Let me go to Windows Desktop, and what I do, I'll show you the list of commands. So what you're seeing on here is all of the commands. So the ship command, nice, gay, Borat, bin, I've got the alert, the alarm sound, and the wiggle test, which is also Ace's command on that front. So that is now all up and running. So green screen. Let me go back into desktop. So we got the wiggle test. Carrefour should be working. Well, it did do. It's not coming through. It's always a way. Actually, Carrefour. Where's Carrefour? No, it's power. It's power for Carrefour. So if you type it, Nick Boff, if you type in power, it'll come up. There you go. Thanks, Mr. PCDE. We've got the power test 1 command. So what I'm going to do today, it took 20 minutes. This hard drive's getting beyond a joke. It seems to be getting worse. I know it's healthy. It took 20 minutes. I kid you not. I went out, come back, it was still loading in on that front. Mr. J Fix. So lovely, Mr. PC Diddy is going to be donating some lovely bits to us to, for hopefully can get that. Yeah, it's not healthy. It's going to die. Oh God, that's all I need. You're right, because that's that sign. If the longer it takes to load in, even though it's saying healthy, that's an indication that you actually. I think it's only on your mic. Oh, is it? Oh. Yeah, legends. You're back up soon. I've done one backup, sir. Thanks to Michael Dilemma, who gave me a bit of software to back it up, which I've done. But he did tell me to do something else, which I've got in this box. So he said, this is for your stream and backup. If your drive fails, I've got it on a 250. I had one left. I had 256 gigabyte, and it just about fitted on there. It took about 150 gigabyte to back it all up. Go away, Brunchy. I haven't got nothing. So, the parts that I have got today, which I'm going to be doing, is I am going to be doing a dim bulb light tester, like Mr. Swindon's got. So I've got some tools. Now I've got some. Let me literally go and grab me scissors. I'll tell you what, it's absolutely freezing out there. I've had to put the diesel heater on because it's cold. Right, so let me open her up. Well, besides a bit of poor Mr. PC Diddy's had to go through this morning, which was no one really. I'm glad he actually streamed it, because now you actually get to see what very awkward customers, what you're dealing with, and this is a prime example on that front. Not the great. It's not great at all. Right. So I'm going to need to open these up. It's all right, I've covered all identity. We do not want to be giving any personal information up front. Right, so we've got one of them. We can. So I've got one of them identity erasers, so you can't get to see. And last but not least, lucky enough, the postman, he knocked on, and I've got a Ring doorbell, so I can keep an eye on that front. Oh, God. I said, can you please put it in a cupboard? I've got a little lockable cupboard out there that I put a lock on. And, it's like anything else, packaging. You honestly think that plastics, why, is that, yeah, that's how some customers can be. Yeah, no one actually wants to see that, Mr. J Fix. I mean, it's just, I still can't get my head around it. It's just unbelievable. That's all I say. Is disgusting, absolutely disgusting. So we've got box, cool. Packaging. Everything's packaged. I mean, if I've had to undo one packaging, it's like, what are they sealing? It's like Tutankhamun's tomb. It's like, you think, Jesus, these are well wrapped. But plastics, they take, I mean, how long does it take to biodegrade plastic? 100 years? 40, 50? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how long it takes to actually biodegrade and put, for when we're supposed to live, we're not like Japan. Japan, everything's like paper, and paper obviously can get recycled. Yeah, I still can't believe that he just walked off of all those charges. Well, there's the difference there, Mr. Rockcow, isn't it? I mean, at the end of the day, regardless, that who's a decent person? Not only was, for what little Mr. PC did he done his job and diagnosed the problem, didn't even charge him for the chip. and he didn't even didn't charge him at all for all them charges, which is, like you said, a couple of £100 worth of charges there. But to still walk off and actually still say, you know, at the end of the day, you know, about, well, you still might have the charger. You can't be no fairer than what you've done. But, you know, these, I don't know, I don't get it with people. I really don't. It's just beggars belief. It really is. It's disgusting. But obviously, PC Diddy is obviously a much kinder and better person than anyone else I can imagine. Because I've never known anyone to literally, if that was in a shop, right? A shop would, I know the shop's policy. Well, sorry, there's not a lot we can do. They won't be giving them charges, and they would still charge them for the chip as well. Obviously, PC didn't even have to do that, so he's done that as a goodwill gesture. At the end of the day, you know, he's done his job. He's found the problem. I don't get it with people. Obviously, they still obviously think, you know what it is. They want something for. They think that they want something for nothing, and then these people obviously think, well, now. But you've charged me. Well, that's what you're paying for your services. You're paying because you found the problem and it still can't be fixed. Regardless, that's just how things are. Michael, how you doing, my friend? So yeah, I was a little bit set back by that. I could not believe that. Just thank God for cameras. That's all I say. Yeah, £45. Yeah, he claimed it back. Well, comparing that you've given him a couple of £100 worth of charges, and like you said, you didn't. I was actually saying to my mum, I was saying to her, but you don't need the charges. It's like you said, because you've got the power. You've got the power brick thing there. So that's the reasons why. You know, obviously, it's purely for that reason. Yeah, I don't get it. It's just. You sit, the harder you think, you sit there and you're scratching your head thinking, oh, I haven't done anything wrong. Well, you know you've done nothing wrong. You know what these people are like. Unbelievable. That's all I'll just say is just unbelievable. Well, you haven't got to deal with another awkward customer like that, so... Now, where is Mr. Swindon? Because Mr. Swindon built one of these. I think he had Car 4 actually to help him on that front. These shouldn't be too hard to do anyway. But obviously, dim bulb testers are great. But I can't believe there's no niche market for these to actually build. Right. Buy ports, that in there. Now I watched Andy actually do some of this, and I forgot what video it was. He's just got hundreds and hundreds of videos up front. I don't think I can actually get. No. See, I could actually. No, that's not. Obviously, that's actually not left a lot of room on there. I thought that I might be able to get a plug box on here and set it on, but looking at the connections, there's not much room either side, so that probably wouldn't be a great idea regarding. I mean, you know, I probably could if I left it a few mil, but the time I put this on at the end of the day, because there's switches that's got to go on. The switches go inside the box up front. Now, this is obviously a caravan type plug, and it's much smaller, which is, and it's sprung loaded, which these are great. Yeah, it's actually, yeah, you really want a bypass switch. That would actually be nice as well. Well, I asked Mr. Swindon, did I, you know, if I've got ordered everything? He said, yes, you've got everything. But obviously, I think there's another switch, and I've got to have a look, which I'm going to dig out. I've got a box of other switches with, obviously, because I used to work on arcade cabinets. I've got a box of arcade bits in there, and I'm sure I've got switches and other bits and pieces. obviously I've got to have a power input as well, because a power has to be plugged in on that front, which I think that's the only thing that's missing. So it's an input. This is obviously, I think this is how Mr. Swindon done it. So one's a bypass and the other one's an on. And that's why it's a 4 switch, 4 gain one on this one. I think that's how he done it. So I can't use that. But I have got the tools to actually cut this. This just gets mounted. So all I have to do is just drill 2 holes and mount that on that front. Thank you to Mr. Swindon. He did give me some 150 watt bulbs. So yeah, he don't need anything else. Well, I need the box input. So let me go and grab that. Have a quick look. Oh my God. Jesus. Bloody hell, that mould's getting out of hand. Got to clear that. Oh God. Joysticks and buttons. Mr. Swindon. The famous Mr. Swindon's in the house. This is what I love to see. So, I've got a box of buttons. I'll be glad. Do you know what? I'll be glad when Mr. Pico comes down and picks a lot of this stuff up, because I'm gonna. I can't move in my room. Obviously, over the years, I've become a bit of an hoarder, and it's terrible. And I'm all one for recycling. So most of the failed electricals that I've got, I'm going to just give to Mr. Pico so he can put in his recycling centre. My mum's got a little bit as well, so I've got to get up in the loft yet, because she's got a bit up there as well. Right, let me just cover some of this up, because it's got details which I don't really want. No. We want to keep our identity safe. Right, I've got a deflector board. Right, now, that's the only thing I didn't get, Mr. Swindon, but I already knew that I had one, which was one of these. That's the only thing I didn't order, because it was out of stock at the end of the day, but it don't matter. I know all these box of bits that I've got parts, because these are all to do with arcades and Samurai joysticks and bits and pieces. So I'm sure that I would have had something in this box anyway. USB extender. Mr. Swindon, I have also got your command set up, sir, so thank you so much. I've also got some of Mr. Russ himself on that front, but your command is set up. So I've got your alert, alarm on that front. So yes, they are now all working. That front. The only downside is, look, no, that one's not working. I've got it set up as alarm and alert on that front.
2,000 years.
Thanks, Michael. So we've got the 2,000. Yeah, right. So let me just quickly show you guys, because I can't. That's working. Thanks, Hot Cows. I'll tell you what, not the easiest to set up through. You've got to set it for what I've actually do. I've had to, because it won't detect otherwise. You've got to set it up first through the sources and on the scenes, and then you go to Streambot and then do the same thing through there. Otherwise, it will not work. So we obviously, you guys can now see on that front, and let me go to desktop screen, and then you guys can actually see the commands. So these are all the commands that I've actually got. I've got the wiggle test. The microphone is working. So yeah, we got the wiggle test, Terry Tibbs, ship, power, nice, gay, Borat, bin, alert sound, alarm, and 2,000 years, and that front. And so they are all up and running. So obviously I can put more in now. I've obviously desktop. So we're back on that front. So yeah, that was the only thing I didn't get. Mr. Rockhouse puts that to great use. I don't know why it's sort of partly faded in with the thing, but it works, guys. OBS, trying to get OBS working. I felt really sorry for Mr. Rockhouse last night trying to do that. It wasn't the easiest. Bless him. Tried to get that done, and obviously, what happened? No sound. It must have been very frustrating. And then it froze. Then not only did it freeze, it lagged. It was just literally having one problem after another. Literally one problem after another. Right. So, yeah, I've got 100. The bulbs you give me, sir, are 150 watts on that front. So, if you guys ain't already know, right, the later on, I think Mr. Rockhouse is going to be doing a second part on the East streaming later on today. So, which we're going to be looking forward to. I mean, I was lurking in the background on that front, and like you said, you've got to also not only try to concentrate what you're doing, Sloth, how you doing, my friend, but also engagement to look at the messages as well. But this is nice to actually now finally I've got some commands, so you guys can now, obviously thanks to Mr. Swindon, I have now not only got a nice big TV, I don't have to squint my eyes at a small bulb. The only worrying thing is the drive actually now getting worse up front, which even though it shows up healthy, but 20 minutes. Yo, Retro, yes, thank you, my friend, for popping on. So I bought some tools with me, right, and I've got one of these. Let me move that out of the way. Now this is what Mr. Swindon should have had. I got this out of Lidl's when it was on special offer. You can buy these are great tools to have, but I watched Mr. Swindon try to cut an hole in these. A good starting point, mark up, and then mark up, always pilot old holes first to actually go in, or you can use one of these tools, and these are fantastic. Obviously, noisy as hell, yeah, they work so hard. Now, you guys have obviously wear alert. I've worn this one out, but it's still sharp at the end of the day. But these vibrate, these don't cut, these vibrate, but the vibration uses, it does it in so quickly, you just literally hold it on and it will cut it dead perfect. So these are great tools to have. Perfect for the opportunity when you're trying to do something like that. Obviously, Mr. Swindon did not have the tools, so he had to improvise, which is not easy when you've got to improvise on that stuff. They do give you other cutters, which I've got also another one here. So I've got another cutter here up front. What else have I got? You can use this for sanding, grinding. I mean, it all comes with all the tools. This one's another cutting disc if you want to cut into plasters. Yeah, my wife has one of those. These are, what did I pay for this? I think I paid £14 to £15 for a complete kit. Absolutely bargain of a century. But these are the tools that I mean, they're quite weighty, but it will do the job. 100% it will do the job. So I'll need to set that up, which I'm going to do right now actually, because I know I'm going to need that cutter, and it's always the one cutter that I need. Have we got, yeah, we have. We got that, and we should have that. Now we could use this cutter. Now, how big is that? Where's the device I need to cut in? So, oh, look at that. Oh, Jesus, that was a good catch. Straight to the nether regions, lovely. Literally, so we've got that blade, and look at the width. It's literally spot on with that. Now, if I use the other one, now the other one's obviously, half the size of that. So basically, I might as well use the nice big one and do it in one hit. Mark it all out. It will go perfect. It will sit on there, Just want to make sure it's not gone over. No, it has. It goes over. So I can't use that. It actually partly just goes over. So obviously I want to get it just under and cover the holes. That's all I need to do, because obviously you've got gaps in here. So you want to leave it at least like 1 mil to 2 mil under, so it just slots in, because obviously we need something to bolt it all down. But Mr. Swindon's got that, and I've also got some other tools that on that front always comes out very, very useful. This is reasons why I've always said there's always a tool for the right job. Guarantee it. So yeah, Mr. Rockhouse, obviously you've got to get used to working with OBS. What you should do, sir, is make sure that your microphone and all your input lag and everything else and OBS. I felt your pain yesterday. I know exactly where you was coming from on that front, and it was just, you're thinking, oh my God, I could have really done without that. So yeah, what an episode this morning. Poor Mr. PCDD. Cannot believe the arrogance in some people. It really is. Thank God that he had that filming, and everyone else had to witness that who's the bigger person. It's just a shame that people have to go through it. Now, being an elderly gentleman, he should have known better to actually say, yeah, you're right. Do you know what? I'm sorry about it. Don't worry. Right? It's just one of them things. Can't be helped. But some people won't let things go. Oh, Jesus. You've got to make sure these are on tight. These vibrate at very high frequencies. Right, so I'm going to need pencil. Marking out now. Now I've obviously got get so glasses off. Now I need to mark out exactly where this goes. Now, Mr. Swindon's obviously already done his one, and these, but like you said, I just need to mark it to make sure that I'm not, I don't want to end up hitting. It's always best to do a rough marker first to where these mount up, and then that way you've got room to wiggle, which I would say, yeah, I'm going to leave it there. That looks about right to me, and that looks right about me. So wiggle test. Thanks, guys. Get the wiggle out. Thanks, Ace. Wiggle test. Right. That was thanks to Mr. Rusty Russ himself that gave me that one. I can't even get the... Yeah, we're off. We're off, guys. We're off. It's not even going. I can't even get a pen or a pencil in here. Give it a wiggle test. What I need to do is pile it on. I can't even mark them. Jesus. Yeah, it's not great. Right, so we've got that one done. Wiggle test. Right, well, it's not great, but I can see the marks where I need to be. So let me now grab a black marker. That one there. That one there. let's get this one done first. We can get this out of the way. Mick, can you reposition your microphone? Oh, sorry, guys. It's the only thing with these microphones. Let me see if I can try to... I've got nothing to grip it. Goes to show how bad. Alert, alert. Thanks, hot girls. How's that? Is that a lot better? Let's see if that's better. Let's see. Yeah, that works. Thanks, guys. So what I've done, look, I've nipped it on here. That front. Yeah, dot. Yeah. Not get the not the magnets. Yeah. Obviously, you've got to allow a little bit of room to put this in, because we got the switch to go in as well. But remember, there's nothing on these, so we're just going to have wire. So where the switch will go, obviously I can't put the switch where this has got to go, because it's going to interfere, because the depth on these is, let me grab, which is not a lot of depth. This is why when you're building these, what we actually got, drop your magnets. So what we actually got, we've got about roughly 1.5 inch box, give or take. So 1.5 inches coming down to when this sits would have actually, you can actually see what I mean about when you're putting switches and things on. If you look inside, you've got wires to go in yet, and I've also got to squeeze in one of these, which will have to go. Oh God, yeah, thinking about that. Where's this going to go? This is why it's all about planning and working things out. Now, this is going to be interesting, because the actual unit itself. Andy says, sorry, did you say something? Yeah, my message is not sending properly. Bloody hell. Bloody YouTube. Don't, yeah, Mr. Swindon, you don't have to tell me, sir. I've had problem after problem with YouTube lately. So what I might have to do, I might have to shave some of this off at the side, and then I've got some silicone, and I'll silicone this, because obviously it's wider than the box. It overlaps the box in that front. So I can plonk a little bit of silicone, but I've got enough there to, it'll have to go at the side, because obviously we've got this to go on top. I've got the switch to go on, which will be probably I'll put it at the back. What Mr. Swindon's done, because he's done the same thing. I looked at his box on there, and it's very similar. I think he did put these. I'm not sure if these actually, Mr. Swindon, did these actually light up? Are these actually lightable ones? Because I wasn't too sure. I didn't look. I typed a message in, and sometimes it don't always come through. Hang on, let me grab. Did you put it on Discord? Let me go and grab my phone, because it's on charge. Copyright. Oh, that's all right. It's adverts. I've got that one for there. Absolutely legendary. Yeah, and apparently, let me have a quick look. Let's turn it off. Swindon Electronics. 8-bit. Right, that's all the good mornings. Right, okay, General. Michael. I placed, Michael Dilemma. He's also placed an order for your mug too. Thank you, sir, for actually ordering a mug. Much appreciated. You've got two choices there. They're both actually nice. No, they light up. So they should actually be a pin that you should actually can wire to. We can test that. I've got my bench power supply there. We can get, I think they're 12 volt, if I remember correctly. That's nice to actually order a mug. Right. So, Otcows. There's a new one. Oh, I like him. Look, Mum, no computer. He's actually a legend. He's a legend for what he's actually done in there. Yeah, the Kent-based artist has attracted attention for the usual electronic instruments, including a made Furby toy. I did watch that. He's got an organ with Furbies. MK's favourite at the front. So, yes, absolutely legendary there, sir. Mr. Swindon, I cannot see your message. If you did send a message, did you actually put it on your Discord, sir? Or is it on mine? There's so many Discords on there. Mind blowing. So Isa actually did say that these light up. And I've just looked at the side. This is 20 amp, 125. Oh, you can. 240. So it's a 250 at 16 amps. Nice. So we can crank it all the way up to 16 amps on that. Obviously, for God's sake, don't wire this up wrong. If it's 16 amps at 250, yeah, my messages are not sending. Oh, for crying out loud. Am I not so bloody YouTube? It's YouTube or bloody Discord not working properly. It's either one. Let me get me drill. I need me drill. I need a pilot oldies. Right, we've got that. We need also that as well. So that diesel heater, don't that pump out lovely hot air? That does. Can't believe they're only £90. Borat's not working. Michael, it should be. Borat should be on there. Don't tell me Borat's not working. See what I mean? We stream up. Oh, stream up, but that should be working, sir. That is. Oh, it is. Oh, it shows. Okay. Oh, it's fine. For a minute, I thought, oh no, what now? That's the idea of having alerts. That's what you really need to set up, Mr. Hotcows. But I'll tell you, sir, I'll tell you, I've had to go back to school and relearn. It is very. If there's a 1 to 10 chance, 10 being difficult, 1 being easy, that's a 10 plus. It's not easy to set up. I'm telling you, very difficult. Even though I've had to write it down to what I did. And sometimes I look back, I'm actually, it's not, it is seriously, it's literally a whole new ball game to that altogether. So I think what I'm going to do first, I'm going to pilot oldies, put this in, keep this away, because obviously we've got a seal around this, because these are waterproof boxes on that front. So let's pilot oldies. Obviously, Mr. Swindon would have got a much better job if he'd have had one of these tools, because then you wouldn't have had to try to cut it with drill bits and things like that. You really need one of these edge cutting things. They cut them perfect. You don't have any issues. Like you said, they're not the easiest to do. It goes, how much hair? I'm jealous. Whose hair is that, sir? You talking about my hair? He comes across. It's so not much. So I'm actually jealous. So yeah, Mr. Hotcows, if you're going to stream tonight, sir, yours. Do you know what? I went to join the army. I wanted to join the TA. I went up with my dad, and they wouldn't allow me to go in. There's an age limit with joining the army. You can't be no older than 45. That's the maximum age, which I didn't know at the time. And also, a Discord clip. That's possible, please, Mick. What with the hair? Yes. And two, they won't take you if you've got asthma or anything like COPD. That's classed as a lung disease. They again, the army won't take you on board. So I failed both on that front. No, I went to Army Cads, and it was a roller coaster. So yeah, obviously I got turned down from the army. So yeah, age went against me, and on that front, it's Chris in the house. Yay, Mr. Christopher, sir. How you doing, my friend? Oh, Jesus, it's got some talk on that. Again, This is one of those cheap work zone tools, right? When I do DIY, I put all my tools through the. I literally put them. So I literally put them everything through the bit, like put them through the paces. Mick, I sent you a Discord clip reference. Customer drop off showing him taking the charges back and not leaving them. What? I sent you that clip in Discord. Give me a minute, sir. I'll have a look. Unbelievable. Chris, do you have that save state issue with the super firmware? Oh yeah, because you was let me just quickly go into. Let me find out first. What, Mr. PCDD? Can I actually can I show this or not? Because I want to ask first if it's okay. Oh, that's fine. Right, cool. So So let me show you guys. This is what we think, right? There. We're going to put this and play it. Lucky enough, my phone's lovely and big. I knew I wasn't crazy. Don't tell me he had that all along. Wow. So he was trying to. Was he trying to scam you, sir? It looks like he was trying to. So it looked like then. So what? All along, he actually had it. He actually puts them back in the bag and takes them back. I never even left them. Bloody hell! Unbelievable. That's disgusting. So all along, yeah, I'm sure that's why he took them. Unbelievable. Well, I'm absolutely gobsmacked by it. I'm literally beggar's belief. Absolutely beggar's belief. Now, do you know what? I can't even wrap my head around that one. You just couldn't make that up, could you? Thank God. Do you know what? This is what I've always said. Having cameras set up, especially on that front bin. Thanks, Michael. There's a good chance of that one, sir. Put it straight in the bin. Do you know what? 100% right. You know, this is reasons why I think it's very vital to actually have cameras up, especially if you're doing in your line of business, sir. You need cameras on that front. This is why I'm thinking sometimes when you're doing business from your home, it's not really ideal because I know you ain't got no overheads, but then you've got awkward customers that now know where you live. Yeah, I don't like being called. I knew it. I bloody knew it. I knew that. I thought it was something. I knew that looked a bit fishy. Unbelievable. Yep. I don't like being called a liar. Yep. There you go, sir. That just says it all, didn't it? Thank God you had cameras. Jill, I think you need a bigger box. Well. Andy, did you actually use these screws? I can't recall. Yeah, I'm absolutely I'm actually blown away by it. Because these screws look like they go right bloody through. They look a bit big. I've piloted the holes now and they line up lovely, which they do. Obviously, I've got to drill a hole because I need to put the wires in. But I can draw the diameter and that. Yeah, I actually used him. Right, okay, my friend. Right. Because I wasn't too sure. Did you actually... Because I missed part of when you was doing the box. I was out shopping. Bloody cheapskate. I knew it. I knew there was something fishy about when he done that. It's only till you look back and you just said, there you go. Yeah. But I don't, not them ones now, I don't think. Let me take these out. Bloody cheapskates, aren't they? You got the nerve of these people to actually thinking in it. I had it. It was only till you showed that you played back that footage. It's only when you look back at it and you think, hang on a minute, something's not quite right there on that front, and you know something's not quite right. Let's see if I've got some smaller screws, because these ones are they don't need to be that deep. It's going to be pot of screws on that front. Unbelievable. Yeah, because it's only got to hold a bulb in. I mean, it don't really need to be that big, to be totally honest. There was just something fishy about when he was moaning about that. I bet he thought, well, let's see what we can try and get. You know what it is? They tried to get out of not paying. You know, at the end of it. Well, you can add that one on your list, sir, of another awkward customer you never have to deal with ever again. That's probably why a lot of shops... I'm not being funny. This is reasons why. I mean, I've met a lot of Eastern Europeans, and a lot of them are really nice people. They're lovely people. I've got a couple of Eastern Europeans living over the road. They're very kind people. They're like the Jews. I've obviously been a pest controller. I've done that for over 10 years. And I work with the Jewish community. Oh my God, them people. I really feel sorry for them, but for the harassment they have to get. I mean, I'm actually apologising, even though I've not done nothing, I've seen people in the street spit at a Jew. Why? I really can't wrap my head around that. They're a really lovely community. When I was down at Golders Green, obviously we had to get permission from the council because we got to go in there. And the Jewish community couldn't thank us enough. Actually, that made me feel more welcome than family. You think, wow. But this is what the Jewish community are like. But then you've got people like the Eastern Europeans, and there's some really lovely people. And then you're going to have some really awkward customers. Obviously comes along and just spoil it. You know, it's a typical bad egg scenario. You're thinking, you know, you're going to have one or two. It's just the way it is. But the Jewish community are really lovely, absolutely wonderful people. We got told that thinking that if you ever want to come back and pop in and say hello, they actually did say that to us. Yeah, I blame Borat. Yeah, actually, it's a good shout, Jay Fix. But to actually spit on a Jew that never even done nothing in that front, I had to apologise. And I thought, for a human race, I thought, how disgusting can some people be because of their race? It made me really angry, that did, when I see that. Because they really are nice people. Right, well, that one's in, and that's much better, because now, obviously, that's odd. There's only a little bit sticking through. So, a lot better on that front. Yeah, I think the ones are too long. Obviously, these are designed to be put up on plasterboards and walls and things like that. Tell you what, this has got some torque, and it's only on 3. Let's put it down to 2. Right, so I've literally got to do the. I can trim them up. I've got that tool there. It'll cut them nice, so I can trim them up. It's not a problem. Now I know I've got to cut an hole yet to put the wires through, but for the time being, this bit, the first part, is actually done. Right, now comes the tricky part, because now what I need to do now is this is what Mr. Swindon obviously run into, getting the situation sorted. I now need to mark the box out I think it's going to be about there. Right. So I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm just roughly marking out, and then I've got something to go for. And then what I do, I draw a template, put it around the template. This is one thing Mr. Swindon never done, and I thought he would have done that. Draw a template, because there's an old saying when I worked on a building site was measure twice, cut once. So, prime example. So we've got that bit up there. Cool. And then, because I'd rather get a rough I'd rather get a rough look. Obviously, like, you guys can't get to see. This light bleeds out like you wouldn't believe. And that front, it's so super bright. I mean, that was only a 24 watt. It's a 3 and 4K watt bulb, LED, and that's only one. Yeah, measure once, cut 3 times. Thanks, Nick. You're probably right there, sir. 100%. So, what I need to do now, we've got a template. Sorry, guys, who's that? Bag of bargain. No, it's all right. Just a Discord being Discord. Right, so we don't need a template because you've got a template right here. No, it's still all mocked up. So now I can actually see where I can put the holes. Obviously, I didn't know yesterday was pancake day on that one. Cows, I'm crap at DIY. Mr. Swindon, I was, sir. Obviously, I'm not an expert at DIY. But do you know what? It's like electrics. The more you do of it, the better you get. I've never put up a brick wall in my life. And that fun. And yeah, I can do walls, partitions, things like that. But it's like Mr. Cowles just said, it's just all about practice. And he's right, it's 100%. It's all about the practicing. But yeah, you do. I mean, I built an 8 foot by 6 foot shed out of fence panels and up front. Just cut them all down, marked them all up, laid them all out on the floor, got me nail gun out, punched them all up, backed them all up. I made a fence out and I've done a shed as well. But obviously, and done a concrete base because I've got a cement mixer in the shed, which I bought. Got one like that. Got a cheap. It's about 130 quid. Cheap cement mixer. Mix it up. 6 to 1 ratio on that front. Bit of ballast, bit of hardcore. Bung it all in, mix it all up, lay it all out. And that front. So yeah, absolutely spot on. You get there in the end. It's like you said. You can be. Not everyone's. You can't be prejudiced and actually saying I'm good at that. Well, you don't know what you're good at until you try it. All right, it's going to take. It's like electrics. Look how long it takes you to learn something. The brain, obviously, some people are quick at picking things up more than others, but my brain, over the years, it's just got too slow, far too slow. But I'll sort of get there in the end. Now, I've not cut no holes yet. All I'm doing is mocking up everything. Now, I know Mr. Swindon didn't have the right tools, which obviously didn't help his situation. But you got there. You did do it. This is what I thought, do you know what? If they're cheap enough, I'll just buy one already done. But when I looked, there was 65 quid and someone made it. I went, sod that, I'll do it myself. And it won't cost 65 quid. It didn't. I think in total parts, with all of these, it didn't come to a lot. They didn't come to that amount. They hardly come to anything. Now I can put these back on to see if this all mocks up. And she does. She all lines up. Lovely. So what I want to do now is, sorry guys, dog's ears. They're not nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bung some tape over, right? Now I'm going to cut the circle. That's the most crucial part. And I've got a tool for that. Which, again, always handy to have a tool for everything. I want, oh yeah, tape. Here you go. That's Parkside tape. Oh, God. Oh, right, I'll just use this thing. I can say it. Yeah, practice and confidence. That's, do you know what, Ozzy, you're 100% right there, sir. It's practice and confidence. I mean, you know, people are, I mean, it's like doing mechanics. You don't see many women mechanics go in. You see, it's always 99% blokes. And they've done it for like 20, 30 years. You know, because they do it day in, day out. And then then all of a sudden you'll go in the garage, you'll see a woman in there working in the garage, working on cars. You think, you're so used to seeing men doing DIY. You don't see many women doing DIY, which you don't. They're either in beauty salons, you know, or something to do with, you know, health and beauty. That front, you don't see them get your hands dirty, which is like you said. But then it depends what type of era everyone's been brought up. So, right, what I want to do now is I want to mark this. Where's that pen? So what I've done, I've now got a marker of where I need to put the outcome. So now I could just drill the hole. I swear, yeah, that's my Windows. It's actually swearing big time. Lovely jubbly. So now we can take that off. Right, we can take that off. We can get that. I don't remember actually getting a gasket with mine, don't you? So now if you look, so the way I've done it, I've now cut out a template. So now I've pilot drilled the holes where they're going to be. I've left it a quarter of the way. So we're looking like we're just about 5 mil in. 5 mil in. I'm going to trim these up after. I've not done that pilot hole yet. I just wanted to hold this in place. So that's how roughly it's going to look when it's all cut in. Obviously, I've still got to do the switches yet. Right. The biggest point is we now need to get to the centre point of this. And this is fun and games. Because if this ain't done correctly, you could rather be too close this way or too close that way. So we now need a centre. So the best way to get centre. That's why I always like to. I wish, in a way, I got into engineering when I was obviously in the early 80s. But 80s didn't really demand when it comes to engineering side. So what you want to do to get centre, right? That's why I wanted pilot hole in, right? So I'm going to take something flat and go pilot hole to pilot hole. And I'm going to mark it from one side to the other. All right. Don't matter if you go over. We've got that side there. And I'm going to do the other side from the other side to that. I make it look, literally make it look so simple, but I can assure you it's not. I've not cut it yet. Right, so now, if we look now, we've now gone from pilot hole to pilot hole, pilot hole to pilot hole. We've now got a centre. Yep, I've had another streamer with a pair of calipers. So we now should have a dead centre to pilot hole and give that a perfect cut. In theory. In theory. You know what happens with theories? Theories don't always go the right way. You think, hang on a minute. He makes it look simple. Does it actually work? Well, that's a different matter. Very good question. Does it actually work? You can actually see it's not dead. It is slightly off. So I would actually say I'm going to have a stamina dark. It's near enough, I'd say, about there. Which, that looks about right to me. So what I've done is just a little bit over, because if you look at the line, it's not dead in the centre. But that looks about right to me where it is. But it can give you a ballpark of when you crisscross, you've now got something to go into the dead centre and drill in. So the best way is pilot hole the hole first, right? Now you've got a pilot hole, now you've got something else to work with. So I measure from that hole to that hole, I'll make that 3. That should be 3. Just under, well actually, what was the first hole, did I say? No, it's actually not quite 3. That is 25. That's 27 mil, right? 27 mil. So now it's just double check, make sure that's 27. 27. Is that 27? 27. And what is that one? That one's 27. So even though it looks off, it's actually 27 all round in diameter. So cutting time. Let's get the cutting discs. Obviously, it's all about the preparation, because you've got to get the prep first. Because if you don't do this right, then you're thinking, no, that's not working. It's definitely not going to work. Now, this is another thing, Mr. Swindon, that you should have had a tool like this, right? This is my dad's one. These tools you put at the end of there perfectly. So you've got your drill bit, obviously you've got your spader and cutter. So, good thing is you can take these off and give it the perfect cut, which I can see on there, that allows that 1/2 mil. This is the right cutting tool that we need. That's what I said. You'd have been alright if you had all the right tools. You wouldn't have had no problem at all. So, right tool for the right job. Michael's holding his arms. Trust me, Mike, I've done enough DIY. So I'll be alright. Deadly. Yeah. Deadly is not there. Yeah, you won't want to put your hands in it, because obviously these lock in. You're fine. You're fine. Don't worry, guys. Right. So now I am not going to be putting this way, because what will actually happen, right? Because if I do that, that's going to get caught on this. So the best way is put it back on the box and just cut it. Right, before I do that, right, I've drilled that so it's a little bit bigger. Let me take this off just briefly, because I don't want this scratched. Yeah, I'm an ex-gen, Mr. Swindon. You fall off bikes, and we didn't worry about protection. You just wing it. It's just how it is. Gen X region kids, don't worry about it. I'm laughing my arse off. Yeah, I can imagine. What's a bit of protection? Yeah, you've not lived. Trust me. I'm a wizard. I do all right when I don't do too bad when it comes to DIY. It's still holding up after all these years. But the funny thing is, my dad actually turned around and actually said to me, he said, I'm not teaching you, you're going to have to learn yourself. That's just how it was brought up. Right, that's through. Yeah, a bit more. Don't tell me the battery's going. You bugger. I bet the battery... Oh, hold up. Well, that went well. Look, we're nearly there, right? That's what I said. I've nearly cut that. Look, and it's cut it perfect. Except that it just spun out because I didn't push it down. But the battery... I'm half battery down. God damn it. Oh, that stuff's getting warm now. There you go. Yay. That's what I said. You're not a Gen X region kid if you don't worry about, say, whacking you in the face, bit of protection. We don't worry about protection. What's bit of protection? Now, look at that. Is that what I say? Was that perfect? No, it's not perfect. Obviously, because that bit's wonky. But I'll tell you what, it ain't far from it. The end of the day, that'll go through. Right tool for the right job, even though that is crooked as what's named on it. But we've gone through, marked it all up. That's near enough there. So I might have to step that up just a little bit. Just a little bit to take that up just a little bit more. But this is reasons why I always say measure twice, cut once, because you can't go back once you've done it. So obviously the point I've got now, that needs to go up to the next bit, which, okay, fair enough, which I have got the next bit, if I can find them. Eye protection. What's eye protection? Wait till it springs and hits you in the face, and then you realise that, yeah, he was right, you know, perhaps I should have had a bit of eye protection. Don't tell me, you know. No, because half the bloody bits are missing. Great, lovely. Right, well then, okay, I'll only have to file it a little bit. You know what it is? This drill bit's, it's all white wonky. I bet that is and all. Because it was wobbling all over the place. That means the drill bit's bent. It don't matter. It's cut. It's just a little bit off-centred, but remember, I'd rather go under and not over. Yeah, them multimeter saws, they're bloody awful. Yeah, they are. Yeah. But, like I said, no damage. I'm still in one piece. It looks like it's loose as well. No, what it is, hot cows, the part on here, the drill bit, obviously you can take these out. They're made, look, it's got Japan written on it. These are, obviously, the drill bit itself is loose. So, it needs, just needs another drill bit, basically. And it looks like someone's tried to drill into there, so then it locks into place. But it does the job. It's done. You know, I've got a little bit of filing to do, just a little bit. But we're there. We're there. Just use a scalpel. Time it's done, you wouldn't even know. Obviously, I've got to drill a pilot hole, but I won't be using that because I've only got to have wires come through here, right? So I can use my wider spade bit, which is quite good. So I'll do the same thing again. I'll just pilot hole it from there to there and do the same again. Dead centre, drill straight in. Yeah. Right, but it's done. Yeah, well, to a certain degree. I've got to trim it up a little bit. But as you said, yeah, I've got the Forcina bits that set for about €12, but they're not as long as that was long ago. But so they're much better than them sorbing things. Obviously, I've had myself so on AliExpress. Obviously, you can, because there's always, the good thing is you can get these things off AliExpress. You know. Right tool. I mean, obviously, Andy never had none of this. He'd never had after tools. So he had to try to use drill bits to pilot holes, which is not ideal because, like I said, the issue that I've got, even though that's nice and tight, it's now hitting against this, which, you know, is slightly squared. But that will pilot hole, if I smoothen that out, you're not going to see it. Is because, like I said, you've got to allow a gap for this to sit over, because you've got a seal sitting on top of this as well, that front. So, which is, like I said, once it's all done, it ain't so bad. Yeah, I prefer using them Storwell Holwells. Yeah, them Storwell ones. Yeah, these are okay. These do the job, but you've got to be careful. These can spring back and hit you in the face. But they're sort of like, you know, God, look at this, look at the crap. You just have to be careful. Like all DIY, depends how you use the tool. Chainsaws are the worst ones. I've seen them give kickback so many times on a kickback on a chainsaw, because again, it's the way you hold it. If you're putting it down at an awkward angle and it bites against a tree, it will kick back the blade and still spinning. You've got to be so careful with them things. Yeah, them old saw things, they're all right. I've used them time and time again, Michael. I've never had any problems. Like you said, depending how you actually use them. You're right if you don't go too mad with these things. So now I've got to sand this out. I mean, it has cut that nicely, which I've got to admit. Could you cut a circle perfectly like that? To be honest, it's really difficult. And like you said, a tool for a job. That front. So now what I need to do is I'll just grind that out. Which, oh God, I've got all bits all over me. Where's that tool? I will use one of these. One of these bits. These are fantastic. These grind through literally anything. So hopefully so I'll put this at the end of the drill. Yeah, I have a set of them in the red painted ones. They're alright, but just like all tools, give them a bit of respect, because you know what's going to happen. Like all, it's like anything, innit? It don't mean it, you're doing DIY. It could be working on a PC, doing electrical. I think electrical jobs are much more dangerous, because you're dealing with, sometimes you could be dealing with high voltages. Look at the Coda, prime example. Obviously, mixing IPA with 10 amps, caught it on fire. He was so lucky. Now, this is why I like that tool. Because if you look at that tool, you watch this bit, right? Because this goes through anything. It'll go through stone, masonry, it goes through marble, brick wall, you name it, it just plough through anything. They're really great. Yeah, I think the Coda knows what he's doing. Not when it catches itself alight though, Michael. That was obviously dangerous. 10 amps. Yeah, not me so much. Yeah, 10 amps. And he should have really had, yeah, it's true what Dave said. Really, he should have had a fire extinguisher close, because IPA, it even states it on IPA, it doesn't take two kind to, you know, with electric. And obviously he created a spark because he injected 10 amps straight into a component, tried to do voltage injection, and the component heated up, ignited it. That's what caught it on fire. Now this is what I'm saying about taking bits off slowly. Now I've took a little bit more off that now, sheathed that down, and I've only got to do enough, so this just clips in. I've got a little bit more, just a little bit more, a little bit at this end and the end, then that should be fine. Bloody hell, fraction more. I ain't got much more to take off because this is nearly done. Looks like I've got to take it right to the black line. There and there. They're the two lines I need. And then this is done. Well, one's in. Still at this end that's causing the issue. Little bit of part, because you know what it is, it's not, when you're looking at the shape, it's not oval, it's actually squared and half mooned. So basically you've got like a semi-half circle and then a square piece. But when you're cutting a circle, obviously you need to go further out to allow for the square piece to go in. And I'll tell you what, there's virtually another few mil. No, here, it's actually gone on. There you go. I'm going to just pile it all, but that is so tight. Literally, like I said, I ain't gone mad with it. Now I've got to do that one up here. Spot on. Look, I ain't even got a thing on that, and look how tight that is. I didn't even put that, is tight as anything. Look, I'm really giving that some force, and that ain't even wiggling. The holes have all lined up nicely. Spot on. This is what I said to you. Just take your time. It don't look pretty because I've had to notch that bit out and these corners because it's not round on there. And you're right, because it ain't. So I've had to notch that bit out and these square bits. So I've actually turned part of a circle into a part of a square and all. But that's done. Obviously, I've only got to do that one. This is the most trickiest. I haven't got to it yet because I've still got to put switches in. I'm going to have to do the same thing again. But I ain't even got that in. The gasket. And it's as tight as anything. I don't have to put no silicone on that at all. No silicone at all. I can't even move it. And if you have a look underneath, this is what I said to you. Look at the leniency. Look at the gap on that front. Because obviously I've gone from half circle. It's not a full circle. But I just moved that out. But do you know what? That ain't bad going. It fits in really snug, and that's how you want it, just snug. Right, obviously I've got bits everywhere in here, but don't matter. You can get cleaned up after. Well, the worst of it's done for that side. Now, what I need to do is sort this out now, source this. So let me put the screws back into this. So I said, my DIY don't bother me because I'm used to it. It's like decorating. Yeah, put the plug in and then try pulling it out, and it'll probably like you'll have a nail through it. Yeah, you'll have like you've nailed it down. I mean, that's literally, that is tight. Once I put the screws in there, I've got to really tug on it, give it a good old tug. But it's all lining up. The holes have all matched up perfect. You can actually see all the holes, they've all lined up, all in pilot holes have all done. So once I put this in, I've got to drill the hole for this. I still ain't done yet because I've got to get all the cutting done first. Once all this is in, then the rest is plain sailing. Do you know what? Let me go and grab. Let's go and grab me because this thing's making a mess. Obviously, that was the hardest bit, getting that bit in. Yeah. Oh, so you're actually going through. You're actually going to screw through that. It's actually to leave. Or just to leave it. No, just I'll probably just screw it all down. Make sure it's all screwed down. I've got to get me over. Look at the mess that's made. Look, literally, I'm not joking. I'll tell you what, I've noticed, Hot Cows was moaning about last night, he was getting really bad lag. I've noticed that I've got about a 2-second delay. Now, I didn't have a 2-second delay before. Obviously, if I move it down, it's not instant. Like yesterday was instant. Today I've got like a 2-second delay. It's mad. Right, let's put this in a bin. Oh, right, that's it. Let's grab this. Bronson, let's blame him. Oh, you're going to screw it? I thought you was going to leave it as it is. No, I'm going to screw it. I'm going to actually screw it all down. Do it all properly. It ain't going to go anywhere, man, once I've done it. It's just having the tools. I think you would have been alright. If you had something like that cutting tool and this tool, if you'd have had one of these on your drill, right, one of these spader bits, because these cut through anything. They're really toughened. They're about 20 quid for a set of 3. And I'll tell you what, you need something like that to grind plastic. I can go through tile. They go literally cut through anything from them. Well, this is not coming off so easy. Remember, still ain't got to the electric part yet. I'm not out in the neck of the woods yet. Right, better than what it was anyway. Right. Because this is a microfiber, that's why. Microfibers, you know what happens with microfibers. It's much easier to 3D print a box with the old. Do you know what? It actually, Ozzy, you're right. It would have made it so much easier if you just had the 3D printer, because you could have measured it all out, put it straight in. It would have been perfect. But it's all part of the fun, and this is what I love. It's all part of the challenge. It's you know when you've done it because you've made it. No one else has made it at the end of it. It's like doing a repair. And like you said, not everyone's got 3D printers. But old school, going right back, you're thinking, no, I'll make one up. I'll actually make one up. It'd be easier to make one. So they need to be pilot holed, which I've done. Got the pilot holes in. I can't find the bloody screws. Did I put them back in here? Yeah. No, that's for them. Here we go. They're in here. So, right. So, first things first. Before I put these back in, I need to mark this. We've got that. Yeah, you need an hole for the bulb. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna be doing next, my friend. Now, you ain't got to go too mad with a hole, but what I want to do is just make a rough guess across here to here. And right, so I'm taking something flat. I'm just gonna bridge it, make a mark, and then measure it out, and then get the distance from this point to this point, and then I can go from there. It's only got to be faint. It ain't got to be fatal. Which I can see the line, and then I can measure that line, and then get the distance that I need. So I'm going to take it from the 1. So that is 7 mil across. So now we centre from 7 mil. So what's half of 7 mil? Give or take, that's going to be 3.5, 3.6 mil either side. I mean, it ain't got to be perfect, like you said, but I like to try and get as precise as I can, because I like to keep everything centraled in that front, because the wires have got to go in. 7 centimeters. Well, I deal with centimeters. Sorry, 7 centimeters, not 7 mil, because because that's 1 mil. No, it's not centimeters. It's actually 7 mil, 7 millimeters, not centimeters. Sorry, Matt. Sorry, my friend. Yeah. So obviously, it's going to be roughly in the ballpark. I would say I'm going to eyeball it, and I'd say about. Roughly about 4 mil, 6 centimeters. So I'm gonna go with that, because it, like I said, it's only got to have the wires go through. It's only got to have the wires go through. It's because this sits flat, give or take. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna measure this, right? And just go from there. 4. Do I know my stuff or what? It's 4 mil each side. Halfway, give or take. 2 4s, smack in the centre. So now I'll just take this tool again. I've even got a pilot hole it at the end of the day. This is what I was saying about and creating perfect holes. Spot on that front. That wire can go straight in. No issues on it. That's why I love these tools. That's what I said. Just makes your job 500 times easier. So I'm going to just make that a little bit bigger. Because remember, that's a spade. So this is now started to step up. This is what I use on the arcades, when I used to do the arcades. And look at that. Perfect hole. So now, when that goes on, the wires can now be put through. Now, if I really wanted to be a bit fussy, I could put a rubber grommet through that, stop it from chafing, but it ain't going to go anywhere at the end of the day. So I would say I am actually going to leave it there for the cutting of the hole, because to me it ain't got to be any bigger. It's only got to have thin wires going through, and that hole's more than big enough to cater for it. So right, that's taken care of. That's taken care of. So what we can do now is bolt all this together, just briefly. Because it's all got to come back off, because obviously I've got to wire all this up. Well, actually, I can do that after, can I? I don't really need to put all that in. So that can go on there. These pilot holes all nicely done. That's all lined up. And the wires obviously can all come through. So I'll leave that to one side. I think the next thing I need to do then, if I take these back out, put them in now. So I've got the pilot hole and I've got that. I think that's the main two that you need to get cut when you're doing these. Now we need that. We now need to sort out. Oh God, this is going to be fun, isn't it? Where's it? Where's it? These microcloth, I'll tell you what, these microcloth towels, they stick like anything. I can't put it on high suction because it'll lift the towel up and the stuff will just go all over the place. Right, cool, okay. Which I've got half of it on the floor and half of it over me, lovely. Just what the doctor needs. So really, I bought this tool, didn't I? Do I actually need it? Yeah, I probably do, because I've got to do this. Which I have. I have got to do this. Oh, God, yeah, you're right. So now I still need this tool. Because I thought, what did I bring that for? So I've still got a pilot hole this, and I've still got a pilot hole this one. So these are the next two I need to do. Right, now this is where it's vital, where you're now next, because remember, you've got wires going in. So I want to keep away from here, because this is the main plug. This is going to be the end that ain't going to get used so much. So I would say the best chances are wires to go up this end. Now, I'm pretty sure Mr. Swindon had these halfway. Or did you? I can't remember. On that front, because I need to mark this out. I can't recall. Where did you put your switches? Because I know yet you had it up one end and up front. Retro repairs. Let me have a look. So right. So general. Where did I just see that bloody mess? So I just put it on Discord and I've lost it. Oh, great. Chit chat. Hot cows. Games. Bloody lost the message now. It's the only thing with that. I've got so many bloody things on there. I can't find it, but there was a diagram on there how to wire these up. Waitress, more coffee, please. So, yeah. So I can put one switch at one end, right, which is not a problem. So the chances are, I would say, go with about there with this switch, right, which is dead centre. Where's my pencil? Where'd my bloody pencil a minute ago? Now I can't find my pencil. God damn it. Right, let's get rid of half this toot on the table. Oh, God almighty. Right. Trying to look for me. I had a pencil, and for the love of God, I can't find the pen. No, because you can't find nothing on the table. Obviously, my table's so junked up, you won't find nothing. Great, lovely. It's like I put things down, and it's like a time zone. Put it down, it goes in another dimension. Don't worry, I'll improvise. It'll turn up somewhere when I'm not looking for it. lost that. Now this one is going to be, I need to just roughly draw out. God. That's annoying me, that is. I've lost a bloody pencil. No. I'm just going to eyeball this because I'm going to sketch this up. Because lucky enough, this is not. Is this permanent? Oh, fucking it is. It always permanent. Oh, it don't matter. I can always use a drop of IPA. I'm sure that'll come off. So what I wanted to do is just roughly that stuff is sticky as hell. And then what I could do, I can go inside once I've got this. They haven't moved no one in downstairs yet. It's been empty for a month now. Councils don't seem to be in a rush to actually move people in like they used to. Now I need to go inlet now because obviously I've took from the outside, but now it can give me a rough guide of how close can I actually take to put this in. This is why I always do a mocker first, like literally just draw it up and then I can take it from there. Joey does tick. I've noticed he started going on to more gaming now, Joey. He started to get into his games. Then doing repairs. Obviously, profit or loss. Well, I used to like watching the profit or loss, but he said the market, there's no market for it like it used to. Which he's right, there ain't. The market's dropped. That looks about right. Now I need to repeat that and do the other side. Because once I cut it, it ain't so bad. Mr. Webb, fit it into the bottom of the card first, so you actually get the template. Well, once I've eyeballed this up, I'm pretty good at doing these. I don't mind DIY. I love a bit of DIY. Good that I've got my other mug now. That looks about right to me because that looks about where it needs to be. So I'm going to leave that because you've also got, if you have a look, you have like a lip on the outside, which, so really you want it sitting in the lip. These are sprung clips, so once these go in, that makes it really tight to get that in. But remember, I'd rather be a little bit under because then you can shave just a little bit more off like I did earlier on when I've done the top. So, I might have to do it at an angle. Yeah, I'm going to have to use... Guys, I might have to mute this because this is going to be frigging noisy as hell. And there's different settings on here. And this front. This thing's lethal. But it won't take your fingers off. Lucky enough it won't. It's not that dangerous. But to plastics it is. It annihilates them. That front. So let me see if I can mute. Let's see if it'll mute the microphone. I don't want to deafen you guys. No, it won't. So, OBS still broke the Steam Deck. Oh, lovely. So, oh my God, that is extremely loud. It buzzed my ears. I'll tell you what, no wonder I've gone deaf. You can't wonder at it. Jeez. If there's a scale of 1 to 10, that's a 10 plus. It's astronomically loud. Right. Even Bronson had a look. Oh, he is. I'm telling you, Nick, it's loud. Very loud, my friend. Yeah, you want to listen to that. God, you'd have been screaming out, turn it off, turn it off. Because it's vibrations. Look, if you have a look, it's cut through it. But this is what I'm saying. I've gone under, but I've done that for a reason, because I can use the tool to come out of it and cut it clean. Because that blade is still too wide. You can buy a selection of blades of these. Right. Jesus, you couldn't get any louder, could you? Gee, that's like that puts me back in the days when I went back to the when I was at the RAF Fairford watching an air show with a plane taking off. Even with ear defenders on, it made no difference. It literally, the vibration. Well, you can't comprehend how loud that is. It's just really loud. Too loud for my ears. But that's loud. That's got to be over 100 plus. You're supposed to wear ear defenders. Ah, who needs ear defenders? What? You think what? This is really thick plastic, so lucky enough. It's done the job. Thank God for that. I've got to do the other one yet. God, I've got to go through all that pain again through my ears. Obviously, this is going to have to be trimmed. This is the most. I think this is what Mr. Swindon was actually running through the headache of. It took longer to actually prep it, but then once it's all done, you won't have to do it again. The wiring side shouldn't be too bad. It's the prep. But I've got some proper clips in there that Mr. Swindon's not got for connecting when it comes to doing wires, which I've got up there. So I said, everyone does things different. Because of my work, don't mean I'm not a professional. Comparing, you can't buy these, which you can't. They don't sell. All right, I'm going to trim this up now. And I'm going to use... That's why I like that tool. It tidies the edges up really nicely. It's I use that tool more than anything else. If I have to use one thing, it'd be them spaders, that wider spader bit, because I use it on everything. It's near enough there. So this is the reason why I didn't want to take too much off. Nearly. Got to do the corners. Edges. A bit more, bit more, bit more. But the right tool for the right. Yeah, I can't even hear you. Don't tell me. You think you're all right? That's it. Turn it off. Do you know what? That's nearly enough there. That's a few mil out. Share the link on the Discord. Obviously, Mr. Watkels is thinking, what? I can't hear you. What? You want to hear that tool? When that goes off, I'm telling you, Watkels, that's 100 plus. That's got to be about 100. I don't even know how many decibels this kicks off because it don't say. But it's over 100. It's enough to hurt your ears, put it that way. It's a 2800. Let me have a look. Does it won't say, will it? 280 watts. What? Doing Mr. What? Don't throw it in a bin. What it recommends. No, this don't tell you. Just tells you how much it burns in electric. Made a right. So I don't want to take too much off because I want this to sit snug like the other one. It's the corners now. The corners is doing it. It's this corner. That one there, let's snug this one up. God, look. Jeez. The mess of plastic. Yeah, just a little bit more on that corner there. Holy moly. Top bit. A little bit after that. No. Down in that corner. You've got to make it square so it can snug in. And it's freaking nearly there. Frustrating. I pity anyone with headphones. Yeah, you're right there, Mr. Pico. It's in Dolby DTS. He obviously thinking, oh no. He was obviously thinking, is he for real? Seriously? You want to see the mess it's made on the floor? And then who says DIY ain't is saying, oh, it makes it look simple. Yeah, right, okay, whatever. And the rest. This is why I always do it in very small sections, because once this is in, this is going to be a bugger to get out, I hope you know. That's just, I ain't even done the other switch yet. That's what I said. This is the most hardest bit to actually get them all in. It's still snug. It seems a bit snug down here. Let me just smooth this out. I mean, you know you want it tight, but you ain't going to get it. There's going to be a point where you want to get it out. Good luck. I'll put it in so snug that you've got a job to get it out. But then you know that once it's in, you ain't got to worry about gluing it or anything. It still seems like corner. Bits of plastic. I'm glad I don't have to breathe that in. Oh, look at that. That is tight. It's, well, you won't. When I say there's no tolerance level, it's literally no tolerance at all. It's a bit like glue. I mean, there's literally no tolerance on that whatsoever. Well, that's in, guys. I've got to take the plaque off, but there's no gap round that at all. That's as tight as anything. Ta-da! One in. Good luck trying to get that out. Yes, but I've got to take it out because it's got to be wide up. Now, let's see if we can get it out. Fuck yeah, no jods of that. God, yeah, that might be a bit of an issue trying to get this back out. God almighty, that is tight. There you go. That's one. Yeah, that don't need to be glued in, trust me. Right, now I can get some IPO on that. That's why I like taking it off just ever so slight, because then once this is in, you're not going to see, there's no gaps at all. That'll be totally water sealed. This is what I was asking. Who was I asking the other day about water sealing? I don't know. Oh, it was someone on there that sent me a link about water sealing. Have some coffee, James. That freaking... I've got to do the other one yet, and it's even bigger. Yeah. Should be. Once that's done, then I can have a proper clear out. This is why I like IPA. IPA shifts anything. Even permanent markers. Enough made a bit of a hoo-ha Henry on that table because it's gone everywhere, literally anywhere. Almost awake now. Well, this will give you a morning wake-up call. You want to hear that thing go off. Jesus, it's worse than an alarm. Then I ain't got to do that again in an hour. 1, noisy. 2, very messy. So I can use Bronson's cloth. That'll do. Like you said, it don't look square, but I've allowed a few mil either side, so this, when it sits in, this don't have to go anywhere. So where's my there it is. Got a brush in here. My PC brush. Right, now I can put this in. I can take it back out again. Do you know what? Do you know what, guys? That ain't bad at all. It's not bad at all. I can't moan at that. No glue needed. Marked it a little bit on the side there. Just a little bit. Ain't bad. Ain't perfect. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better than that. It don't need no hot glue. That's not coming out. That's nice and snug. So I'm gonna put this on. And then we've got a nice switch. It'll have a light up switch. Obviously I need to put power. Now I think I might put the power. I don't know where Mr. Swindon's got his power supply. I don't know if it's at the side, at the back. I might put it at the side. I might put it here. Put the power switch at the side here. Would make sense. Because then obviously I need to bridge this going over to this. Because obviously one's going to be a bridging point. This one's also got a switching point, so you can actually turn it off and turn it on, which is obviously, these are a little bit more expensive, but these are for arcades. They use these on arcade one-ups. Now mine's at the back, so you've got yours at the back as well? Yeah, I could do. I could actually put that at the back. Swap it. I mean, obviously I've got to cut these bits. I've got enough room in here to actually put this in, but these have to be shaved because these are wider, because they use these for the arcade one-ups. Yeah, I can actually do that, Mr. Swindon. You're right. I've got room there to put that in, to put it at the back. Obviously these have to be bridged over to this, so I can make a loop system up and bridge it. It would make sense to what you're saying. On that front, but that's tight as anything. That's not going to come out. I think that means the opposing switch. Yeah, because one's obviously going to be an off, but this one's got its own off button, basically. That turns it. This will be like a kill switch. I'll do this so it'll turn off if there's a problem. Alert, check DM in Discord. Thanks, Mr. Swindon. Let me have a quick look. God, look at the mess that's made. SER Swindon. Right, so. Right, okay. So Mr. Swindon's one's like this. So that's how he's got it. So that sounds about right where I've got mine. And then Ah, he's got his at the back. Yeah, opposite. So he's got, yes, that'd actually be better. That way I ain't got to put it next to each other. It's the opposite direction. Yeah, okay. Oh, so you have got the same one. But see, the one that you ordered, yours is a square one. This one's more of a triangle. But what I'll have to do, I'll have to hot glue it. Because that one there that you sent a link at was actually out of stock. They didn't have that in stock. So, lucky enough, I looked in a box. But this one's an over one. But it's actually slightly over. So, the only best way to do it, I'll have to shave that down. Not ideal, but it'll do the job. And then put a little bit of silicone. I've got some sealant down here. Just smear a bit of sealant down it once it's in. Once I've got created the hole. So yeah, yours is actually opposite composed to this. So then I know how you've done it. You've then got the wires. You've got the wires opposing each other, which is a lot easier because then you can put the BAMIT terminals straight over, and then one from the plug, and then one from that side. All right, that'll do. As long as I know. Thanks, then. Much appreciated. Well, that's all done anyway. So I can take this back out, but I need to mop this up first. And need to oppose this down to, I think what I need to do first, I need to shave this off because this is throwing me off. It's not square. Because this is going to be too wide. If I can measure it up. I've got the cutting tool there, it's not a problem. Or you could just, yeah, that actually, I won't need to sealant. You know, Pico's right, I've got the hot glue gun there. Yay, we can use, yeah, yeah. I probably will. I'll do what Mr. Pico recommends. I forgot, keep forgetting. I've got the hot glue gun sitting right on the side of me there. I'll just hot glue it. If I smear a bit of glue, but look how much I've got to take off at the sides. Because it's not the right type. And he's got the square, like the oblong type there, which would have been easier. But I've got enough shave some of that off. So it looks like I'm going to have to take it off from here up to here. So I'm going to have to measure this out from that point and shave it off. Great, lovely. Right. It's nearly there now. So this one's done. It's got to be wider. That's done. That's got to be wider, which is not the problem. The only one more to do, and then I can go through the wiring stage. And then what I'll do, I'll take all that off and clear all this and put a fresh tail down. Yeah, don't trim the black bit. Cut the holes off. Yeah, I probably will, because you've got to have a lip to sit these on. So what I'll do, I'll take it from half of that hole on that front. Don't trim the back bit and just cut off the holes. So they need to be secured to the socket. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm thinking, because the holes actually take it. Looking at the back of it, Nick. If you look at the holes, the actual holes go above. They go over it anyway, to a certain degree. Because look, you can actually see the hole difference. It's near enough. I'm going to have to take it near enough back to the hole section anyway. It's going to be, because it's obviously, this is the way it's been shaped. And he's got the one that's obviously nice and square, but it'll do the job. Like Mr. Pico said, they didn't add none of them in. So they are lucky enough I had one of these. Obviously, it's supposed to be in that shape without the hole. It's supposed to be like that. That's the shape I needed. But obviously this cutout, they use these in the arcades. And he's spelling Matable, but it's pronounced Joe. Right. Yeah, so obviously I'm going to have to trim this up. Oh God, this is going to be fun and games. Look at the mess I've created. Oh my God, I don't know what's worse. And there's half of it on the floor. Oh, look at the state of me. Half it, Jesus, it looks like dandruff, guys. I'm not joking. Half of it's all on the floor. Look, it's all stuck to me leg. Look, It's fucking covered the floor. Obviously, we can all know. That's that bloody plastic. I told you, it's deadly. Right. Copyright. That's it. Quick, put that in here before I get copyrighted. Freaking hell, I'll tell you what, that tool cuts through anything, right? Look at the mess it makes. It splices through plastic like you want to. I've never used it on glass. It probably just won't work on glass, but it works on tiles. It cuts through tiles, all right. Right. Let's see if I can get the Hoover to clear some of this soot up. No, you got to be joking. No, that's gonna have to go in the wash. Yeah, don't crimp them holes as you because you need to be kept. Well, the trouble is, Nick, the holes are going to the holes are going to be in the way. I'm going to have to take it near enough back to the hole on that front. I love those stepping drill bits. Yeah, these are fantastic. Tell you what, and if you want to get a bit of DIY, grab yourself one of these, my friend. I'll tell you what, you won't be disappointed. You want a pilot hole, they're all measured out. Instrumental. There's 3 different bits. They do a smaller one, this is the medium, and they do a much bigger bit, which I've got when it's out here. What a great bit of kit. I use that on everything. Pilot holing, walls, doing DIY when I'm going to put a shelf up or something. Yeah, they're multi-size. Yeah, they're really, really good. I can't stress enough. Well, I'm going to have to mock it. Do you know what I'm going to do? I won't cut them yet, right? No, I won't get it. It's because I never use it again, like the Dremel. Oh, yeah, you bought the Dremel. Yeah, you bought that. I forgot you bought the Dremel. You went out and bought a proper Dremel. Do you use it onto your thing? Yeah, you're right. You only used it once. Yeah, you need a diamond in it to cut glass. Yeah, I forgot Mr. Swindon bought the proper Dremel. That was a really nice bit of kit, and they were not cheap and all. But you only used it once. I forgot you used it actually to do this, to cut the box. Used it once, and that was it. The rest of it's just sitting in a drawer. But you never know that you might need that Dremel. You know, you might. Obviously, I've got a couple down in the shed. Guys, let me use. Just got to use the Kazi. Give me 1 minute. I'll be back in two shapes of a lamb's tail. Look at that plastic. Well, that's done. Well, I feel £10 lighter now. What do you think? You don't know. Right, let's screw the DJI bloody mic. I'll still keep. Do you know what? That's the only thing with these microphones I found out. Right, they're really convenient to a certain degree, but when because you easily get distracted, you forget to switch them off and then the battery's flat. So you go to use them again, you think, hey, why ain't it working? Yeah, because the battery's flat. That's the only snag. And I've done that so many times. Then I'll go back to use it again and the battery's flat on it. I thought, oh, for crying out loud. They don't always auto shut off. They're designed to stay on. Right. We get there in the end. Definitely. Now, I'm not going to use that bloody permanent marker again, so let me grab a black marker. This is a whiteboard marker, so this will rub off. This will do. Oh, big box of pens over there. Now, I want to get this near enough opposite the direction where I need. Now, and the best way to do this is stand this up, get the pen, it's only got to be rough, but you'll get a rough idea. You get a rough idea, rough. rough. I said, I'll never be a sketch artist. Can you imagine being a sketch artist for the police? Oh, can you give a description? We need you to draw a description. Yeah, that'd work out well. Yeah, they do. It's only got to be roughly where I need it. Now, I've got to also take in consideration of putting this in. Is this going to interfere? I've got to make sure it don't interfere with the thing as well, which is this. So when I put this in, you don't want to. Got to make sure you got to take that in consideration. No, it's absolutely fine. Because if I put it this way, it would. There's a possibility it might. But if I put it that way, it's away from the actual box itself. So I'll keep it. I'll keep it this orientation because there's no orientation on the box, which I'm not bothered. But that needs to stay at that orientation. Right, okay. Right. Well, this is going to be the fun point of getting this now cut. God, here we go again. Hopefully this is going to be the last time.
2,000 years later.
Obviously, thanks, Mike. The on that front, it's took 2,000 years, I reckon. He's took 2,000 years. What? I need to get a what one. Yeah, that'll be another command I need to get off Mr. Swipwart. We got some lovely commands. We absolutely love having, hanging out. We do love it. We do love having a go because it makes it interesting. Commands. I can see why people have commands in that front. Andy's got a few commands. Not as I think. Ace is got to be the king of commands. God Almighty, he's got some serious commands on there. Carrefour. Carrefour's one is power. It's the same as PCDD. It's power for Carrefour. Power. Really, there's still quite a few. I'm trying to get one for Worms, right? I haven't got a command at the end of the day. Hot Cows, you haven't got no commands. Michael ain't got no command ones. So there's still quite a few. PCDD's one, we got his one, his ship. It's like, that's Mr. PZ, that's unique. So when he comes in, you can actually call that. We do, which is comical. Is when he tries to mute it on that front. But again, my Steam Deck is not working none of the functions. So when the update come up, obviously with OBS, it completely bricked the whole of the fucking outcome. So I had no commands. It literally knocked everything out. So I don't know what they put in that new update. But I'll tell you what, it's not made it any better. They made it worse.
You little shit.
So obviously, like whatever you do, is your Steam Deck working? Well, it's working. I've got it on there. Mr. Worms. I thought it was Mr. Worms. So obviously, I've got my Steam Deck set up in a corner, but the commands are not working on it. So OBS obviously updated. And then it obviously must have done something to all the commands because now none of them are working. Literally none, to be honest. I literally tried to have a look at it and no, it don't work. The mute don't work. It don't mute. No, it's not doing nothing. Web page. Does a web page work? Oh, the web page works. Oh, there you go. Let me go back to 4K camera. Oh, so it's partly working on that front. But the mute one won't work. It might be fixing in this still. Oh, who had Steam Deck issues? It was PCDD. No, he did. He had the same problem. For some reason, his Steam Deck wasn't seeing issues. It was having problems with OBS. No surprise. So I've got to drill this out. Guys, I'm going to have to put this on mute. I hear you seeing the bolt. I'm going to have to get the hot glue gun out, Mr. Worms. I've got to glue this in. So I'm coming up to the last bit before I do the wiring, and then I've got to get the hot glue out. Obviously, this part is, but I'm going to have to mute this because I'm telling you, the sound definitely proper builds with using hot glue. I totally agree with this, sir, 100%. It ain't a build if you ain't used hot glue at the end of it. So I'm going to have to mute it because this thing's over 100 decibels and it will literally, it deafens me and I'm right next to it. So now I've got to cut this out. And the only way I can do it is with this tool. So let me mute, because obviously the mute function is not working, so I'm going to have to mute the microphone.
freaking no, that is, what? I can hear buzzing in my head. I'm not joking. The vibration on this thing is that is one mental tool. That's mad. Seriously. Small. But I haven't got that one. I've got to get that one of, who's got it? MK. MK's got that command. I need to get that one. Because that's one of Mr. Swindon's. I'll have to DM Mr. MK and get some commands off him so I can get some more commands set up. That vibration, oh my God, that's on another level. Seriously. Freaky. If there's a scale, that is literally more than a 10 plus. I'm glad I muted you guys because you wouldn't have heard that. Trust me. Definitely wear ear defenders. That's probably why I'm half deaf. I can't wonder at it. It's all the years of doing DIY. No wonder I got. What's that? Tinnitus. The buzzing in the head. You can't wonder at it. Yeah, it's wicked, lad. Freaking hell. Seriously, I've never heard anything like it. I'm glad you guys don't have to hear that because you won't want to hear it. From rock music to standing in front of the Marshalls. Well, I've been to a couple of rock bands. This is why I'm partially deaf. I can't wonder at it. Obviously, I've fucked my ears up over the years. The worst ones have got to be air shows. Because I have literally, I'm not joking, to have all of the aircrafts take off and you're like 1,000 meters away with these things. But the thrust, you can't comprehend. It's even with ear defenders. We got told to put ear defenders on. Didn't make no difference. It's literally on another scale. You think some of these have 50 to 60,000 pounds of thrust to take off. Pounds of thrust. Can you imagine the decibels that's kicking out on these powerful jets? You won't want to listen to it. Trust me. It's like, but it's an awesome feeling. But you pay the price. But to me, I've gone partially deaf for it. But yeah, I won't never forget that experience. I won't do it again because obviously it's killed my eardrums. But even that, yeah, yeah. No, I'll get over the blue moon RD every night. Yeah, I'm glad you guys didn't have to witness that noise. You would have said, turn it off, turn it off. But obviously, makes mincemeat of work like this. Yeah, if anyone's got all the commands, it'd be Ace. They're all on Ace's PC. Ace has got, he's even got commands on these, which I've never even heard, never even seen before. He's got the coders one. He's got Mandy. He's got Andy dancing, which when he was Mandy doing that thing, that was hilarious. That fun. But again, Ace. No one else has got it. Ace has only got them. That's probably why when you look at his list. Right. Moment of truth. Look, even though I cut that out, right, I've cut that shorter than what I needed to, right? But, well, it's actually over on there, but it's obviously under on this section. But We got the wiggle test. Well, the wiggle test is on there from Mr. Ace. So at least we've got the wiggle test. Give it a wiggle. I want to do the same again, but wiggle test. Thanks, Pico. Give it a wiggle test. Mr. Pico, have you got the have you got any commands set up on yours, sir? So when you go live, I meant to ask you that the other day. God, this is gonna be. I might have to I might have to put that drill back on. Use this. Fuck! I've got to go through that crap again. No, it's just that's an headache setting it. Oh yeah, I've got to agree. Watching you try it. Yeah, it's not the easiest. I can guide you now, sir. If you want to do the FaceTime, I can show you how to set it up. It ain't as bad as you think. I've done it quite a few times now, so I can. If you go onto the WhatsApp, FaceTime it. I'll guide you through it. I can give you some of the commands. I've got them all saved on my PC. Once you've done it, you ain't got to worry about it. Wiggle test. Give it a wiggle test. Well, it's like that one. Actually, it's a good command. I do like it. No, I'd actually get like JFix remote access so you can do it. Actually, that's a good shout. Yeah. Right, I'm going to have to put this on mute, guys.
castle, king in the castle. Have a chair, I have a chair. Oh, go do this, king in the castle.
Guys, you just don't believe how loud that toy is. It's not for the faint-hearted. It's warm, where I've had to put a bit of pressure. The vibration, and this thing weighs quite a few pounds in weight. It's just like, it does the job, but yeah, I don't want to put you guys through the pain that I have to endure to go through it. Obviously, it's got to be tight, but I think the issue I've got is here. I can't go much more because I'm coming up to the top, and you've got to leave a bit in there for because you've got to have a lip for this to sit, so I can't take no more down the bottom. I'm at to my maximum. I mean, it's cut lovely, but this thing is so wide. There you go, there you go, she's in, and it's a nice snug fit. So again, bit of hot glue, probably won't need the hot glue, but I am right that the box that this sits on at the top, I can't, obviously it's going to have to be shaved, so I'm going to have to shave that next. Yeah, that's actually, that hole could actually have been stranded at the lower part of the lid. I mean, yeah, but she's in. I just need to trim this off. Yeah, you was actually, you was going to do that, but never mind. But the mess involved, the main thing is, that's all of the holes cut. So that's the pre-holes cut on here. I am going to still put a little bit of hot glue inside. Just stick it. Now read it slowly, Chill. Sorry, guys. Yeah, that, right, let me go back to Nick, what he said. He said that hole, you could have sort of saddled it a bit as the lower part of the back of the lid. I mean, yeah, I suppose I could have done of the back of the lid. I know what you mean, like to bring it forward a bit and then saddle it in. Wiggle test. He thought so. Yeah, you could have called it a bit of hot snot. I mean, I can't go too far because obviously there's a lip on here, so you can't go too mad on that front. I mean, it's done. The main thing is, all I need to do, if I had the same one as, I mean, look, I've not even took that out. Look, and look how tight it is. So, like I said, I've had to cut all that out. Now, that's having that tool. Obviously, Andy didn't have none of that. He had to use the Dremel on that front, but it's, again, no gaps around the side. Like I've got no gaps around this side. Everything's snug. It's just a nice tight fit. Obviously, these boxes, you've got to cut these and do them yourself. These ain't the easiest to try and cut, but it is now done. All I've got to do now is trim this up, which I probably will. I will make a mark and trim half of that up and do the same here, which I'm going to do right now. So I think what I need to do first is mark it up on here. I can cut it with that tool, it's not a problem. I need that. Where's that pen? Oh, God. It's true. Yeah, it's true, I mean. Yeah, you could be right there, Joe. Or both. It could actually be both. It's a tight fit, but that's good. It'll do the job, Mr. Worms. It's a nice, tight, snug fit. So what I want to do next now is straighten these up. Just snug these up now. Once the glue's in, you won't, you know, it can't be helped. But I've got to go half towards where I've got to now half this out, and I can use that tool for that. You know what I could have really done with on this table? I've just felt about it really. I should look out for one if I go around the booty to have a look. Or you can actually buy them. I need a mini vice. Actually, the mini vices. That's one thing I don't see on streams. On that front. Do you have a hacksaw, Mick? I have got a hacksaw, but this tool, what I've got it out, it just takes seconds. It literally straight through. It obliterates you. But yeah, actually, that's one thing I don't see on the bench tables when it comes to that. I could have done with like a little miniature clamp. When you're doing DIY jobs like this, and sometimes they always come in quite useful. Obviously, I've got a big heavy duty one in the shed. It was my dad's one, but he didn't use it. So I thought, oh, I'll use it. Clamped it down. I put some nice big heavy duty coach bolts on. Yeah, do you have earplugs? No, don't bother with earplugs. Gen X don't bother. That's probably why I'm falling apart. Over the years of coming off, blowing things up, jumping off bikes, jumping ramps, wheeling, things like that. Going to air shows, what difference does it make? Obviously, I'm past the halfway stage on that front. You you'll be fine. You're fine. It's fine. But you come back, he's deaf as a post. You're thinking, oh no. Thinking, don't trust him on that front. You're thinking, yeah, you'd be fine. What's a bit of noise? What noise? I'm deaf as a post. I can't hear a bloody thing. I 3D printed I have printed out with the OVCs. Oh, right. Nice one, Mr. Hopkins. Is it possible to turn up the volume of your emojis? What? Yeah, I've got to get one of Mr. What? Nice. Is it possible to turn up the volume of your emotes? What are you on about, Mr. Worms? What do you mean? Oh, the wiggle a bit. Do that again, Mr. Worms, and let me see if that's turned up quite maximum. The wiggle seemed a bit quiet. All right, give me a minute.
Wiggle test.
We go to properties. Oh, it's come off. That wiggle's allowed. Do it again, Mr. Worms. It cut off. I think you could actually gain the filter. Yeah, there is. I've been doing it on there, and it's obviously it's. Let me go into
Wiggle test.
wiggle test. Let me go to wiggle test. I can turn up the gain a bit. See if I think I missed. I think you're right. Let me have a. Bloody hell, there is a lot of commands. Right, wiggles. Right, I'll turn up the interactive a bit. I'll put it up to 1. Right, or better still, I'll put it up to 2. Try that again, Mr. Worms.
Wiggle test.
Is that better? That's up to 2. I'll put it up to 2. A little. You can go higher. What should I put it up to? 5? I'll put it up. I'll try 5. On that front. Yeah, try 10. Yeah, actually, it might be. Or 11. Wiggle. Where's the wiggle? Wiggle is down here. I will put that all the way up. Try car 4.
Wiggle test.
Right, that's up to 7. 7 decibels up. Yeah, that's good. Right, so it's back to 7.
Wiggle test.
So we've got power and what's aimed on it. Well, that's up to 7. I bumped it up. Obviously, you still need. Jesus, this thing's red hot. Yeah, it's not making it. It's not really making a difference. It's not making a difference on that front. It's the only thing getting these set up. Obviously, a bit of a fifth faff to get these set up. Yeah, it's well made now, so an ornaments. Right, I'm gonna have to cut these off, guys. It's just getting louder from your mic. Oh, right, okay. Right. Well, even though it's actually on there, that's weird. That again, Mr. Hotcales, it's OBS. I can't stress enough. It's not the easiest things to try and. Yeah. Did you properly adjust the volume on the media source? Sources. You can't get the. No, it just gives you the details on it. You have to go to audio mixer if you need to go. If you want to turn the gain up. That front. Yeah, that's the only way you could do it. So you have to unclick audio, active audio sources. Then it brings up all your list of your commands and everything's that's set up. So the wiggle one's down here. It's monitor and output. So you can actually. So if I move this up, yeah, you don't want to off sync it. The only way to interactive is to turn the interactive gain up by, it's like -29 or something. Yeah, all of these, yeah, gain is set at -2.9. So some of these actually might want to be turned up a little bit. But obviously, I don't know what that comes like until you stream, because you can't test. You can go to the command and test it. It'll say good.
Why are you good?
2,000 years later.
You are.
So yeah, some of them come across louder than others. Well, I'm gonna have to mute you guys for 1 minute because I need to cut these off. God, that's getting hot now because I'm really am using that. I'm putting it through its paces. It's getting a bit toasty. I think Bronson's getting the ump with the noise of it, to be honest. It's cut it perfect, though. It's like it always does because it's the right tool. This is why I don't go too mad when it comes to DIY. Obviously, you've got to be so careful because obviously you won't be able to add to it once you've taken it off. So the idea is to take off as little as possible. And I can show you guys what I've done. So basically, I've shaved it off. So it looks like it's now half shaved. So if I put that back on the box. You can see what I mean, look. It's perfect. It's cut that nicely. So I said to you, that's why I don't want to take too much off. So now that's a nice snug fit. Right? It's sitting all nice all the way around. Right? So there's nothing interacting with that. You won't get that any better than where I've done it. Unless you've got the right part. But I've had to sort of improvise of exactly what I've got. So what I could do is, once I've wired it up, just get the hot glue. Yeah, so now you've got yeah, hot glue, yeah, hit the glue. Well, I can't do the glue yet, because the next thing is now, I'm going to need to clear this table, let this cool down. This is red hot. I really have been, where I've been holding it, obviously I've been putting, this is why, look at the state of the blade. I was doing a window sill with it. So I said, these are multi-tools. These are, you can use these on anything. And it's a cheap brand. It's not well branded, but in, like I said, it doesn't matter. As long as it does the job. There's no point buying all these expensive tools. They end up being crap. I've had them. Do you know what? The best thing I bought by far has got to be that. What a great multi-tool that is. Out of all of the other tools that I've had, I mean, Andy's bought some nice ones. He's got that. He's also got the other one as well. The Bosch. That ended up being a crap one. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, they're actually, the Works are #1. I've never had them. It was only to Mr. Sweet. These were only 27 quid. Bloody hell. All right, the battery don't seem to last long, but it don't take long to charge up and all. But you get quite a few. You get quite a few goes out of it. So now that's all done. It's all nice and snug. I've now got. It's all nice and snug on that front. Just need to clean up now. Clean this table, which is exactly what I'm going to do next. Unplug all this. Yeah, it's fancy. It is, Chris. It's definitely fancy, my friend. Right. I've got. Oh, look at all that lot on the floor. Jesus, it looks like the worst case of dandruff going. Right, let me put this in. I'm going to put this on the kitchen. Put this on the fridge. It might cool it down because I've really overheated that. Right. Oh, God. You see if there ain't got no copyright. Copyright. Yeah, copyright. Copyright. We can't. Let's talk over it because otherwise, I'm always playing 1980s stuff. Always playing 1980s stuff. I've got to clear this floor up. I've got to clear this table up. Right. So I don't need these tools. Cool. That can now go back into its little hubby. Now, the interesting thing is, now I've done all that, yeah, it works in the Bosch, 100% worms, 100%. So the next task is now, the most important, now I've got all the holes set up, everything's nice and neat, I am going to put a little bit of glue around that, it won't hurt, at the end, I'll get the glue out, at least get the glue out, got to have the glue. It ain't a build if you ain't got the glue. Yeah, you can actually do a mini version of that mini tool that actually has. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is. To be honest, I think you're right. Pico. I think they did do a smaller version of that. That's a big heavy duty one. That's suited for cutting boxes and cases. I'm sure there is. Because, alright, you may not use that tool all the time, but there will be a time where you will need that tool. I've used it, like I said, I've used it on doors, cutting skirting boards up, trimming skirtings. I've done windowsills with it. That's why I wear stuff out. It don't bloody last. Right, first thing I am going to do is clear this table because it's got some crud that you would not believe. But now all the heavy duty stuff is now done. All I've got to do now is clear this. Let's put these in a pot. We won't need these. Oh no, a few more screws in the pot. Because obviously I've got bits of plastic everywhere. And it is a mess. So, yeah, I have a Dremel, but I'll never use it. Seem to well, you might not, sir, but there might be a time where you might need it. Trust me, I've got tools like that laying around. Where I've got like Kango guns. Who uses a Kango every day unless you're doing building work? But then there is a time where I might have to do a job, and I'm thinking, can you break that up? And so I've got a big heavy duty one, big Kango, and I've got a medium Kango, which you hold it on both hands. But again, and it's the same like with it's the same with like cement mixers. You're not going to use them all the time. I'm not cementing. I'm not a builder by trade, but I know for a fact that there's going to come a point where I'm going to need it. I might. Someone actually could ask me saying, "Oh, you're good at doing a little bit of DIY. You couldn't do so and so, could you?" Then I ain't got the tool to do it. I can do the job. I've got the tools. Yeah, exactly. This is how we soak up, Charles. Yeah, look for the store models, and then they can cut the cords, because you could actually get a cheap one. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like a lot of these tools, you end up buying them, but you are right. You do buy them, and then you're thinking, bloody hell, I've only used that once. Depending what you're doing. But if like Mr. Swilling's not very good at DIY, but if he practiced and just kept doing it, he would save himself a lot of money. That's why my dad was tough on me on that front, because he actually said, no, I've got to learn. You've got to learn. He said, at least that way, you don't have to rely on no one. And he's right, you don't. Right. Let's put this in there, because that's got all bits of plastic in. Right, where's that? God, I've got all bits of plastic in me. I can feel it. I've got, what? I have. Jesus, I've got plastic in me bloody I've got plastic, all bits of fucking shavings in me slipper. Great, lovely. Fucking in me foot, these all over the floor. Right. I've got more shavings on the floor than what I have on that bit of plastic. Right, okay. Let's just get the Hoover. Bonson's giving me the daggers. Sorry guys, let me hoover this up. Lucky enough, this Hoover is lovely and quiet. It's not too bad. The Dysons, I had to repair this. The battery went on it. These have notorious with failed batteries. Right. I'd half it in his slipper. Right. Lovely jubbly. Oh, look at that. Done such a great job. Right, I'm going to take this off because I'm fed up. I keep saying copyright. Ah, my ears. Actually, that's the quietest Hoover I've ever known. that blower. I've got that little blower here, right? This one here. Right, now, Mr. PCD, he's got one. He's got a blower. Do you know what? This thing's powerful as hell. These little blowers are great when you're doing jobs, like blowing out dust. That is 3 times as loud as that Hoover. With a little tiny device. Great, no? How good? Oh, I've knocked all my tools over. Oh, great, lovely. Right, I need my towel. I like to put something down because it's easier just to work on that front. Little green cloth. There you go. What's the Cosmic? What's that on for? What's that, Chris? That front. Those compressor guns. What, the little air gun? I got that off TikTok shop. It was about 23 quid. Hardly anything. Battery don't last long, but Jesus, the blowing force out of this. Yeah, let me show you. If the battery keeps going flat on this now. Now the battery's flat again, see? Battery don't last long on this. This is such a powerful little tool. It's heavy. It's really heavy duty. It weighs a few pounds in your hand. But the battery's gone flat again. Let me see if I can put a bit of charge in. The PCD, yeah, he has a good one. Yeah, they're a little bit more expensive. They're about 30 to 50 pounds. This one was only less than, it was just over 20 quid. But again, feel the weight of it. It's really good. But the battery, I've used it so many times, blowing out dust out of PCs. I can understand why. You know, great tool. The plug in, charger up. I've still got bits of plastic in my slipper. I can feel it. It won't come out. Them shavings got everywhere. Literally got everywhere. Alright, I'll be back. That's what Arnie said. All Rampton. Oh, that's a new face. I haven't seen that one before. Right, okay. Right, let me get... Right. And I've got to pick all these tools up. Obviously, I've knocked all the bloody tools all on the floor. Great, lovely, every single one. They've all gone over on the deck, look, they've all fucking fell over. Great, lovely. Just like the rest. When you want a tool, just pick them up off the floor. Who needs tools when you got your mates? I've made more of a mess in here than anything else. Tools. Bunsen asleep. Yeah, he's actually no. He's always sitting there, Worms. Mr. Oh God. I'll speak of the devil. Here he is. The devil in disguise. And I was only just praising him how quiet he was. That front. What's that? A screw? Where's that come from? Right, bung it in here. I was only saying how quiet he was. And then the next minute, the big goof is there. He's got a... Yeah, he's one big goof for that Bronson. He is. Oh God, that's it. Let me get rid of this box, guys. That big goofer. Now don't start goofy, you've been asleep. No, he's all right, monkey. Yoik. No, monkey. Bonzi. I know what he wants. Actually, guys, let me get him one because that'll shut him up. Because obviously, I'm never going to get my jobs done otherwise. Let's give him a bloody chew. Right. Oh, and the sandwiches. That's probably why. Out. Oh, God. Big goofer. He's got the biggest head. He just knocks things flying. That Bronzy. No, I know what he wants. Sit down. Yeah, he's funny. No, I've got him a chew bone today, so I managed to get him one. Now let's just notice that you have an arcade machine. What, over there? Yeah, I flat packed that one. I don't use it. It's one of those arcade one-ups. Works. Not bloody hard to do. That one's Dragon's Lair. I've got another one. I ain't picked it up yet. I think it's a Street Fighter. Or is it a Mortal Kombat? I can't remember. It's still sitting around me mates. It's been round there for the last 2 years. I can't move in here, and I ain't got room for it in a minute, so I just said, can I leave it in the garage in that front? So, right, I've got a nice bone there for... Oh, all right, then, you take the bone. Yeah, take the bone, chew it, make a mess on the floor. Whinges, God, fucking whinge. He's a right whinge bag, that Bronson. Right, that'll keep him quiet for about 5 minutes. Let's pick all the mess up. Yeah, it's just that he bites it right through it. It don't, worms, nothing lasting, my friend, nothing. Nothing lasting at all. Bronson's unique, that front. So. Can't believe it. Do you know what? I still can't get over Mr. PCDD this morning. Cannot get over it. That still plays on my mind of what an awkward customer you can get. I'm so glad I don't do that for a living. I stopped it a long time ago. I mean, it's good money, but I'll tell you what, do you really want the aggravation when you've got customers like that? No, thanks. It just puts you off. Because like you said, you'll have a really good experience and you just have 1 or 2 customers come through like that and it really puts the dampener on things, and it does. It's like it pulls it down and then you can't get it off your mind. Right. Oh, he broke the case, so I had to get a new case for me sandwiches. Typical Bronson. Yeah. Let me get rid of the rubbish, guys. Got bloody rubbish down here. What? Keyboard? What's the keyboard in here? I wonder I can't move in here. Jesus. Mind you, these can all go out in the bin now because these are all... I'm near enough done. Well, not yet. I've got to wire it up next. Well, that's going to be fun and games. What was in that? Oh, right, the bulb wiring. I don't need none of that. Rubbish. Oh, yeah. That video with the customer. Yeah, definitely. No, he said that a customer who's gave him abuse, that he didn't know how much he was charging for something. Well, comparing, you just see it when I played it back. That was unreal. You couldn't even make that up. You just couldn't make that up. They're literally, the nerve of some of these people is absolutely downright disgraceful. Just felt sorry for him in that aspect. And it's just that, you know, this is what these people do. They try and get something extra. Like you said, what does he want? He's gaining nothing by saying that because he had a £45 charger. Well, he's walked away with £300 worth of chargers. But he can't use it anyway. Because the fat lot of goodies, like Mr. PC turned around and said, the laptop was dead. Obviously, he bought the chip. He said, even if you put the chip on, it won't work. But there you go. So you got a dead laptop. So I don't know what he was crating over. At least now it's only cost him £90 just to find out, thinking, well, don't waste your money. Obviously, like, you're never going to get it fixed because it's not fixable. He could have took that to a shop. My argument is, you could have took that to a shop, cost 150, because that's what they can charge, compared to these prices. Could have charged 150 and said, no, mate, sorry, the laptop's no good. Now you're £150 down. I don't get it. He didn't pay him, though, did he? No, he did. He had to pay for the diagnostic fee, which was £90. But he gave him £300 worth of charges, which was, like you said, because he paid £45 for a charger, right? And then he took all 5 charges. So it's true at PCDD he said, not only that, he didn't even charge him for the chip. Didn't even charge him for the chip. He said he said, I won't charge you for the chip, which he had to pay out his own pocket. So out that 90 quid, not only is he now down with, all right, he's got loads of charges, but that's not the point. A shop wouldn't have done none of that. They would have given you nothing. All they would have given you was just a laptop back, and that was it. They wouldn't even give you the chip. PC didn't even charge him. He went, no, it's all right, I won't charge you for the chip. So he got £300 worth of charges and the chip. But it's true, he said, I've ripped the chip off because it wasn't, obviously, even if you put it on, yeah, he ended up costing PC. Yeah, so out of the £90, you took in consideration at that 90, he's now had to pay out for the chip, even if the chip was a score at the end of the day. He took all his time up, which he could have done on other computers on that, and that's a prime example. And obviously to say that he took his £45 charger, but walked away with 300 quid's worth of charger, a couple of £100 worth of charges. I don't get it. So I said, the nerve of some of these people, they really have. I mean, he was an elderly gentleman and all, so I don't quite understand what he was gaining by it. It wouldn't have mattered, even if he would have given him the charger back. He would have still been in the same boat. The laptop's no good. But he said he was going to give it to his friend in Romania to fix. Then okay, fair enough. And to top that, he must have been a subscriber, because he turned around and he said to Mr. PCDD, he said, oh, he's unsubscribed, so he's unsubbed. But you don't need people like him and as a subscriber at the end of the day. You can't get anyone more nicer than that person. Which you couldn't. Seriously, he's a very nice person. He's so kind and considerate. He always helps others, puts himself last. And you don't get many people like that. There is some streamers, obviously, you know, everyone's unique in their own way, and we're all grateful for what everyone does. But I still think it's a disgusting how he got treated on that. To actually, you know, just still called him like a scammer. Yeah, it's not even worth worrying. No, he's right, it's not. But obviously, things like that do play on your mind, Mr. Worms. Obviously, you've got a reputation to keep. You know, Mr. PCD, he's always been one of those persons that like to keep his reputation to 100% standards, like we all do. But you'll just get some of these people that will call that, that'll go out their way to cause as much grief and you know, as possible. Right, so back to business. So that's all snug in. Oh no, you're not eating the bloody sandwiches as well, Bronson. No need to announce the unsubscribing. Just told him to try to wind him up. That front. In fact, yeah, you do want someone to unsubscribe though. Yeah, please do. Lol. Right. So next task is wiring. Right. So I'm going to need wire. That's took that long just to cut all these holes and literally get everything into perspective. Obviously with the bulb test inside. Now, what time is Mr. Hot Cows? Because I don't really want to clash with anyone. It's if Mr. Hot Cows is going to be streaming. I think Andy done these in 2 parts. He didn't do it all in one go. He did do a 2-part series with this. I think most of the time, if he knows that there will be, yeah, he'll pest you. Yeah, obviously, Bronson, yeah, he always does. Yeah, I think Andy done this in a 2-part series. He didn't do this all in one go because he had the same problems what I was running into, getting it all prepared, and then he done another part of putting it all together because. Obviously, look at the mess it's made. I've had half of it in my slippers. No, Bronson, I haven't got no more, you monkey. Also, I'm pretty sure one of them sent me a diagram on Discord. I don't know if it was through Mr. Swindon, no. General. No, it's not on there. It's not on the PlayStation. What about on the Xbox? No. Other repairs. Chris F. Hot Cows. General. Nice to have the current monitor as well. Are they built in with a DC power as well? Right, okay. So Mr. Hot Cows, he says, I don't need it. 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 Oh, how many? What? I don't need it. No, but I don't need it. And I don't need it. Thanks, Mr. Hot Cows. What was that? Obviously, I was going, hang on a minute, I'm getting tongue-tied here. No, JFix just posted it. Oh, right, okay. And oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I don't need it. I thought it was something like, I thought it was a bit like the other day when he was going on about the Wombles. And then I got distracted over the Wombles. Obviously, I'm going, what? Well, then I'll get thrown off of what I don't need. I don't need it. Right, okay. That one threw me off. Someone sent me something on there, and I can't find it. I can't find it. Can't find it. I can't find it. I'm trying to have a look. Someone sent me a wiring diagram how to wire these up. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, that's my cheeks. I ordered one of your mugs, sir. So I've got your mug coming. I've ordered the black one. It's actually quite a nice mug. I'm trying to find where all these bloody Michael's just ordered one of me mugs on that front, which is nice. It does get a bit expensive when they're 15 quid a time. Obviously, just carry on, Mick. It's in the Discord. Yeah, I'm trying to look for it, sir. Whereabouts? I can't bloody find the. I'm trying. Someone sent me the wiring diagram for this on Discord, and I can't. He's on here. There's so many Discord links. I've lost count. There's too many Discord links. It's in your Discords in general, is it? I've just looked in here. General. Now all I've got is I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't. Right, hold up. So it's Aussie. Here, there you go. Thanks, Aussie. Aussie's got it for me. Top man. Scroll up. There you go. So the way it works, right? We need to wire this up. So we've got. It's a rough estimate. It's a rough diagram, but it's how it works. So we now got to get. Let's grab the wire. Now, what's best? I've got. Let me have a look at the wire because I've got some really nice wire. Got some right heavy duty wire. Now I didn't know what wire Andy uses, but I've got some of this stuff. Yeah. I'm never short on wire. Yeah, I had to clip that. Scroll. Obviously, I don't need it. I don't need it. No, I don't need it. That's actually funny. Thanks, Worms. This is the dangers when it comes to when using on the power of the internet. You can get clipped at any one time. Right, so the wire I've got, I think this might be a little bit thin. It's one of those rigid core wires. I don't think this is ideal. That's actually quite funny, Worms. I'm looking, I'm going, who's wrote that? Hot Cows, what's he wrote this time? And I went, I don't need it. I don't need it. And I went, what? I thought it was a joke at the end, but at the end it says, I don't need it. Now, I don't think this is great wire to use because it's obviously got to use an old power cord. Do you know what? I had an inkling I had a very funny feeling you was going to say that, sir. Let me have a look through a bag of wires. Yeah, you should have mains 3-core cabling. That's the general. This is obviously the layout that you need, and you're right, because try to have a look. Yeah, it loops perfectly. Yeah, I think you're right. I'll need some 3-cord wire, and I think I know where I've got some of that. Oh, God, I've got hiccups. Great, lovely. Let's have a look in that bag. Got a bag of wires here. A bag of wires. This is why I don't throw wires. This is why I become a hoarder. I'll take after me dad on that front. Right. I was going to hot glue that. That was obviously part of the thing on there, and it got broke. I could put some hot glue on. Get the glue out. I might have to get the glue out. I might have to glue that. Door stop. I don't know what that's of. I've got I've got cables. Let me have a look. So I've got bags of cables. They're all speaker cables. Yeah, bag of speaker cables. Let's have a look in here. Wire. More speaker cables. Oh, it's only 2-core. It's only 2-stranded. Underground, overground, 1 billion free. Yes, definitely. Thanks, Charles. Really appreciate that one, my friend. So yeah, this is Mr. Pico. I've only got this one, sir. No, that's no good. God, how did I know you was going to say that's no good? No, it's a Womble. Watch out. Actually, I should get a Womble signed one. I'll try and have a look at. I'll have to go through the net and have a look to see. I'd like to get some of Ace's. Ace's has got some classics on these. He's got a right good selection of commands on these one. Let me have a look. I might have to see if I've got any. Really, I want the 3-stranded core ones because he's got an earth going to this on that front. Actually, come to think about it, that's one thing I didn't check. Oh, has this got the light? The light goes to 2, but the plug goes to 3. Yeah, it does. So the plug has to be earthed out. Right, okay, well that's interesting. So I'm going to need an earth. Yeah, you need a 3-core and you need it like the old extension. I have got some. Give me 1 minute, I'll go and dig some out. And pinch the cables off the old bit, off the old broken one. Obviously, I'll keep this to one side, right? But you're right. I mean, that is about the right thickness I'll need. I forgot which. Andy, that's one thing. Did Andy actually put... I don't think Andy actually did put an earth on these, did he? I can't recall. I don't know if he actually put an earth on these. Right, let's go through. I've got more cables in here. The world is your oyster. Right, cables, power mixes. Oh, God. I can't move. Look at this lot. Jesus. Oh, well, hold up a minute. I've got boxes of cables under the bloody bed. Oh, God, what a bit of it. Right, okay. Mixed leads. Aha. What we got here? No. 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 I could sacrifice, and I've got loads of them. I could sacrifice one of them big heavy duty leads. I could do that. Them kettle leads. I've got bloody loads of them kettle leads. I might actually do that. Otherwise, I'm going to be here for the month of Sundays trying to sort it out. I just see one. Where did I see it? It's hanging up, I think. I'll soon find out if this has got an earth lead on it. Right. Yeah, kettle lead. I've got loads of these. Let me grab the multimeter. Before I cut it, I'll know if it's got an earth on it. Because these are sealed plugs. If I probe the middle to the top, it should be earthed out. If that means it's a 3-core. Let me, yeah. So, right, I'm going to probe the middle. It is. So it's a 3-core strand. All right, we'll sacrifice this one. It's worth the sacrifice. I've got bloody loads of them anyway. Right, cool. So we don't have to go too far to sacrifice a lead. And there's more than enough wire there to actually do what I need to make this box up. Obviously, look at the length. It's about a 2 metre length, which is more than enough what I want. So I'll cut the plug because these are sealed plugs, so you can't get any further on these anyway. So let's cut the plug off. Just pinched it. Yep, it is a 3-core. Good shout, guys. Good shout. Now I'm going to use my cutters, proper cutters. That's what I should have done. And then just snipped it off. Like that. There you go. So I don't need that cable. So I can put this cable away. Nope. Yeah, because there's nothing wrong with this wire. What about the other one that Andy was working on with that dodgy bit of wiring? Bloody hell. Harry never electrocuted himself. You'd have plugged that in. Yeah, that was dangerous. Apparently he said a woman had it or something. She never electrocuted herself. Got to be so careful. Right, let's get rid of the rubbish. Oh, I could take the... Let me take the fuse out, because I can always use the fuse. Mick, you need a zap. Preferably not, sir. I've been zapped quite a few times in my life, and I definitely don't need a zap. Zapping is not good, not by anyone's standards. As it is, I already took out the stream when I touched that chassis, because it was I didn't know that reel to reel was a live chassis, and as soon as I bridged it, it knocked the entire. No, I mean a zap command. Oh right, okay. I thought, why do I need a zap? Do I need a zap? No, I don't need a zap. Yeah, get a zap command. I'll have a look when I'm doing what I do when I'm watching Mr. Rockhouse do a stream, because he's obviously getting back to doing some other bits today. I'll go through and see if I can grab some more commands. If you guys got any suggestions, put it in Discord, put it in my Discord, and I'll see if I can try and grab them. So next time I'm streaming, I'll add them in. God, bloody rubbish. Does that build up? I've got to warm my hands a minute, guys. And this diesel heat is lovely. It's just that it's on the back and it takes ages to warm up. It's just nice sitting in front of it. Oh, it's lovely. 4 hours. It's used up a quarter of a tank. It's lovely now. It does pump out lovely hot air. It's beautiful. Oh, nice. It's just what I need. Right. Yeah, I'm working on and lurking. Right. Mr. Swindon. I'm glad Mr. Swindon's in here. Mr. Swindon, am I right in saying, did you, when you done your box, did you do your box in 2 halves on the stream? I'm pretty sure you did. Yes, just sub Charles. I didn't even know I was already. Well, like you said, a lot of the subs weren't even coming through. That's why I put all the other streamers in my bio to have a look. Yeah, I never used them, the customers' cables. Now, Mr. Pico, sir, am I right in saying, am I better off leaving all of this connected up in a sheave or taking these out? Leave them in. Right, thanks, Worm. Yeah, you're probably right. Leave them in and then just cut it to what you need. You can leave them in, yeah. Alright, no worries. Thanks, guys. Great tool these are. Don't pinch it. So now I've got to cut these to length. This is going to be the fun point. Now I can do it all. Obviously I've got to do it all from in here because I can't do it outside, because otherwise these ain't going to connect, because I've got to put all this through. Yeah, sorry, no, I can't type. No, that's all right. No worries, Andy. Yes, I did do 2. I thought you'd done 2 streams. Yeah, you did. You've done it in 2 parts. I'm sure you've done it in 2 parts. because obviously you didn't have the Dremel to cut it, so that's why you ordered one. But you're right, I'm sure, I thought he did, because I was watching it. Obviously, most of your time gets taken up getting all this prepared and cut and everything. I had half of it in my slipper. And then trimming it all up. Look, I trimmed that up and it's still ain't. If it was me, I would strip the outer part, and then the live needs to be cut. So actually, yeah, from the switch itself. Yeah, I probably will. I mean, it will. Like you said, these have got to be done in series because some of these have to be linked up. Just trimming, make sure that this all sits down nice. I don't want anything that's going to interfere on that front. And the attitudes go straight through. Yeah, probably that's what I do. Just want to make sure that it's all sitting nicely, which it is. It's protruded a little bit on the. I don't know how well you use cameras because this looks flush. I mean, I'm nitpicking here, but that's out by literally barely half a mil. Literally half a millimetre. Because obviously the warping of the casing don't sit it straight. Yeah, you just need to, where their lives need to be cut and then strip the hole. Right, so first thing I'm going to need before I do anything, I need to get some crimpers to crimp these on, which I have got. I won't get far without them, because that'll be the other part I won't be able to do. Yeah, crimpers. Yeah. Let me find where them crimping things are. Read the last three slowly again. Right, so it says, if it was me, I would strip the outer part where the live needs to be, so it can be cut. So cutting the live wire for the switch, etc. And then it says, then the others can go straight through. So it says, and that's where the live needs to be cut on the strip of the hole. Yeah, so I think I know what you mean. So basically, as it's going in, cut it, and then you'll roughly get the exact length you need. I need to find my crimp. I've got a crimping tool, and I've got me crimper. I've got the end bits, the crimpers on there, because I won't be able to get far without any of that. Because I'm never going to be able. I don't want to solder them on. I'll crimp them on, do it all properly. That front. Well, obviously, I've got a stack of stuff in here, and I cannot move, and I cannot find anything that I normally need to find, which is not great. Right, let's grab me torch. Now, did I put them over here, or are they over there? Because obviously, I can't find them. Right. No, that's not them. I've got the bulbs that Mr. Swindon gave me, so I'm alright for 150 watt bulbs. They're springs. Right. Where the friggin' hell have they gone? We double check. They ain't up here, are they? Let me have a look. Because I've got so much took up here. Pico. Pico's holding his head. He's thinking, oh no. It's easier where you're thinking, yeah, but can you find them? Yeah, that's a good shout. They've got to be somewhere. I know they're somewhere, 100%. Oh, we are. No wonder I couldn't find my pencil, because I've got brown carpet. There's an ink shrink down here as well. Lovely. Just what the doctor ordered. That'd be very nice of Mr. PCDD to sort me out another PC, a better one that I've got. Right. I was supposed to message him in a Discord. I will do it because he did ask. I think James looked at it. I think James actually turned and said this can't be upgraded because the board's too old. I'm sure he did. He jumped in on board. I had my i9 9900K and he said no. He said it's obviously the board's got a limitation, and he did say, he said it's not really worth upgrading, which is probably right because the board's old. Even mine's 9th generation chipset. It's quite an old chipset. There you go. Right, can I find? No, you can't find that. You can't park there, sir. Yeah. Ah, what's this under here? No, that's my Xbox. That's my drill. They've got to be up here somewhere. I know I've got them, but obviously I can't move because I've got so much toot everywhere. Got drives. What have I got? A battery. Don't know what the battery's doing. Out. And a pair of headphones. It's just fell on me. Lovely. No. Can't find that one. They're not in here. They've got to be out in the kitchen. Ah, no, they're not. They're buried under here. Yay, found them. And there's the other set. That's what I was looking for. There you go. No, they're not. I've got crimpers and I've got the tools. Hot cows, nice clips. So, put this out here. Like I said, my front room's now turned into like a workshop. Not ideal. You want a nice little office like what Mr. Pico's got or Mr. PCDD's got. Nice little bit of a setup. Right, I can put these back up here now. Don't need these. Cool. Now these here, these are the Parkside ones, right? These are, I mean, this is obviously a wire stripper and a crimper. But this here, I don't know if you guys have ever seen these ones. I got this out of Lidl's. They was doing these for £14. And basically, you get this crimping tool. It's a ratchet, right? So, and basically the idea is that you put the wires on through here and you crimp it so then the wires don't split and it don't sort of like, it crimps the wire properly. And then it all comes with the crimping tool as well. Parkside. Cheap brand. I've had a couple of Parkside stuff. They're not the best quality, but it's cheap for a reason. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, JFix. I think you're right there. It's called a bootlace ferrule on that front. But this one's for, yeah, they are. They got. Sorry, I didn't read it. They got ferrules on there. Even though it says crimping tools, ferrules in small writing, and it tells you the ferrules on these ones. So they're again designed for when you're putting the wires. Am I right in saying this, JFix? Are they designed that you put the wire in and it stops the strand from putting too much stress when you're tightening them up and splitting and breaking? That's the idea of the ferrule. It restricts it. It keeps it nice and tidy, and it stops it from the wire from breaking. Because obviously when people do plugs, they bend them over, and then, but the way they've got, they do, from the, I think for the manufacturer, they do put a ferrule over it, but it's a much heavier duty ferrule. So then it pinches, it keeps the wire to stop it from putting too much stress on the wire and breaking from the plug. Yeah, actually, yeah, it keeps the strands from splitting, and from, yeah, it's from shortening and stuff. I thought it did. So we've, I mean, obviously I've got some crimping. I've got some the crimps on here, so we could put the wire. We could put can I actually put yeah, to make it a solid wire then into a solid conductor, and then for a screw terminal to crimp into. So if I take one of these, could I actually put a ferrule inside these? Would these be fine to put a ferrule and then crimp that on top? Or is it best just to put the wire straight in? Because the idea is these normally you can solder to, and then, you know, crimp them over on these terminal ones. Let me grab a bottle of water. I ain't drank nothing yet, you know. Normally I'm pretty good at when it comes to keeping hydrated. Got bottles of water out here and I've not even used it. Volvic, that do. Still got 4 bottles there. I have the Volvic strawberry today. It's not strong in strawberries. Yeah, lovely. Volvic, touch of strawberry. Right. So now I've got to look at the diagram here. Aussie give me a diagram how to wire this up from a plug. So if we just ignore the plug, right, but we can actually take, yeah, I'm surprised Bronson's not actually pestered him for them sarnies yet. No, actually, you got me on there, sir. You're right, 100%. I've not, obviously, got around to having me sarnies. So, where's all the connectors? Right, so let's take the plug, which is this one here. No, that's not the plug. That's the switch. Oh, here's the plug. Right, so if we take this as, because this is actually the plug, because it's the input to go in. So we've obviously got like live, neutral and earth. So the neutral is the middle, earth is at the top, live at the bottom. Right, okay. So what's the idea of having the extra 4 wires? Is that just for illumination? I don't really need that, do I? To be honest, to light the switch up. Do you have a fuse? It's actually, yeah, this one's got a built-in fuse line built in it. So if you have a look, it's bridged with the neutral. So if you look, it comes over. So earth being at the top, neutral being in the center. So then it's bridged over to one part of the fuse, comes down with the fuse, the 13 amp fuse, and then goes straight into the live. So yeah. But I could double check to make sure. That's a good shout. Let's double check to make sure that that is got the 13 amp fuse. Oh, it's a glass fuse. They're not normally. So that's your glass fuse. This is a fast burning fuse. This is a 70 amp fuse. Yeah. 70 AL at 250. That's what must come standard on that front. And that looks like a 20mm fuse, like in 20 millimeters in diameter. That's a fast burning fuse. So is that fuse any good, Mr. Pico, sir? 70 amps, 70, so it's a 70 amp fuse. Fast burning. Use only with mains fuse. What amp is it? 70. 70. 70 amp. Bloody hell, that plastic's got everywhere. Let's go back to Discord. No, that's not Discord. Discord. Carry on of people building up my video clips for OBS. Oh, why? What have you done? Wimbledon 3. Underground, overground, wobbling 3. Underground, over. Thanks, Hot Cows. Obviously, I've got that one. Well, hang on. I was actually going to say that's an high ampage. Yeah, if it's not that's not a 70 amp fuse. Let me take it out. I'll double check it. I'll put it under the scope. You guys can see it. It'd be easier. He's going on about the wombles. He's obviously got me on the wombles on that front. Right, hold up a minute. I've got to put it onto the Eakins camera. You sure it's not 0.7? I'll double check it. Obviously, the Eakins camera sometimes works and then it don't work. I've always had this problem. I don't know why, but OBS doesn't like this Eakins camera for some reason. It just won't see it. You have to keep deactivating and activating it, and then it works. Right. So it's a bit like that, and then it works. Right, let me focus her in. Yeah, I have to do this. Do you know what, Andy? It does my head in. I can't, it drives me bloody nuts. These bloody things, like, it never ever seems to work for some reason. Right. Hate technology. I really do. It's one of the biggest. That's why I go back to the old stuff, because I know I don't get any issues. Let me put it on the other. I'll put it on the other one, because I can see it better. It's clear on the 4K for some reason. But this don't show me hardly anything because the quality is not great. It's rather washed out, oversaturated at the end of the day. You can't win. You can't win with them. But it's much clearer on the bottom one. Right, I can see a lot better now. I've got that wrong, guys. It's an F10. So it's an F10 AL 250. I thought it looked like a 7. Hold up a minute. Is that a 10 or? Yeah, it is. An F10 fuse. What the heck is that? Phew. Right. So it's an F10 fuse. So that's a 10 amp fuse then. Fast burning. At 250. Because it ain't nothing at the bottom. It's all at the top. And then it's got, yeah, it's obviously got F10A, and then it's got, right next to it, AL. I don't know what the AL stands for. I haven't got a clue. It's got AL. Right, okay. So it's an F10. F10 fuse. Right, okay, thank God for that. See, that's what I said to you. You're looking and you're thinking, bloody hell. So it's an F10 fuse. I didn't want to go through all of this and it ends up being bloody wrong at the end of it. Right, fine. Let's go back to where Ozzy was. I can't get over that. Absolutely legend. That's it, Ozzy. So Ozzy's give me this diagram here to wire this up. Right. So as I said to you before, when I wire this up, can I put a ferrule inside one of these, or am I better off just putting the wire directly in and then crimping it? AL is low braking capacity. Right, okay. Thanks, Nick. Much appreciated, friend. See, something else. I'm still learning. AL, so it stands for like, so it's for low braking, right? Which is interesting. I don't think I can put a ferrule in these because they look a bit small to put a ferrule in. Obviously, I've got to put 2 lots of cable in these. But then, saying that, I probably could if I go for the wider terminals, like these ones. And then if I go for the wider gaps, because if you have a look at the gap in these are much... So you've got smaller versions, and then you've got wider versions. So I suppose I could put a ferrule in them. Crimp it, because I've got, obviously, looking at these, I've got to have multiple wires going in. The terminals are spade type, so yeah, you should really shield it from the LucasArts style connectors. Right, Mr. Pico, what's he actually put? Hold up. Glass fuses have a low break. Here we go. Literally, you just said that, Nick, 30 seconds ago. Glass fuses have a low braking capacity, so they can actually explode or arc internally. Dead short occurrences. Ceramic fuses are safer because they're designed to handle high energy fault conditions. So without breaking or making them essential to the mains voltage tester. I sent it on here so you don't have to find it out in chat. So, well, that's all right. So I know what he's trying to say. Can that indicates to then? Should I change that while I'm here? Shall I change that to put in a normal fuse? Because obviously I'm going to be using, I didn't find that in chat. It didn't find that in chat. So can I actually, should I keep that 10 amp fuse in, or should I take it out and put in a normal fuse? Because before I start, because that's obviously a 10 amp fuse, glass fuse. Obviously, if there's a dead short, then it's going to do what you said. It's going to pop. I mean, all right, it's restricted because it's in here, because it's in its own sort of like shielding side. Let me shut the blinds, guys. It's obviously getting dark in the UK. Fucking hell. Sorry, Worms, I didn't read that. Let me read yours. Boom. Do what exactly AL tells you. As the current tells you that you should also break out, and the voltage tells you the max voltage is that you can break it safely. I just shut the the curtains here. Yeah, it's terrible. The UK just gets dark so bloody. All right, it's taking a little bit longer, but should have, you know. Oh no, dick's up. God. Now don't start, Bronson. You're not having half my sandwiches yet, right? Because I know what you want. Look, he always wants the sarnies. He always wants the sandwich. Always wants the sandwich. Always. And he always does it. He knows. Yeah, he wants a sarnie. I know he wants a sarnie. Fuck's sake. Just give him a bloody sandwich, for God's sake. Don't worry about mine. It's all right. Give it to the dog. I don't know what she's done me today. I ain't even started this yet. Obviously, I get pestered by Dick. Right, Dick, stop pestering me. Right, I'll save that one for later, because I'll save that one when I'm watching Mr. Hot Cows. Because I want to look for some more commands. Right, let's give him a bloody sandwich. Oh, for crying out loud, Bronson. How have you done that? Oh, that bit fell on the floor. Bronson. Do you know what made me laugh yesterday, Hot Cows, right? It was comical. He was asleep on the chair. Your little Russell, bless him, when he barked, because they got very high bark, he got up quick. He thought there was someone at the door. He ran to the door. he thought, who's that? See, obviously, because obviously on the TV, he's sitting there. Oh, what's up with him? Then he heard the dog. He heard your dog barking. It was actually hilarious. Oh, she's done me a Linda McCartney burger. It's plant-based. Actually quite nice. Right. Let's back to this. Yeah, that's actually quite funny. Look at his eyes and his tail's wagging. Worms, nothing never stops him. He's like a singularity black hole. Literally, anything you put in, it never comes out. Yeah, we've had enough of that. Yeah, the Linda McCartney stuff. I don't mind the Linda McCartney stuff. Obviously, because I'm vegetarian, I don't eat meat. So, but I like all the plant-based stuff because there's less chemicals in it. It's actually quite nice. Bronson don't really care what he's eating. Obviously, he don't. You want to see how he eats. Do you know what, Pico? You say that. He takes that apple, right, on that front, and the way he eats a whole apple, crunches it with one bite, splits it clean in half. He split. You couldn't even do that. You'd need something like a hatchet or something to cut it. One bite from his jaw. That's why these dogs have got a reputation. Yeah, give him an apple. I ain't got none. I ate them all. I've got to get some more, actually. We're shopping tomorrow. Thursdays is always shopping day with me and my mum. Right. Yeah, and mine. Right, let's get back to this because I'm getting sidetracked with Dick there. Right, let's put these back in. So I won't use the ferrules, right? I'll stay away from the ferrules. Let's put the ferrules under here. Bronson, you're gluing me up. Oh, for crying out loud. Right. So let's take the box. I'm hoping I can bend this cable, because I've got to get all this in yet, and this is going to be fun. That's true, Williams. Find him the biggest apple and see if he can find it. Right. Let's delete it. Someone donated a load of toys to the dogs. It must have been a box of 60 toys. Do you know what? He's killed at least 40 of the toys. Pulled all the stuffing out. My mum goes haywire. I sit there and laugh. She went, don't effing laugh. You got to clear it all up. I went, oh, thanks. Well, I said the dog was enjoying himself. Oh, you're gluing. Oh, God, look at that. Oh. Quick, let's get the cloth. Oh, fucking glue's gone everywhere. Right, hold up. Come here, Bronson. Bronson, come here. Bronson, come here. Look, you're gluing it. It's going all over the floor. Let me wipe the chop. You glued yourself up the arm. It's all gone up my case. Look. Oh, my God, that dog. Give him a toffee apple. Jesus. I bought my big dog a nice, soft, expensive toy for Christmas. She destroyed it in 20 minutes. Worms, you didn't even post. I didn't even know you had a dog, sir. You'd have to, oh, excuse me. Upload a picture of your dog. I'd like to see what dog you've got. I didn't know you had a dog. Put it on my Discord. Right. Let's start again. Right, so I'm going to need a short cable. So one's got to go from the power, from the plug, and it's got to go to the switch, which is the switch here. Now, do we know which? Obviously, it's crazy. I'm not sure if he still has it. Now, with these, oh God, it's now repeating on me. Great, lovely. God, yeah, it's giving me chronic. That's the only thing. Am I saying is the I for O? Is the I for on and the O for off? Is that? Am I right in saying that? Because I know you can put these back to front, but I'm one of those ones with OCD where I like to be doing it properly. Is I for on or off? Or is it O for off? I think it's I for on, O for off. I'm pretty sure it is. I'll have to double check with the multimeter. Because, you know, otherwise it'd drive me nuts if I put this round the wrong way and thinking, oh no, right. Didn't know you had a dog, Mr. Worms, didn't you? Yeah. Right, so. Hold up a minute. I don't have a dog. I have to say she kills me elsewhere. So that's on. That is off. So that side is on, that side is off, which is on this side. Is it on this side? What's this side for then? same thing. Right. So this top part is going to be for the live. Right. I should really make a note of that. So the top's the live. Right, okay. So the top's going to be the live. So it is. The I is on, O is off. So first thing we got to do is... Oh, the bloody phone's turned itself off again. Crying out loud. Right. Now I've got to have 2 lives coming off from the switching system. So one is got to be... What don't help? Yeah. What don't help? Obviously, I can't. Ozzy's given me this diagram, but it's not showing me which way on the switch. That obviously is this the switch? Because I don't know if these are both switches. That's the only thing he's not made clear, because obviously I've got a power supply. Is that the power supply? I assume that's the power supply. If that's the power supply and this the switch goes onto the plug, I assume it is. 0 and 1. Because obviously the power's got to come from here, because it's obviously the main source. That front. So I've got to take a live. So part of this is... So I need a live coming off this, an earth coming off this, going straight to the pin, which is going to be onto the plug. So the earth goes straight to the earth. That I can understand. Then I've got to take a neutral, because the way he's got it wired, yeah, 0 is not connected. So because the way he's done it, he's doing it from a plug, as if it's being plugged in. So I assume that the neutral that goes in has got to come in from this, go straight to the end of the plug, which I've got to do. So let me do that first, and then that'd be easier, because then I'll know roughly where I've got to go, because this can get confusing very quickly. So I've got to take that. So I'm going to need a terminal. I'm going to need a terminal from there. Terminal from the top part. Let's see if I can find the wire, because then I can cut it. I'll know the exact length I need to cut. Obviously this is a 2 meter length, so I'm not going to need all of this anyway, which is going to be more than enough for what I want. Now let me use a full shielded. Yeah, I think I used the red ones, because the red ones seem a little bit more tighter. 0 is not connected, so that's the switch position. Yeah, because I've got to make sure that I put this round the right way on the switching system, because obviously I've got to have a brown. So if I remember correctly, this is how it's wired up. So on the switch, right, there's no other connectors that goes onto here. It looks like I've got to take it off from the power, the live that comes off from here on the actual switch on the system itself. That comes off, goes onto one side of the switch, and then another live coming from the top part, right, coming from the top part goes, so the live coming off that goes onto here. This live then needs to come out, goes onto the plug, which sort of makes sense, because that's your kill switch system. Yeah, one side of the switch and the other one should be neutral. Well, he's not put that, because the way he's done it, he's wired it up. This is a completely different wiring diagram on that front. So I assume the neutral then comes off from here. Yeah, actually, you makes sense. Yeah, you're right. So the neutral then comes off from here. So the live and so one side's live, the other side's neutral. And that's your bypass, because then it comes, one's going in, the other side's coming out. And that would be about right, because that would kill the system or give it full power straight onto that. Right, okay. Sort of makes sense. It's a little bit daunting how to set these up, but, you know, I think that sounds about right for where it is. So, first things first, let's do, and the earth, obviously, it's got to be done separate. Obviously, it's got to be done separate from that. So the earth goes straight to the plug, not to nothing else. So the plug's still earthed out. Look at the diagram in the live side, and then the neutral that goes onto the other side of the switch. Yeah, because like you said, yeah, you're right. It does, because so really all the switch is used for. The switch is only used to actually give it power and bridge it, because that's what it looks like to me. So it goes in and then comes out, goes onto the live. So the neutral don't go to the side of this switch. It doesn't go to the neutral. The neutral comes off from here straight into the plug, and so does the earth. And then the live goes through the switching system. Right. Thanks, guys. I've sort of got there in the end, yeah, but that sounds about right, because otherwise that won't make sense. That's the wiring diagram I've got from Ozzy. That's what he's put. So first things first, that I'll need to crimp this. Let's get the neutral. And then I can crimp this as a red tool. Right, that's crimped, right? This one is now crimped, that's crimped on. That's not going to come off. So that one there can go to the neutral, which is going to be from the top part. Lovely. So that's crimped on there nicely. Now I've got to do the earth. Let's do the earth. And then I can do the live. You just need to bypass the switch. That's what I thought it was. I thought, well, otherwise that don't make sense. Because it's got to go to the actual bulb holder itself. So this is obviously going to be the plug end, right? The read above the two. I don't mean to confuse you, but you need to find the switch that don't really need to have the port. So you need to plug it into the lead. Yeah. So the way he's done it on here, this is what threw me off. Because he said he's doing it from a plug going into a socket, right? Well, that's if it was wired in. But we're doing it all from the actual switching system anyway. The input, which that's what he's not put on there at the end of the day. But we can... So really, for what he's done here, it could be done through this. It's the same process, because I've still got to put the wires in. So I think the best things first, let me get this wired up, which is right. I'm not going to use the light up switch on this, because it's just going to confuse the system. it'll make it really complex, because then that means you'll have to do bridges to bridge this one over to this one, and it's an absolute nightmare. I'll confuse myself very quickly. Yeah, is this the first switch? Well, it's the on and off, basically. This will kill power, right, as if it was like a plug. So this is the plug end. So I'm wiring the plug end up at the minute, because I know what'll happen. If you start doing bridges, it'll get confusing very quickly, and you can get out of depth, because it's wiring's obviously, it's a bit like wiring up a hi-fi system. It's all about ins and outputs. It can really get to you very quickly when you're wiring up like an amplifier to an equalizer, and my god, it's just like another, it's going at my head. So at the minute I'm going to wire these three up. So this will be the plug which I'm wiring, because that's what it is in theory. It is a plug, because the wire's got to go into it. The other switch is to be bypassed through the plug, so it's important to include the bulb. Yes, right, that's another one. So this is the earth, which is now, I can put that in, and these ones are full sheathed, so on these ones, so these, yeah, ignore the plug. Well, I'm going to get to the, I've got to do it anyway, so once I've got to this, I can then cut it to the length that I need, because obviously this, from what I'm reading, it's got to go to the plug section anyway, which is this, because the other wires that's coming off, it's got to come off from this side hold up, I think I'm doing it right. I don't know. It's yeah, ignore the plug. I think you're right. Something's not right. Obviously, looking at here, on this picture, you know what's doing it? It's Aussie. He's giving me this picture. It's got 6 terminals. Well, I've only got 3, right, on that front. So, obviously, the way he's done it, he's bypassed this, but through a switching, he's not done it through a switching system. And that's what's doing it. It's throwing me off. So, because obviously I need 2 lots of wire coming out from the switch, because one's got to be going into this. So I've got power coming in, but it's also got to go to the out of the switch. Yes, and that's what it's got to be. So yeah, looking at that, and then I've got to do the same again. I've got to do the same again with the neutral, and then the earth is separate. So there, they are wired. So regardless that these are wired up wrong. I'm glad I found out now. It's so good. This is what I said to you about diagrams. If it's not clearly labelled, it can throw you off. Glad I've got some on there. Right, well they've pulled off, so that's not a problem. So when I'm doing this then, I've got to have 2 lots coming off from the same lot of wire. This is what I said about ferrules. Because when you're putting 2 lots of wire in, you're going to make it difficult of joining up. And I know what happens when you start joining more than 1 lot of wire up. It's not making a great connection unless you solder it. So I think the first things first, let's wire the plug, this plug, directly. Because obviously that's what I need to do. Obviously I need to put, because I've got to go neutral and live, and the neutral, no, the neutral and earth go in, and then the live goes on to the switch. So it comes out of that into the switch. So what I should have done was kept this side out, right, and wired this end up. That's what I should have done. Start from the plug and going all the way up to where the power goes in. So I'm going to need the ferrule set, which I thought I did. That's why I got the ferrules out. Right. All right. No worries. Grab the ferrules, because there's no double wires going into the actual plug itself. Let's see what ferrules we've got. No wonder Mr. MK don't do anything complex. He sticks with simple things. Do you know what? I don't blame him. You can get out your depth very quickly when it comes to doing electrical testing. Like, and especially trying to find a problem. It can make your brain swim sometimes, 100%. Right, these red ones obviously are too narrow. Right, them ones, let's try the grey ones. Yeah, it's the white ones. Right, okay. I use the white ones. Now the ferrules are much easier because you just crimp them on and they make a lovely connection. That's what I like about them. So I'm gonna do the plug, the actual main plug itself, and not do the power supply. I'll get to that last. Because it's got to be wired up from there, from what I'm reading on there anyway. And these ferrules, then the wires will not be pulled out. Nice. Right. So what I've done, I've crimped 3 ferrules straight onto here. So there, these can go onto the plug, because there's no other wires coming off from this socket anyway. This front, so I can wire these up. So, which they've got to be wired up anyway. So we've got an earth. Where's the live and neutral? So the live and neutral are this side. So I can put the live on this side. And it's all nicely neat, and it's all nice and neat as well. That's what I love about it. Well, that's in nicely. We've got that one in, so this is going to be the neutral. That can be nice and neat into that, nicely. Then the wires won't come out of these, because I know they're all right in the ferrules. I need a better screwdriver. That'll do.
Nice big heavy duty one. Nip. I've only got a nip 'em. Nice. So now all I need now is the earth, which wait, now I've got hiccups. Let me see if I can try and peel that back just ever so slight. Vince, I've sent you a link in Discord in general of the wiring cones and to match your building. Thank you, sir. Vince, thank you so much, my friend. I'll have a look at that. Give me 1 minute. Because all these wiring diagrams, it can be very confusing if you're trying to follow a specific one. The principles look easy. Right, I've got that wired to the plug, which seemed about right. So we've got a live, neutral and earth. Now I haven't cut this yet. Let me go to Vince. Thanks to Vince, he sent me one on Discord. Let's have a quick look. Yes, that looks like it. Dim bulb tester. Vintage one. So the lamp goes on. And so the lamp's on. So on is for bypass. That's it. And this is obviously the current limiter. It's obviously took it in stages. So it obviously shows you. And again, using the correct tools, what I've already done anyway. Which obviously that's how he's done it. So, but the wiring diagram, I was right. So now I've got the wiring diagram. This is the only bit I need. So I was right. There's no, so this is wired up correctly. The switch just needs 2 wires coming off from a brain. And the loop is obviously got to all go onto this. Obviously it comes out. But they've took all the sheave out of this. But obviously I can leave it in. Thanks, Vince. That's so much better. Clearer and much more easier to understand. Obviously I can see the wires coming out because I can easily trace this. So looking at this, the next bit of wire out of the brown, it's got to go into the bulb. One's got to come in from the bulb. The other one comes out of the bulb straight into the switch. See? Or I got that completely wrong. Completely wrong. That obviously I can see a lot clearer in that picture. I'm going to leave that picture on. This is now wired up correctly, right? This is done. I've got ferrules crimped into there. These are not going to go anywhere. Just double check to make sure these are connected because I don't want these coming loose. Which they're not. How are you getting on? You're right. Obviously, the wiring diagram Ozzy put in was a little bit different compared to the one I've got here. Thanks to Vince, he's put the correct one, the correct build that I'm building, because it's slightly a little bit different. But now I've got the correct one on there. We are now sort of getting to the stage because he's now took it through stages of how to test it and how to be wired up. So, and I'll follow that. I'm going to follow that on there because that looks like the build that I'm doing, exactly the same build. I think that's the one Andy done, but it's so confusing. You've got wires coming out, going to the in going back out to the out, going back into the in, and that's what does it. It literally. No, I mentioned about it from the beginning of the wiring diagram. It's a good idea. It can get. Oh, JFix, you're not. Yeah, you're not kidding, sir. It's very confusing. I'm obviously trying to do amplifiers. It's all ins and outputs. You know, all the outs go to the in. If you was doing it from an amplifier to an equalizer, out going to the in,
from them, and then back into the input. So, but this is like it's 2 outs going in, one's going out, it can get very confusing very quickly. But I've used the ferrules to use these, so these are all nicely ferruled up up front, so these ain't going to come out. But they've took all of them out the sheath. But I'm going to leave all this in because it's extra sleeving, and it's obviously I can strip it back where I need to be, which is not a problem because it's still got to be cut. So the next part now, then I've got to do the bulb, because one of the browns, the earth, is got to be cut to go to the looking at this section, which is going to be up here, right? So I've got to cut this, and then I need to cut, but I've also got to get the bulb holder. So where's the cover? Got to make sure I cut this around the right length. I mentioned from the beginning of the way. So yeah, it's one of these things I think you can easily get out your depth very quickly if you're not sure. Right, so this is the plug. So I've got to think of the plug section here now. So this is going to be the way I'm going to be wiring it up. So that there, and this is going to be, as he wired that up. So I'll need the O around this side. Right, I'll leave that there for a minute because obviously, now hold up. So I've got that plugged around the wrong way. So let me plug that around the right way. Pico. Thanks, friend. Pico. Yeah, because Pico's done it here. He's right. Let me move this because it's got contacts. I don't want to give out. So Pico's obviously done this wiring diagram. Earth goes straight to the mains, which is going to the plug, and then the neutral is going straight to the neutral. Yeah, but that wiring diagram, Pico, is completely different to what that other one was. That was very similar to Aussie's. This one looks like the exact build that I'm doing, the one that Mr. Vince put on there. This looks like the correct one that I'm doing. That one that you give me was the exact same one as Aussie gave me, and it was getting me confused because it wasn't showing, because obviously I haven't got 6 terminals, I've only got 4. Like this one here is the exact same build as what I'm doing now, which is this one here, and it's the correct one. I'm going to follow this suit because that looks about right for what this build is. I think that's how Andy done it, because this is what confused him, because if I remember correctly, when I watched his build, it was even confusing me, and I wasn't even building it. Because obviously everyone was saying, no, you've got to do it this way and put it this way. But that looks about right. The switch has got to be in that position, so which is in the off position. That's the bypass. So plug goes in now. So what's the next bit after the plug? So after I've got the plug in, coming out from the plug, I'm just trying to follow where the wires go from the plug. Because obviously it's not gone into full detail, but it looks like it now goes into, so from the plug, it now looks like it now bypasses and goes into this, which it does. So one brown wire comes in, and then the other brown wire comes out into the input side of this side on here, which is, that would be your input of your thing. So yeah, that sounds about right, but I've now got to cut the length. And I've also got to do the let me see if I can cut the length on this one first. So I've got to do the length. I roughly want the length on this one here. So length's got to come through, I'd say, I don't want to cut this too short, which is going to be bloody annoying. So the plug's got to come over to this side, and then the earth, it's got to come directly to that over there. So I've got to compensate for the earth, and the neutral coming from the plug goes straight to this side here again. So I'm going to stick to about that length where I've got it on my hand. It's really complex. It looks simple, but the way they've done it, yeah, basically it's the same thing, but just a simplified. I've got to make sure I just cut this, because I don't want to cut this wire and I'm going to be too short. Like I said, I like to double check before I cut it. So I've got the wire coming here, so I've got to have the live going straight into one of these, and then the other live coming out, going into the plug socket, into that side there, and then that bypasses from there into this side. But I've just got to make sure I've got enough wire. So if I strip that back, I've got to make sure I've cut back about here. No, so if I strip it about here, yeah, about there. Okay, I'll cut it there and strip it back. That's what I wanted to do. And then I can strip that back about there. Cool. Right. So I'm going to leave this wire all connected. So this is wired up, right? Hot glue it. Obviously, Mr. Worms, I'd like 100% agree with you there, sir. Get the glue out. Stop mucking about. Get the glue out. I can't believe Hot Cows. He got me on that front. He's obviously clipped me. Get. Keep hydrated. Right. So now I've got these wired up. Right. So that's now got to go to one of them's got to go to here. I don't think that's going to be long enough, because that's what I said. I've got to strip the wire back, because it's got to go back to here. I might have to strip this back all the way to here yet, which I might have to. I think I have. God, these connectors. Because I've got to have one going to the earth, which has got to go to the back of this. So, which I think that's about right from where I've got it. One's got to go to here, and the other one's got to go up here. And then the neutral has got to go on the back of here. Yeah, I still think that the Hot Cows bloke is an idiot. Mr. Hot Cows, sir, you do make me laugh. I love that. This is why I think everyone's legendary in their own way. Absolutely legendary. So what are you actually doing? What are you going to use? So did you manage to find the problem? Because obviously you had to do it off camera. Did you manage to find the short on the Nintendo GameCube? Because you went straight on sort of after that. You showed us pictures, but I couldn't follow. I couldn't follow suit of where you was. Obviously, did you fix it or ain't it fixed, or are you waiting for parts? Because I was a bit confused at that point. I trying to follow what you were saying. Yes, it was a 3 volt, so it's a 3.5 volt regulator. It's actually, oh right, so you've got that on order. Oh, that's right, okay. I was trying to get up to par of where it was. It ain't coming to the end of March. Oh, great, lovely. So this is now got to go, obviously, from. I can now put this into play, because now this can actually be screwed down. So the first thing I should do is let me wire this. If so, you could have a cup. I can send you a couple. Yeah, I forgot. Worms has got a few. Sure, Mr. Worms has got a few. He'll get you back up and running. He's good like that, Mr. Worms. That's what I love about Mr. Worms. That's what I love about the communities. Everyone's so lovely, you know, so thoughtful. He has some 11117s. Is that what it is? I couldn't tell you. Should have asked, Mr. Rockels, you should have asked first, because there's probably some people in the chat that probably would have had them. You wouldn't have had to wait so long. It'd be quicker to get them, like, sent over than got to wait all that amount for time if it's got to come from China. Obviously, I've got to get. I'm waiting for the ones, the MOSFETs, and they ain't sent them out yet. You know, yes, I think they were. They mentioned that they was IC33s at the 3 mils. I guess this is the trouble. You've got to order to get the right ones. I find an headache every time that I work on something vintage. I can't get the parts. I just can't get them. Always run into a problem. Always. I don't think I've never. You can't run into not getting into a problem trying to get the parts for something when it comes to vintage. You've got to look at alternatives. That's if it's obviously it's the same thing. Can't even get the bloody the bits on that. Yeah, thank you, Squish. I'll let you know if it's confirmed. Let me know and I'll drop a couple off. Now I've got to put some bloody screws in here. I'm going to have to pull some of these screws out. I've got so many screws in here. I feel like I've been screwed up. I feel like I've been screwed over. I couldn't resist that one. I think I'll know. Right, okay. Getting sidetracked again. I always get sidetracked. Always get sidetracked. 100%. They don't even give you the screws for these. A tight kit. Obviously, this has got to be. I've got to screw this in first before I do anything, because otherwise it's going to come out. I don't need to get to this now, and I can plug a little bit of hot glue around here, even though it's been screwed in. I can fill in the gaps, and for stop it from shortening, I put a little bit of hot glue in, just a little bit. It wouldn't hurt to put a little bit of hot glue in. Yes, these ones, something like that now. I could have just done with a little bit more bigger. No. Yeah, buggers. The only ones I've got, and they're like an Allen key type. Fucking typical, isn't it? They're the size I need, but they're in a Allen. They're like a hexagon. Unless I can use them. Can I use them? Can I call you Mister? Where's my screwdriver? God, sorry guys. No, I can actually use them. They're perfect. And they're countersunk nicely. Nice. Alright. Cool. Cool as a cucumber. They've hardly gone through, but it's enough to bite it. Oh, don't tell me I ain't got no more. Oh. This pot's always cummed up trumps. Typical. I'm gonna have to use a oh, that's all right. No, they're not screwing in. Why not? Boogers. Oh, excuse me. Always get a little bit of indigestion. How much did that everything cost? In total, it was just over £20. It wasn't too bad actually, JFix. I can put a link in my Discord if you want to build one. I got it off Mr. Swindon. He did put one on there. The only thing that was always out of stock was that switch. This thing here. Lucky enough I had a spare one. I'll have a look. I might actually have another spare one. They're handy to have because you ain't got to use them for that. You can use them for laptops and other bits and pieces, which it sort of does make sense. They are worth doing. It's just getting them once you've, obviously, you just need them tools. Yeah, these are going in. These are better. Nice. Because like you said, when you're testing these out, I'll put that one in. Just gonna. Obviously, someone actually made one up and it weren't even as good as this. And they wanted £68. Wait, what? And it was an homemade job. I went, the cheapskates, it won't even cost that to only make it. I think that'll do. I'm going to put 3 in, right? I've just got 3 in at the time being, just to hold these in. Yeah, they're more useful things for the right straight of mains. Yeah, they are. I totally agree with you there, Mr. Holmes. They're handy sort of like to have. I mean, like you said, you haven't got to use, you can use these on anything. It's just really, if you're dealing with electrics, you should have something like this, because then before you've plugged it in, you'll know if it's faulty or not. Which, how can you tell without plugging it in if it's faulty? You wouldn't. So if you plug something in and it is faulty, it could trip all your electric out, like it did the other day with that. If I had this, that wouldn't have happened and knocked all my stream out. So yeah, it probably does make sense to have something like this plugged in. Or the cost of the parts was actually cheaper to buy one online like AliBuild, or actually get a bulb function to actually build it. Yeah, but it's all part of the fun, isn't it? I mean, it's all about learning how electrics work, and you know, and it's a bit personal because you've built it yourself. Message. Oh no, what now? Why do I always get messages with comebacks with people? They get on my nerves. Oh God, I'm getting nothing. I've got nothing now. This is another one that I've sold the other day at Panasonic. It says, I get a code. Nothing works. A U81. I never had that. Great, lovely. Obviously, I tested that before it worked, and it did. U81, what's that? U81, I'm pretty sure that is a short somewhere. So it also had to get returned. I give up selling stuff on eBay, it does my head in. See why Mr. Pico give up selling on there. Absolutely, you do. It gets on your nerves. You get more with people who are never happy. Again, I had that Nigerian person try to scam me out of that, and eBay refused to give him his money back because he proved it working. He didn't upload any pictures. Now that one that I've sold is now coming up with U81. Make sure you check the serial numbers. What, on the returns? Yeah, that's actually a good shout. But seriously, it does get on your nerves. You know, I can see why you give up with it, sir. Absolutely 100%. It's more trouble than what it's worth. Yeah, did you avoid the seal over the joint? Right, now I've got 3 odd screws in here, but it don't matter. It's holding nicely. U81. This is what I don't understand with these people, Mr. Pico. You know, you prove, before you sell something on eBay, you always prove that it works before you sell it. And then you put it on there, come back, within 2 minutes they say, no, I'm not happy. You know, you told me it was working. Oh, I showed a video of it bloody uploaded. Yeah, U81, it's coming up. He's just showed me a picture. Now, before I sold that, I tested that, tested it, showed it working. I uploaded proof. Now, he's just received it and got a U81 code. Because again, I've got that. Yeah, always include a photo and a serial number of the listing. So when you send something, a void sticker just in case you can tell if it's been opened. Yeah, that's one thing I've never done. I should have done. Bloody annoying though. Now I've got all the hassle again of taking. I've got to go through all eBay. God, I bet I'll get that back. And that won't do it. SER, it's another buyer issue. Sorry to have to get. Sorry, I had to get me. That's all right, and obviously I've wired. This one's now wired up. Bloody eBay. Yeah, you can actually. You can't buy avoid stickers on eBay, but they're cheaper from Amazon. Can you actually buy them? I didn't. Do you know what? That's one thing I have never looked into, sir. Void stickers. So as soon as you take them off, it actually, yeah, I might actually stick a void sticker to my head. Mr. Worms. Please don't do that, sir. You don't need to stick void stickers to your head and that front. I think Mr. PCD needed that this morning with that horrible customer. Stick it to his head. Oh God, guys, you kill me. You absolutely do. Legendary, absolutely legendary. Right, so I've got to now put the wire. I've got to put one wire through here, which is going to be a brown. All right. So I've got I've got to have one brown wire through this side. Retro Repairs, eBay. I've got PCDD's mug. Have you? I've ordered it. I have ordered one, sir. Nice. Yeah, void stickers. Nice one, Pico. Bloody hell, £50? What, for one sticker? Jesus. Oh, right, okay. One sheet, you get 98 labels. That's more like it. 345. Jesus, that worried me for a minute. 50 sheets at 4,900 labels at £49. I nearly fell off the chair. I thought, what? Jesus, 50 quid for one sticker? Can you honest, dear? Right, okay. I'll go back to that in a minute. I'll leave that on there. Mr. Jfix, sir, can you upload an image? I wanted to see it. I haven't seen Mr. PCDD's mug yet. I have ordered it. What one did you get? Did you get a Maddie one? I just got the plain one, the plain white one. Good. I'm going to put a ferrule on this. Grab a ferrule. I'll put it on Andy's Discord. What, in general? Let me have a quick look. Fucking hell, how many links has Andy got? Jesus. It's as bad as... Mr. MK's the worst one. I can't even... It's too many on there. He's put far too many links. I can't keep up. No, stop spamming. Stop spamming my Discord. Yeah, that's right, Mr. Swin. You tell him. Post issues here. See, look, Andy's got a load of bloody... I can't even keep up. I've got a Dell, Apple, bloody Lenovo. What did you put it under? Fun chat? Giveaways? No, you're looking at no, you're actually looking at the Discord. Right, okay. So if you put it under Andy's Discord... Oh, no, that's your Discord. Sorry. Cough. For a minute, I thought, yeah, you're right. Sorry. There you go. Much better. Oh, that's it. Oh, you got the little shit one. No, I've got the PCDD. I've just got the basic one. You got PCDD repairs, you little ship. Yeah, sorry, yeah, I was on yours, J-Fix. Fuck, I thought, hang on. Andy ain't got that many on these, surely. That's actually quite a nice mug. I was going to get that one. I've got over 700 members now on my... Oh, my God. 700... I can't even comprehend. I can't keep up. MK's the worst with these. It's absolutely ludicrous how many posts he's got. I can't. And if you put it in the wrong post, it goes mad. Mr. MK don't like it, and I'll get confused very quickly. So I'm trying to keep up. Right, let's go back to me dim bulb thing. Let's go back to the picture. Right, I've got it there. Right, so I've got this. I'm going to put this a ferrule on this, which has got to go inside that. Nice mug, no? 700 on the Discord, bloody milk. Jesus. You can't keep up. No wonder my mum went, bloody hell, your phone don't stop pinging. I went, oh, they're all on Discord. I said, it's not me. I'm not famous. It said, trust me. I said, it's everyone saying good morning. Good morning to each other. I can't keep up on Discord. I'm like Mr. Swindon. My brain just goes in overload. Can't keep up with it all. Right, that's one ferrule. And that's one thing you didn't put on yours. You just put the wire straight in. You should have used ferrules. These obviously crimp and they stop all the wires coming out. Now I've got to have another wire coming out of this, which I've got to do, which I'm going to do right now before I forget it. But I need to strip this wire back. Yeah, I've never heard of them. Yeah, no, I haven't, to be honest. These tools I got from Lidl's. They was doing them for about £14 something. You get the tool with it. And I've got to admit, I've never even heard of it. It's called a crimping tool set. But underneath, it's true what Mr. J-Fix said, these are called ferrules. And it's got ferrules underneath it. And the idea is, instead of you just shoving the wires in, right, like this, I'll strip it back. There's obviously, right, what you're supposed to do, instead of just turning the wire when you're putting electricals in, you crimp one of these on, right, which is the correct size for this one here. And what it does, you put it over and then use the crimping tool over in the centre squeeze it because they're locked, and then it crimps the tool and it don't come off. So it keeps it nice and neat. And that way you don't fray any of the edges of the wire or break any copper strands. So you're getting the full connection going straight down to the wire. But great tool. No, it wasn't very expensive. I think they're about 20 quid from eBay. I have seen them on there. This is a cheap Parkside one, but it does the job, and they're really good. I do use them. If I'm doing plugs, I'll always put one of these on the end of the plug. Just instead of just keep turning the wires, because it's obviously not great. This, it just slots over the wires and it keeps it all nice and neat. So the way I'm doing it now is that I've got now an input and an output, which I'm doing right next. So the wires that I'm doing at the minute, so now it now crimps over quite nicely into that section, and the wire won't come out, and it's all nice and neatly done. It's all correctly done. It takes longer, but it's a much better result, like that. And it's the same with that. So now the wires won't never get pinched, and it just looks a lot more neater and tidier. It gives it a much more professional feel. So now it's all been done. Can you see what I mean? It just makes it look so much tidier. Now the wires are properly crimped in, and it just gives it a nice clean look. When you go to, if you ever go to like do an electrician's course, obviously there's different parts, and it costs thousands to do an electrician's course. At the end of the day, but they teach you about using ferrules, because I watched a YouTube video. I wanted to get into it, being an electrician, and it was just it just runs into thousands. And yeah, I believe that I believe this wire is wrong. I've had 4 wires coming out the bulb. Yeah, well the one that I'm using is this one here. This is the one that Bostain come in, and it's the exact same build as what I'm building on that front, and it is right. So the wire's coming out of the plug, which then you can see on the front. So it's coming out of the plug, and when I zoom it in, one wire comes out of the plug, goes into the bulb, then the bulb then comes out, which is on this one. Because obviously, you've got wires coming in as well. So it looks like I've got to have other wires coming into it at the end of the day. So I've got another wire coming out. So you've got to have 2 lots of wires. So it looks like I've got to put more wires into this, because it looks like it's the same thing. It comes out, goes in. One wire's coming in, and the other wire that's coming in then goes it into the plug. So looking at that, you're right. It looks like it ain't just 2 wires. You've got to have 4 wires going in. So that plug there feeds this wire. So one's going in, one's coming out. And then the other wire that's coming out at the end of that side is then going into the plug, and then that one then comes out and goes inside the other side of the terminal. Yeah, it's so complicated, it is. So I'm going to have to undo these. You're right, there is other wires going in. Okay, I'll loosen them up. Right, I won't wire these terminals all the way up, just because I know that you're right now. Looking at that, you're right, there's 2 lots of wires going into the actual thing itself. So I think the first things first is that side's wired up, which I've got in. It is very complicated. It looks there's a lot of ins and outputs. So obviously I've now got, I ain't got to worry about the earth no more, so I don't need the earth. Actually, I can take the earth out. I don't know if I can actually take the earth out now, because I don't really need the earth, because the earth is not being used. Don't think you can actually pull these out. You can't. Damn it. So I might have to strip the rest of these out, you know. Oh, well, that's broke off. Well, that was good ferrule. That was a good ferrule, wasn't it? Look, it broke off. Don't need no more cable. Yeah, I should have just took these off to start with, because obviously this is going to get confusing very quickly. Yeah, because if I remember correctly, when you was doing it, you was pulling your hair out. You was going. Everyone was telling you, no, you've got to put this into there. And I've got to admit, I was watching that stream and I went, even I was getting confused and I wasn't even doing it. And I went, Jesus, it's a complex system. It looks, in theory, it looks simple, but actually trying to do it, it's not. Right. Now I'm going to take a bit more, so I've got to strip back, because I don't need half of these wires. I only need 2 now. I need 1 earth cable going to the earth point, and all the rest I don't need. So I'm going to try and think that now. These have all got to come out, so the whole lot's got to come out anyway. Yeah, 4 wires in total. I think you're right. I think you've got to have, because some's got to come off from the back of this. That's got to be bridged, and this is what does it. Well, at least I've got my commands up and running. That's one aspect. CMD command though, still not working from Stream Elements. And I'm not getting no notification from Stream Elements.
Wiggle test.
Wiggle test. Thanks, Worms. So when Ace comes in, he can do the wiggle test. The only downside is, I know what Ace does. He puts every command going at once, and he puts it on a timed. He's so clever, Ace. When I watch his streams, he does things so effortless. Obviously, I've got that one. I've got thanks to Mr. PCDD, he did actually put that in. And Russ actually gave me some good ones. So I'll still need to get some off Mr. MK, because Mr. MK's got quite a few as well, which I'm sure he'll be glad to help out. But now I've done it, I now know how to do it. It's complicated, but once you do it a few times, but then the trouble with my brain, leave it 24 hours and I'll forget again. My brain just can't comprehend like it did in the 1980s. I used to multitask like you wouldn't believe. Now, I couldn't do that today. My brain just says, no, sorry, don't work. Give up. Just give up. Yeah, I think you need to change the output settings so you can actually hear it. Yeah, I have. that it is out. Is it on the output settings? I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, I wondered that. I wondered why that's quiet. God, it's probably something else I've got to go, because something else with OBS. Opcals ain't got nothing yet. Jesus, I don't think. Bless him, he couldn't even get his microphone to work last night. Have you put batteries? Oh yeah, Mr. Swinton, have you put batteries yet in your Furby? Mr. MK8's Furbies. It's one of his bane of existence. No, he's thinking, no, it needs to be set up as a monitor and output. Yeah, monitor and output. I think that's what you need to set. Yeah, I think I have. I went through them all, and that's exactly what I set them at. Monitor and output. So if Mr. MK jumps on your live stream, just put the Furby in front. He hates Furbies. Not yet, but I'm going to buy some this weekend. Yeah, well, just play it when Mr. MK comes on, because he really don't like him. He really don't like Furbies. They're a bane of his existence. He says, no, I don't like Furbies. So, don't ever send one to Mr. Carfor, because he'll put 60 volts for it. You think, oh no. Obviously, they're going to end up too well with 60 volts. Only, and they're collectible. They're highly collectible. They're good. They're good little things to have. I just like having my one in the corner. It's just chilling out. It's just sitting over there in the corner. I'll give 2 to Mr. Pico. He's got one on the shelf and he calls it Mick. So he's obviously sitting on the shelf. He's got it next to my mug and he's got Mick written on it. So nice little touch. Yes, yours is set to the monitor, I believe. I think, is it? I did double check that. That bloody Eakins camera. Oh yeah, did you get your Eakins camera set up? It went all dark green. I couldn't even see anything. When you tried to do it, it literally screwed all the settings up. I thought, oh no. And I thought I was having problems. My Eakins camera won't work. It just sits there and 1 minute it'll work, then it won't work. Hot Cows was having issues last night, bless him. Let's go into active sources, click onto that. Let's just double check to make sure that all these commands, so this should be monitored and output. I can see I've got so many commands there. Obviously, the more you got, the bigger the screen gets. Right, 2000 years, I've got that one. Decibels, alarm, monitor and output, alert, Terry Tibbs, monitor and output. Yeah, they're on output. Audio input capture is off. Beetlejuice, obviously I've done that one. Be Right Back, I've not done that. Borat, monitor and output. Browser. DJ Mike, that's on output. The Eakins camera. Well, I don't need to worry about that because obviously on that front, Mike Rosen, nice. Microphone, power.
PCDD, little shit.
Power's work, that's on the monitor and output. Jesus, I've still got to scroll down. It's 3 times I scroll. Power. That's power is Carfor's one. Throws in your trash, yeah, monitor and output. Ship, yeah, monitor and output. Monitor and output. Wiggle, yeah.
2,000 years later.
Monitor and output for Wiggle. Why Are You Gay is that one I've just put gay. So that one is, yeah, that's monitor and output. Yeah, they're all monitor and output. So I don't understand. Obviously, I've turned the gain up.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
Gay. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Yeah, so yeah, we do hear it, but it just needs to be turned up. Alert needs to be turn the volume up, and it's still quiet. Right, okay. Let me go back into that. I'm glad you're doing it now because you can tell me while I'm going through all of the commands. I'll turn up the gain. If I put it up to about 7, what have you got yours set up, Mr. Swindon? Your gain? Have you turned any of your game up? Because that's the only way you can sort of like turn it up. The gain level, the interactive gain level. Wiggle is up to about 7. Why Are You Gay is minus. So I'm going to set that back down to...
Wiggle test.
I have no idea. They're all at random. Wiggle works. It depends on the clips. I think it does. I think he's right. Borat.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning. Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
King in the castle. You are gay.
Borat works as well.
Go do this. Go do this. King in the
Start the ship. The ship is... Yeah, they're all at... I put the wiggle up to 7. Alright, hold up. It's low volume with echo. Oh God. They're on monitor output. Obviously, I've not put anything else on there. The only thing I've turned up is the interactive, the gain on it. James echoes is because he can hear you through the mic. It's not loud enough for us. So, how else do you turn these up? Because every time I'm turning the gain up, like the volume, share your OBS screen. Yeah, I will. Yeah, actually, that's a good shout. Let me have a quick go, and then I can show you guys what I've got. Green screen, share application. So I've got these up here. So if I click into share interactions on here, I've got them all shared up. So I've got all of them turned on. So the volume, the alert is at minus. I can set that up to 0. So let me turn that down to 0. Right, that's set at 0 for alert. Zero. Hold up. See why the CBA is actually doing this with the commands. It's messing all about. Yeah, it's all messing about all the time with them. This is the trouble. This is the trouble. There's a lot on there. The more you got, this is why it does say interactive. Yeah, because they're not being used. But when you use them, it sets them. It's because you're not actually playing them. Yeah, it's because they're not triggered. That's right. Once you trigger them. Now, if I set wiggle, I've actually put. So if I put 0. So the wiggle one. So if I put for wiggle, if I put 10 for aces for the wiggle, and then set that to active. That now should go to 10 for the wiggle one. Yeah, that's louder. So if you try some of that now, the wiggle one.
Wiggle test.
Now I've put. Yeah, I'll set that to 10. And remember, these are timed as well. So after 10 seconds, you can play them again. Yeah, whack it to 20. What, for aces one? Yeah, let me try 20. That's 20. So Ace's one is now set to 20. Yeah, you need to be 20 plus 20.
Wiggle test.
Yeah, that sounds louder, I know. That actually sounds louder, the wiggle one. Yeah, that's better. Right, I think his one's set to 20. What's your OBS Doom Street Dark Ages? I don't know. I'm thinking there's nothing else in there. Because I only used, really, on the scenes, I only used the start and the camera. I don't use the ending or the be right back. Because look. Use any, I really don't use any of them. So I only use, really, I don't really need the ending and the be right back on that front. And the display capture is obviously going through. But that is obviously better. On that front. Yeah, where's he gone? Right, hold up guys, let me click onto that and then I can then go back to desktop screen. There you go. That's it. So we're back on that. So yeah, I've put Ace at 20 and all the others at 0. It's probably included the shield transmission with the element. Yeah, remember, depending what type of quality they're being broadcasted in as well on that front. But I'll put Ace up to 20. Pico. Right, second bet, round 2. Let's grab. Let's do this. Damn it.
Wiggle test.
Right. Well, this is interesting.
1,000 years later.
Thanks, guys. He sent me another message. All right. He's just sent me another message on eBay. He said somehow I've got it working. Ideal. Open it and then fixed it. It probably, cheers, mate. I've got it all around there. As I've got it, got it to ring now. I don't know what you've done.
Who says I'm gay?
Oh la la.
You ugly.
Oh well. King in the castle. King in the castle. I have a chair. I have a chair. Oh, go do this. Go do this. King in the castle.
So it looks like Mr. Pico. It looks like he's opened it up because he's just said in this message, right? He's just sent in this actual message on here. He went, I somehow got it working idle. He said, open it up and fixed it properly. Cheers, mate. As I've got it to ring now. I've got it. So what he's done, he's opened it up. So now he's even openly admitted that he's now even opened it up because he's now sent a message through eBay. Because eBay keeps account of it. Damn it. It returns as it says. So he's actually admitted now, he's actually opened it up. Because if there was a problem, right, because he said it was coming up with a problem on there, but he's now sent a picture and it's now working. Which he has. He's got it going. But he's proved it that he's now even admitted it on here. He's now opened it up to have a look. Unbelievable. See what I mean with people? This is what I don't understand. I showed it all physically working. He said it had a U81 issue. Okay. Then it's obviously got a problem. Now he's even admitted now. He's opened it up. Saved in messages. I will. Just in case if he opens it up. So if he now admits it now gets a U81 again. And he now says it's not working again. I'd say, well, you've opened it up. Obviously, you've even approved it. Yeah. This is what I don't get. I really don't get it with people. They even openly admit it. Or they lie. They just lie through there. Right. Well, at least the commands are I still can't get the CMD to work. The CMD command, I can't get that to work. Obviously, that's got to be done through StreamerBot. James would be the one for us for that. yeah, no, I'm doing something wrong. I think I've got to set up a command for the CMD to bring up the list of commands. But you can now see that StreamerBot's got to be talking to OBS. Can you see the headaches involved? Stream Elements for this. Oh, it's Stream Elements. Oh, I've done it through StreamerBot. Oh, that's probably why it's not working then. Oh, God. Oh, I don't know. I haven't got that point, James. I thought I was doing something wrong on StreamerBot. It's because you won't post it a message in the chat. Right, that's why it's not working. I've not done that. That's why I can't get the command line up. When you type CMD, you're supposed to bring it up. Obviously, I can't bring that up because it's not been set up. I thought I was doing something wrong through StreamerBot because everything does it. Yeah, CMD, the CMD command, it's not set up. That's why you can't bring the command line up. There's me doing it for everything through StreamerBot because I thought it's all got to be done through that. It's so complex. The system is. It's like trying to wire this up. It looks easy. I can assure you it ain't. It's not an easy setup. Yeah, you can go Stream Elements and then set it up. I don't know how to do that, Mr. J Fixer. Yeah, see all the hassle with the commands. This is why I think I'd pass. I don't have the time to mess about with it. Yeah, obviously that's not set up on Stream Elements. And I was getting notifications from Stream Elements. Now I'm not. I had 2 new subscribers and they didn't even show up. And I wasn't the only one that done that. Mr. PCDD had the same problem. Again, it's a Stream Element issue.
Wiggle test.
Yeah. The wiggle test is obviously gone a lot. It's a lot louder now because it's up to 20. It's took it into the yellow bar. Right. Looks like he's used these, but I've used all the bloody red ones up now. I've wasted 2. Damn it. So I need to strip these ones back. Tell you what, I was saying, if it's got to be complex, it's got to be the most issues that I've ever known. It's got to be this OBS. It's all right when it works, but my God, does it give you headaches when it don't work? You just hit your head against a barrier every time. Otkel's found that out last night. Couldn't get his microphone to work, bless him. And it was literally, it was beyond the point where you're thinking, Jesus, no wonder you ain't streamed for ages. And it's true, I think it's true what he said. Once you've not got into streaming for a long time, you get so used to watching others. Got to make sure you got content. You don't want to sit there, someone, I mean, there's a lot of channels, people playing. I mean, Joey, he's got back into playing games again, which I was really surprised about. I'm glad I looked at that properly, because I didn't look at that. Mr. Swindon's right. There is 2 lots of wire coming all out of the same bulb, which I didn't see. He's right. I thought that was a bit strange. I thought, well, that's simple. No, there's got to be more wires set up. So I've got to take a brown wire. Let me open it up. Yeah, Joey's just made a new video about making his garage into a new workshop. Oh, nice. I'll have to watch that. I'll watch that later. This is what I said. Really, you don't really need a TV license. For what crap it is on the TV anyway, I'll get much more entertainment of watching repairs or short videos and things like that. I'll get a buzz out of it. I'll just like, it's so much easier. It's much more, I find it's much more entertaining. Right. So I've got one wire coming out of that. It's got to go into that, right? Yeah. Now I've got to do this one there. Oh God, this is going to be fun. So 2 wires, he said that he's not being used on that. Well, that's interesting. Which is the top ones. Have I got any small terminals? Let's double check. Don't think I've got any smaller. Oh, great, I haven't. Or have I? Can I use these? Can I call you mister? Wait till you get. It might be easier to run all 4 wires from the bulb first. Yeah, actually, come to think about that, I think you might be right. And then I can screw everything down and then pair them up. And if I pay, yeah, I think Mr. J Fix is right. So what I need to do is get another wire coming out from the top, and it's got to go into the side here. So if I put that in, right, plunk that in, and the wire, if I do the wire coming from here, I think that's about right, because it doesn't show you the length of where to cut it at front. Snip that off, keep that crimped on. This one can have a I can pull that one off on there. So this has to have one wire. Let me have a look to see where I can put that wire. One wire comes off from this. Yeah, one goes on and then it goes into the bulb holder. So this one has to have goes into one of the bulb holders. Right. So this one has to have a ferrule. Right, okay. That's made it easier. Goes in one end, goes at the bottom, and then the other one comes on the other side of that connector. Yeah, I remember Andy doing this. It weren't straightforward, I'm afraid to say. It just wasn't. So I've got a bulb holder and a ferrule on one side. Now, obviously, one side of this is going to be coming out. Let's open this up. Because you've got to have, it's true what Andy said, I think you've got to have 4 lots of wire going in. And it does. Looking on there, he's right, it is 4 lots of wire. Right, so I'll leave that one connected up, because this has got to go to the connector on here. If I remember this correctly, where's that going? It's going at the bottom of the switch, this switch on here, because that's bypassing it directly. And he's left 2 wires. The top 2 he's not using. So now he's obviously, this one is now going from one side of this, which I can put on there. Yeah, when you need to plug in 2 wires, you actually, yeah, it's a single ferrule on either end. That's how I'm going to do it. That's exactly how I'm going to do it. Yeah, that way you can actually use the wire. So one end of this is, from what I'm reading, let me show you. I'll bring you up to spec, right? Now I can zoom in. It's got quite a good picture. This is the same connector that he's using, right? Exactly the same connector. Earth, neutral, right? And then the bottom one is a live, which if you look, the live that he's took out from that one there is not going to the bottom one. Remember, this is a switch going from on to off. This is what powers, right? Switches it on. Because remember, we've still got to get to the switch yet, which is the bypass. So this now and then goes to one side of this bulb, right? That's what I can see. So I'm following, I'm actually trying to follow where this wire goes. So this bottom wire now goes to the bottom end of that, straight to this, of the connector. This is where I think you start getting the 4 lots of wires, what Andy was actually saying earlier. Now we take another brown wire. So I need another brown wire. Now I'm going to take that one, and now it's got to go into the switching system. So now I need to put in. Let's put in another terminal. So one of these has now got to go into the switch, which I will follow. I can't see your box here actually with the red wire. Well, we've got some coming off the plug, which I've got on there, right? They're done. The plug ones are done, because one of them brown wires has got to go directly straight into the other side of this. Let me move this up so you guys can actually see it up front. So I've got this side now crimped on, and then this side, obviously, I've got to take that point. It's got to go into one side on the top part on the other side of this. This is where the 4 wires are coming. So again, same thing applies, right? So I'm going to allow from that switch. I'll put that there. So the switch system, because I've got, this is now going from the switch system coming on to, so which is coming off from this switch here, which is this one. So one side of the live is now got to come for that into the bulb. That's what it says. That's what I'm reading. Right, snip that off. Put a ferrule on the end of this. Screw a ferrule on it. This is where the 4 wires come in. I can see why now. It's mind-blowing how complex it is to try and wire these bulb testers up. This is why they're not easy to do. It does look very simple. The wiring diagram ain't. But the more complex it gets with adding, especially if you're doing a double one, they do a double one of these. Mad. Absolutely mad. Right, so one side of this now, it's got to go into that switch, which is on here. So, I'm going to put that to one side. Right. Put this switch on, because obviously we only need 2, because there's only 2 switches going on to this, so it ain't going to make no difference. Right, that there, it's got to go into this, straight into this, that's what I'm following. One of them goes straight into the bottom one. So, okay, we'll stick the bottom one. This then goes into the bottom. So that's your 2 lots of wires. right? So let me follow you up. Message retracted. When you need 2 wires into a single ferrule, now that's all right, I'm going to do it this way because this will be the 4 wires. So I'm actually going to put these side by side with each other, exactly how I've done it. So I'm going to slot 1 ferrule one side, because the holes are quite wide anyway, right? I'm going to put a ferrule the other side. That's 1 lot. So now we've got one side of the live going straight to the bulb, then coming out into the switch system. So we've got live, that will turn it off. This will turn it off and on basically. That will do the bypass. So on and off, bypass, right? And then I'll repeat that same thing again with the other side, but now going to the plug, which makes perfect sense. So I've got that wired right. So we just take the other side of the top one of there that's got to go in, and then the other side from the plug that goes into this side. That would be your 4 wires. So it looks correct. I'm sure that's what it looks like to me, unless I've done wrong otherwise. But it does look, that's why I'm trying to follow that. I'm following it correct, and it looks like so far so good. That would be right. That would be your 4 wires. I can take these off after and thread these through, so I'm not really bothered. Right, I need to repeat, right, because one of the lives that's coming off on here is, because we've already got, if you look, I've already got the plug. Where's the plug? These wires on here, right, this is one side of the wire from the plug that's got to go inside here. And then the other side from this side, right, that gets then wired directly, this goes directly in, and then the other side then goes to the bypass. Hence, that's how it gives it. That's why you got your live and your neutral. I know it looks bloody complex, but it does. Yeah, I have to have a label printer so you can actually make a sticker protection to bypass the switch. Well, I can write on it. It's not a problem. I think I've got a little 3D printer. Like a little thermal printer, not a 3D printer, little thermal printer. So I can actually label it and do it properly. I've got some sticky labels, because obviously I'm going to need an on and a bypass. Otherwise you won't know what position's what, and that's going to really confuse it. But that's the way I'm following it on here, and it looks like this is how it's being followed on that front. So this is wired up correctly so far, the way I've got it. So now let's do the next complex one, because obviously the complex ones on here, these ones are being looped over. So there's a looping system going on here. I'm going to do that last. Let me sort this out first, because this is the most complex out the lot. Because it looks like it's all got to go to the switch. Literally all of it. So what I need to do is, what I could do is take these out, do it all from the switch, and then I can put the switch in after, which might be easier. Because then that way I ain't got to worry about stretching wires over. I can then protect it all in circuit. Right, put it all through. Right, because that's all bolted up. So all I have to do is actually, once the wires are all in, I can then guide it through that way. It's going to make it easier, because everything's got to go onto this system. This is what's doing it, all of this. So I'll leave the ferrules on. I could do them after. See what I mean with the ferrules? Look, they squash them down, because you've got your wire inside. Yeah, you have to have labels. So, yeah, I think I'm pretty sure I'm saying I have got one of those label systems, little thermal printing label ones. So I'll need to put, these are now got to have, except for this one. This one's got to have a ferrule going to this. Now I can put crimps on the ends of these ones. So I can put a blue to a blue, which I'm not. So let me crimp a blue one on. I can see why Andy was pulling his hair out when he was trying to do this. It's a frigging nightmare. Literally weren't the easiest to try and fathom out. And I see he was getting really stressed, and I can understand why. The stressing point is, yeah, it's quite high. So I need to do the one with an earth as well. I can see why now. That was wired up wrong, but it's not now. I think I've got the logistics of it. It takes a little bit because your brain's telling you that's wrong. Now, if someone had to sit there and fathom all that out, God, they must have literally. Can you imagine the headache they had trying to work out to do a bulb tester? Whoever sat there and thought that up. If you think that you're running into wires that you hold it, you might not have in Discord them again. Should be all right though, Mr. J Fixer. I can't see why not. That was. God, got to make sure these are crimps on. And what I should do is test them to make sure these have got continuity. I don't want to put all these on and end up having. That's one thing I have not done, which is rule number 1, to make sure these are properly connected. Which I'm going to do right now. Because I don't want to put all this in and end up saying, there's no connection, why ain't it working? I don't have much luck. That's connected, cool. That's connected. That should shut it off. So look, if I prove it, right, the connection is working. Watch. So I'm gonna probe this wire from this end, right? I'm gonna probe it on this one, and then I'm gonna put the wire through the other connector, right? And it's now working. So I know that he's turning on and off. So I've got to make sure I get that right, because obviously that is on, that's the bypass, so that is set up correctly. All right, I'll leave that on. So far, so good. And let me do this one. Let me just test the ends of these, make sure these ends are connected. Because again, I don't want to put all this through, end up being one wire on. That's good. Good, right, cool. So now I can put the neutral, because the neutral, it looks like it's got to go over to the plug. So the earth and the neutral go to the plug, so which is simple enough. Which is the neutral is going to be middle. Cool. No, I've got that wrong. Thank you. That was obviously the earth. This then goes to the live, to one side of that thing. So let me just pinch that back. I'm going to put a ferrule on that. Just grab a ferrule. These are good, these ferrules now. They do make it a lot easier. Just tidies a lot of I think that's what Andy will run into an issue with, the amount of wires. It was all jammed. That was the only thing that worried me when doing the bulb tester, was when Andy was jamming 4 wires for a small hole, and I went, what if them wires come out or the cables break? This is why I like doing them for a ferrule on that front, because it's nice and tight, and it just looks a neater way of actually putting all this together, regardless of how complex this system is. So let me go back to the picture. So right, so far, so the other 2 wires on the other 3 wires on here, right, now all go to the plug, right? That goes to the plug. This one goes to one side, and then the other side that comes out of that goes back into the neutral. That's how, I'm pretty sure that's how he's done it. And then the loop system, because one side of the top part of the loop goes into the other side of where this switch goes, and then it comes out, goes into, then the other one comes out from the other side. I think that's how he's done it. So it looks like one wire. Yeah. This wire goes into that bulb. That wire then comes out. Goes into one side of here. One side of this wire, which I've got to do next. Let me just put a crimper on this one. Yeah, mine's fine. Yeah, fine. I can see why they're obviously not for the faintest hearted of actually trying to build, but I haven't done too bad. And comparing, thanks to you guys, obviously I needed a bit of help. I needed that wiring diagram. That one really helped me because I can now follow exactly where that's going. And it's because that's the exact same layout as I've got. Glad I don't have to do these too often. But they are definitely 100%. It's best to have them. Right, so this one now comes out, which I need to go in from here, which it does. This now comes out, and I need to follow that wire coming out, and it goes into the other side of this. So this goes in, this goes into that. There you go. Problem solved, and that is your 4-wire system. So one wire comes out of the plug and all the rest get bypassed. Thank God for that. That's got to be the most complex system going. Right. We got there in the end. I can see why you've done it in a 2-part system. Totally, I understand. But so we've got one coming out of there. It ain't going to make no difference. And then this one should then... It's got to come from this side. Because I've got to put all these wires through yet. Oh, for crying out loud. I've got to pull that wire out. Because that's got to go in. Because I've got to put this switch in. But before I do it, now I know where that wire goes. I'm going to leave that wired up for a minute. Let's wire this up and do these little hoop jumps on that front, because I need to do that, which I've not done yet. So I've got one side of that's wire now going to this side of this switch. That's your bypass. This now is the bypassing side that I'm doing. It's getting clogged up. Oh, shit. Poke that out. Get out, you bugger. Excuse me. But they are cool to have, no, Mr. Swindon. I can see why you've got one there. If I'd had one of these, yeah, at least you forgot the bulb. No, I've got you there, Mr. Worms. Mr. Swindon's given me. So he did say, "Have you got any bulbs?" I said, "I don't think I have." He said, "Here, take some of these," which is very kind of him. Did you eat your chocolates, sir? I can't eat them because they've got nuts in, and I tend to have allergic to when it comes to nuts. Obviously, that type of nut. Yeah, nut. Yeah, thanks. I can't have anything that's... I don't really... I still end... Do you know what? I don't know. You know, I know you do your walks and your stairs. I get enough with. I've got enough. I've got enough exercise with Bronson. Trust me on that front. And yeah, every time that like you know, you have to be careful what you have. Yeah, my bulbs should be coming up soon. So in spring. Oh yeah, 'cause obviously the well, I've started seeing daffs coming out. The daffodils. Actually looks quite nice. Yeah, I like the daffs. They're really nice. Bronson tends to kill me mum's one because he keeps pissing the bulbs. Poor Mrs. Yeah, definitely. Bronson kills me mum's daffodils because he keeps watering them free of charge. And he's watering. Obviously, don't go down too great. It's the different type of watering he's giving them. The yellow kind. He's thinking, oh no. He's gone back to Kip. Right, so bypassing, right? Because I thought, how's that going to work? Right, obviously, we're taking the neutral and now bypassing it down to the switch because it's obviously coming across from the fuse side. So we take this side and now bridge it over to here, which it is now bridged. So if we mean that now, that is now your bridging point, which I've got to on here. That's exactly how I've done it, because you don't use the top ones. These top ones ain't being used. If you look on there, these top ones ain't being used. This is how I'm copying it word for word at the end of it. So that's obviously got to go to the bulb holder. This goes to the plug. That should be it. Actually, that should be it. Yeah, 150 watt daffodils. I think that should be it now, guys. That should be, it looks about right for where I've got it. So these wires now can now go through. If the way I'm looking at this, yeah, plug it in. No, wait a minute, Worms. I'll get zapped. Obviously, can't. I'm not going to take it yet because I've still got live wires all coming out. I'll plug it in. I will get a zap. I will light up like an 150 watt light bulb permanently. Yeah, make great concept. Thinking, Chill's been zapped. Oh no. Oh yeah, Mr. Swindon. The one that you didn't send over and I'm going to need is your old no. I need your old no one sent. So just in case I ball something up, or the magic smoke. Magic smoke. I've forgotten about that. Oh God, don't even remind me on that front. Okay, I'll send it in a minute. No worries, thanks my friend. Yeah, I haven't got your old no. Or the crying. Right, that is wired up. Right, she's wired. Now all I've got to do now is put all this through. Right. And plug it. Get it to the point now. Now this ain't got to come out. So I can leave all this in. I can see why these things are a frigging nightmare to set up. I need to get some off Mr. MK. He's got some Mike Classics. Right, in. Right, cool. So, one side on that plug goes to the. Now this is where it gets me every time. Right, that's obviously come off. I missed the smoke. Yes, well, I don't miss the worms. Obviously, I don't miss the smoke. No, I never saw that one. I plugged it in. Car 4C, give it a bit more voltage. Yeah, I silly mugs here. I listened to it, didn't I? And put the amperage up, and then the next minute, yeah, the radio. And the next minute, I'm going, oh crap, the radio's smoking, but it was still working. I went, oh Jesus, the wire got red hot. I saw that clip. That was absolutely legendary. So right, let me just follow now. I've got all these wires in, right? Because I've got to make sure I can push this clip in there, right? Right, and I can follow you guys where I'm at the moment, right? Wires are all in, connectors in, right? I'm gonna have to get the hot glue. So I think what I should do before I do anything, yay, let's get the hot glue out. Let's get this glued in, because now it ain't got to come out. The glue time, Mr. Worms, it sure is. Get the glue. We've got to have the glue. The glue. Bronson's thinking I'm talking about him. Get the hot super glue. So first things first, I can let that warm up. Right. I don't need these now. This is now already. Right. It's getting to the point. Oh, why I'm warming this up. Oh shit, don't watch the glue. Right. That's got the ferrules. I've got to hot glue this and just hot glue that. Right. I can get rid of all this rubbish. Take this out. I don't need this. Thank God for that. I'll tell you what, yeah, hot glue needed, glue command for worms. Actually, I do. I have to sort one out. God, my arse has gone numb. Oh, Jesus. Right, let's put that. Oh, that's broke. Yeah, that went down well. I'm coming up to half a tank of diesel. It's been on for 6 hours. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. Half a tank of diesel, and it obviously. Yeah, numb bum. I hate numb bums. Oh, hang on. I forgot what I was going to get. What was I getting? I was going to get something. Now it's gone out my head. I forgot what I was going to do. Clip set. What? I don't know. I went out the kitchen for something, and obviously I forgot what I was going to get. The glue's still not ready yet. I've completely. I went out there literally within 30 seconds. I've obviously forgot. Oh no, clips. I've said. Oh right, okay. Oh, clips sent. Thanks, Mr. Swindon. For a minute, I'm wondering what. Okay, what? I went out the kitchen for something. I can't think of what I went out the kitchen for. I think I need more vitamin C. My brain just can't comprehend. Lovely. Let's move these out of the way. There'll be a day I'll have my front room back. Oh, to make a coffee. No, I've got no milk. And I have to have lactose free. I have to have lactose free stuff because it just goes right through me. Mind you, that I'll tell you what. You say that, Mr. Worms, right? I'll say that espresso machine. Oh my God, that was very impressive. All I'll say is very impressive. Lovely. That was just like out of Costa Coffee. That was lovely. Proper bit of kit, that is. Proper bit of kit. Look, Worms, I'm getting the glue out. Look. God, it smells. I'm getting choked with fucking fumes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's because I actually I use steam milk correctly. Yeah, that's beautiful. I'll tell you what, I'd be using that machine every day. I can see why they're expensive. I've got to get the glue right. I've got glue everywhere. Oh, hold up. The glue's not going too great. Now, Mr. Swindon obviously used a bit of hot glue on these. And rightly so. Yeah, the glue's done. The gluing is all done. I can't get down to the other side. Exact. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that tasted just like Costa Coffee. That did. Really nice bit of kit, that is. I could get accustomed to drinking that. The lattes are absolutely lovely. The Americano's a bit strong, Americano coffee, because I'm always, ow, fuck, that's stuck to my... Sorry, guys. I forgot that was hot. God, jeez. Fucking glue got me. I forgot the glue gun was there. God, jeez. I thought, oh, that's cooled down. And then I realised, no, fucking glue, it's fucking glue. It nearly took my skin off. Jesus. Yeah, that glue's hot. Trust me, guys. Yeah, it is very warm. Very warm glue. No, I need the correct shaped cups for them. Oh no, yeah, that's why I need a command. Oh no. Obviously I could have had that. You know, I forgot about that glue gun. Jesus. That hurt. Glue's hot. It is very hot, glue. There ain't a day that goes past if I don't injure myself. My mum called me, she said, you're nothing but a walking disaster. I went, thanks. I took that as a compliment. Well, that ain't coming out now. That's well glued in. That's actually quite nice and all that. Let me show you. I've glued all that in. So it's not going to come out now. I can't get to the back because I can't get the glue gun at the back of it. Obviously, it's too much. It's not called hot glue for nothing, you know. Thanks, Mr. Pico, sir. Yeah, but it's just another scar I've got on my hand. I've already got enough cut marks. If I ain't spliced myself, nearly chopped my leg off. I nearly chopped my leg off on a 15-inch fucking blade with one of those cutters when I was working at a building site. Lucky enough, me trousers got caught up and it stopped it. But it nearly chopped my leg in half. I tell you, they're dangerous. Working on a building site, mate. That's why you have to have safety stuff. I can understand. But yeah, I forgot that was on. I unplugged it. It's still frigging hot. Right, let me move the glue gun because that's dangerous. It's fucking got me twice, that glue gun. Right, that's it. Get the glue gun out of the way. I touched it and I went, fuck, look, it ripped the skin off. Took all the hairs off me back of my hand. Right. Oh God, what a disaster that was. Right, okay. Right, well, enough with the hot glue. Yeah, it's not called... The glue's for a reason. Right. So, fuck me, look, stuck to the table. Jesus. That is. No, that was the bit that stuck to me. Look, it's pulled the hairs off. It's pulled the hair off. You can't get to see it. Pulled the hair off me skin. Gee. Unbelievable. You think, oh no. Fucking, I thought, hang on a minute. That looks like that's some of my hairs off my hands. Yep, glue. You can tell that sticks. That's good stuff. Now, that could be 20 years old, but it's still doing its job. So, yeah. Think twice, expert, different outcomes, it's called. Oh, God. Right, thank God for that. Right, we ain't got to deal with hot glue. I am a walking disaster. And I openly admit it, I'm an absolutely walking disaster. All I say is, thank God I had that. I'm not very good when it comes to like navigation. I have to rely on, sat navs and things. All I say is, if I didn't have that sat nav, I would have been stumped because there's no way I would have got back from Swindon, all the way from Swindon back down to the Essex region without that sat nav. I think I would have ended up in Manchester. Oh no, if you'd have come back, I'd have done another 200 odd miles. I mean, where the fucking hell am I? Didn't realise I'm in Manchester. So no, thank God I did. That's obviously God save. But I would have ended up even further. Right, let me get rid of the rubbish. Oh. Right, now I've got to go back to the pictures again. And now just follow that. Right, so I will take the Right, now I can actually wire this up properly, because now I ain't got to take none of these out. It's all nice and neat though. It's all neatly done. Wires coming out at the end of the day. So yeah, it's actually turned out really well, except for this gluing on my bloody hand. glue, obviously, I've had enough of Bronson's glue. I didn't expect hot glue to. God, look at that! Hey, fucking look what it's done. Look, it blistered my hand. That did. Well, I ripped all the hairs off. Wow. Well, that's not coming out now. I've glued all that round. So I've got hot glue going all the way round at the top. So there, that was a good shout, except that it got me in the process. Well, that's all nicely wired up. So now what I need now then is to take these existing wires, and now I can wire it up directly from in here. Where's that pot? No. There's another pot with some more wires in. Is that them? I think there's some there. I did put the gasket in. Oh shit! No, you didn't. Do you need the gasket? I don't think you need the gasket, do you? You don't need the gasket. Whose birthday is it? Happy birthday, Squishy. Is it? Victor. Victor, I'll tell you what. Without that picture, I would have been in trouble. So thank you very much for that picture, because that was the best guidance that I've followed by far. Nice one, sir. It's everyone. Happy birthday. Yay, it's her birthday. Well, you just missed. Oh, Vince just sent that. Well, Victor, sir, you just missed me. I got attacked by hot glue. It just literally ripped all the back of me hairs. It's my hand. It bloody hurt. I'm going, oh, jelly, that was hot. Yeah, it made entertainment. Yeah, Vince said that. Right, so now I've got to follow all these wires again now, but it's now getting to the point where, oh, that's got to come off. God, that one's broke there. Great, lovely. Really typical. Let me grab, I've got to take that one out. You just move that over. They keep sending me local voting papers through. I had another one come through today. I thought, oh, for crying out loud, it don't matter who you bloody vote for when you're coming in. I thought, what difference does it make? It's only for it's supposed to be for your local like voting side. It don't make no difference in the UK. They're all bloody useless. All a lot of them. They tell you one thing, means something completely different. Don't take no notice to what they tell you. So I don't bother. Yeah, I'm just having a happy chill after a day. After to move all that, because I've got to move all that snow. Oh God, yeah. America's got it really bad. Oh God, it is really bad. It's the baddest it's been yet. I've never seen it. I know they'd rather go through massive floods, right? Because it just can't go anywhere. Or heavy snow. You can't win. You have 50 centimetres of snow. Ugh. Jesus. I'll tell you how big that is, right? I've got 50 centimetres, right? Right, guys, let me show you. If I'm reading this correctly, 50 centimetres. There's 50 mil. That's how much snow that is at 50 mil. That's exactly, you can actually see at the 50 where that is, right? Centimetres is at the bottom, inches at the top. So you are looking about nearly 1.5 foot of snow. That's how much snow they've got. It don't sound a lot, but that's enough. Trust me. Nearly 1.5 foot of snow. Yeah, it's -7. That's like the temperatures what we reach over here. I mean, it struggles in the UK. What's it get when I look in my car? It struggles to get up to 7 Celsius. But you can't go by what them car ones tell you, because they always give you, it's obviously the wind factor is obviously colder. Right. Where's them, oh, for crying out loud. Where's that other one gone? I just had them a minute ago. What? Where's that bloody ferrule set I had? I had that in ferrule set a minute ago. Oh, we are. It's underneath. I need that ferrule set back. Yeah, because obviously, Carrefour, it gets it up to about -45. Ooh. It's -28. Where Michael Dilemma is? Jesus. Carrefour says, because he lives in Sweden, he said, good days on there, when it's down to about -15, -15, he said that's warm, that's a warm day. Jesus. It's not like Siberian weather, up to -68. That's mad. I was watching a documentary about Siberia. They said you got to wear 11 kilos of clothing. You've got to have special lined thermal gloves, right? And they said if you don't, frostbite on your hands in less than 3 minutes. at nearly minus 70 degrees. That's mad. You can't even go out. You have to wear a face mask, protection. Hot water, they said you can easily see it freeze instantly. Milk, they keep outside. They don't bother having their fridges on. It's quicker to freeze outside during the Siberian temperatures. Sod living in Siberia, if you've got temperatures like that. Yeah, forget going out in that. Yeah, seriously, Worms. It's on YouTube. I watched it. I'm fascinated by like countries from all over the world. And Siberia was one of them. And I went, Jesus. In their blocks of flats in Siberia, they have to have 11 doors, right? 11 doors before they reach the outside. They said they have to have all these heavy duty security doors to keep the cold out. And the buildings had to be reinforced to take the brush weather environment. I went, bloody hell. Yeah, you couldn't go out in that when it's getting that type of temperatures. You come out there, freeze your conkers off. Copyright. Copyright. That's Mr. Swindon on that front. Right. Yeah, 11 kilos of clothing in Siberia you've got to put on, because otherwise the frost will get to you. We're going out. Yeah, this month, sadly, it's plus 12 on the mountainside. 1,500 metres altitude, but now its level is 200 metres on the back on the sea, so it's -7. That's weird. That's mad, that is. Yeah, normal. Yeah, I'd use thermal cam. Yeah, actually, the cold is actually coming into my house. That's mad. Seriously. Yeah, you can't even comprehend on that. That's cold. You'll be moaning about the cold weather. You know, you'll have reasons to have moan about the cold weather. So I've got to put some ferrules. Let me put some ferrules on quickly. Got to put 3 ferrules on, because the ferrules all fell off. Put 3 fresh for new ones on. And then I can... that's why I went out in the kitchen. Oh, what a banana. It's just come to me. I need a light bulb. What do I go out the kitchen for? That's what I need. Otherwise it won't work. I need to get a light bulb from what Mr. Swindon lovely got to me. Right, that's it. We got that one there. So a Polaris 150 watt light bulb. Yay. So I went out. What did I go out the kitchen for? That's why I went out the kitchen. one empty because I needed a light bulb and I forgot all about it. Right, light bulb. Ferrules. This is nearly done there. Thank God for that. I'm glad this is done. Regardless that the glue got me. Right, one ferrule. My cat it's like he sleeps under the radiator. Oh, I can't imagine. Animals ain't daft, mate. Bronson, he curls up on the bed, but he gets too hot. He fidgets a lot of the night. It keeps me awake. And then I get his big hoof marks straight into the back. Have you seen the size of his paws? God almighty, it's like a dinosaur, like a claw digging into you. All I say is, thank God this is done. It looks nice, and that's what gives me the inspiration of thinking, well, if Mr. Swindon can do it, I'm sure I can put one of these together. yeah. It looked easier than what it was, but trust me, it ain't. Just glad it's done. Right, now I can follow all of these wires. So this wire here has got to go onto the socket for the thing. So first thing I'm going to do is the wires have got to come through. I've got to have a couple of wires in here, so I've got to have wires going into this. So I can put these wires on there. Let me do these wires first. Put these wires now back on the plug. Yeah, we want to see it, give it a live test. I think it'd be all right. It is wired up right now. That thanks to Victor, is literally giving that diagram. That was the correct build, the one I was doing. It was, the others were throwing me off. I know it looks simpler, but it don't help when you're trying to try and actually put it all in. Right, so I've got the live going in. Right, so let's do the live first. It's nicely and neat to do all, because that's the only thing is cable management. Cable management's a nightmare to do on this. Vince. What the heck was that? Oh, it's pissing down out there. I just looked. It's absolutely dropping down. Vince. No, it's not me. Oh, was it? Oh, it's Victor. Was it Vince? Was it Vince? It's Vince. No, sorry, Victor. I thought it was you, my friend. I knew it was so. I thought, who give me that? Who give me the fix? So it was. No, Victor. Yeah, Vince actually sent you that. Well, it was thanks to him that gave me the correct layout, what I needed. Told you, I'm like Mr. Swindon. My brain can't comprehend. It's when you're trying to engage chat, you're thinking of names and you're thinking like handles. Your brain just says, no, it's not going to work today. Sorry, hot cows. Yeah, I'm in Jersey too. It's just whereabouts my wife is at the moment. Poor right. Michael likes the Borat one. I like the Borat one. Borat ones are funny. Right.
PCDD, little shit.
Obviously, that one always gets to me. Thanks to Mr. Swindon. We've got a lot to thank from Mr. Swindon. That's why I love watching his streams. Not when he gets stressed out. Obviously, when you get stressed out, you get stressed out. Right, so far, right, that's all now wired in, right? Borat is legend. Oh, I love Borat. He's that one that I've got that clip of when he was in that antique shop and he smashes everything up. Don't worry, I have a watch from the future. It would pay for more than this. That one always gets to me. Who's divorced? Who's divorced? Borat. He's. I'll tell you what. That film always will stick with me. He's done a couple. Right, let me refollow the wires now, because now I need to get these round the correct orientation, because obviously I've took them all out, which is now all got to go through, if I remember correctly. Should have 4 wires, which we have got 4 wires. This is going to be fun. I've got to get all these in. Yeah, I wish what I should have done, really. Let me take these out. Let me see if I can try and cut some of this shielding back, because this is why they took the shielding out. They took it out for a reason. The shielding's now getting in the way. Great, lovely. I freaking know it was going to get in the way. How did I know? I've now got to cut all the bloody shielding back. Yeah, I watched the first one. I see some new faces actually come onto my stream. I didn't know who they were. I went, who's these? Obviously got some new faces that actually popped in. They popped in. Didn't say hello. Didn't know who they were. God. I knew that was going to be a bad mistake, keeping the shielding on. There's a new Predator film. I've not seen it. I keep seeing clips on TikTok. This looks like it works alongside with the robot or something. She's a botnoid or something. Oh, God. Yeah, that's going to do it the world of good. I think that's enough. Let me, just smash my hand. Alright. I've took that back a bit more. Cool. No, that's alright. Hopefully, now. Yay, it's a little bit better. Okay, right. Well, the glue's held its job, so that's one good aspect. Got to make sure these connectors are on. So right, I've got this one's got to go through here. That's it. And these two have got to go through, because obviously I've got to put the wires going into the connector. So I've got to have. So it's true what Mr. Swindon said. Oh, that one's busted off again. For crying out loud. That one's broke again. The earth is broke. So I've got 4 lots of wires coming out. So it's true what Mr. Swindon said, you've got to have 4 lots. But obviously we've got to get these now in the correct orientation. But we're in. Nice and neat. I've got a nice plug. I've got on and off. Obviously I've got to put a kettle lead in. So I sacrificed the kettle lead. It was worth sacrificing a kettle lead. So now I need to put these now in the right orientation. I'll take them back out and then do one at a time, and then I'll know where to put these, and then I can screw these in. Right, are the ends opened up? Yeah, they are. Okay. Right. So first things first, let me take the first one, which is coming out the bottom of the, yep, this one here. This one has to go into the first one, which is going to be in one of these connectors. Cool. Okay. So then I can follow it. It'll make it a lot easier to follow it once it's all in circuit. And then what we do, one side of that goes into, from the other side of that one, now it goes into one side of that plug, which is the one I've got in my hand. So that goes to this side. Cool. Okay. Now I can tighten that up. Right. These two can now be tightened. Nice. We've got that correct in the right orientation. I would have had a call to build a bulb into a Furby that lights up. Poor Furbies. So if it goes wrong, the Furby lights up. Like if there's a dead short. So yeah, if you get a dead short on that front. Nice one, J-Fix. I don't think I could bring myself to sacrifice a Furby, no sir. They're just too cool. You've not grew up if you ain't had a Furby as a kid. You're giving ideas to Mr. MK there. Right, now the other one, obviously, ain't going to make no difference. So you put this in because it's going to be for the other side of the build. Right, so we can now put that side. But before I do that, right, let me fix this one again. For crying out loud. Why do they keep bloody failing? Ferals. If there's ever a short to a current, the Furby was set of a light bulb. Poor Furbies. The Furbies, obviously, what have they done to deserve that? It's like trying to say, we'll do it to a Womble. You can't do that to a Womble. That's part of our childhood. Oh, great. That one's now come out. Oh, crying out loud. For the love of God. Yeah, I couldn't believe Joey Does Tech actually did pop in while he was, well, obviously it was all kicking off at Mr. PCDD, bless him. Couldn't believe that. Joey Does Tech was on. Because even he turned around, he said, what's going on? Even he couldn't believe it. You don't see many other streamers. Who? JDT. God, I can hear the wind out there. It must be really bad. I can hear it blowing like Galfall's wind outside. Yeah, I'd love to have a couple of... Yeah, so would I. There's loads of things I'd like to ask him. But, yeah, I've got to admit, he'd be a cool guy to actually hang around with. I totally agree with you there, Mr. Michael, sir. Right, we've got that back in. That one's now come off. Great, lovely. Where's that come off? That's now pulled off on there. Oh, for fucking crying out loud. Connectors. Show you. The bloody connectors come off. Sort that connector out, that one comes off. It's supposed to be the idea so they don't pop off. I'll have to order some more. I've used a lot of them up. These are the Stanley ones, aren't they? Or safety ones. Cheap brand. That's sticking out, that ain't helping. Right. Yeah, now I can't get the connector on. Jesus Christ. Crikey. Right, where's the pliers? If you, oh God, I dropped that one. You can't even get a connector on it. Seriously? That one's now come off on there.
Wiggle test.
Thanks, Worms. Freaking, that shouldn't be that tight getting a connector on. That now won't come. That now won't go on. What? I've got to put a connector on this. Obviously, this is the neutral. Oh yeah, just slotted on. Why was that being? No, hold up a minute. That's the wrong one. It's got to go on there. You donut. You dingbat. It's this one. Yeah, it's this one. It won't go on. Michael's got the right idea. Put it in the bin. Put it straight in the bin. Right. That's all the connectors on. No more brakes. Right, these two have now got to go through. Freaking nice. Right, guys. Let me just show you the outcome of the way I've now wired it up. A little bit on the complex side, but... Right. Wires coming out. Coming out. One going in. The bypass. We've got a nerve connected to the plug. I'm not sure if Mr. Swindon's actually got an earth connected. I don't think he has. I can't remember. It's got an earth anyway to the plug, which is going from the outside. Right. Got the wires coming out. being bypassed straight into the switch. So one's a bypass, one's on off. Yeah, I have. Oh, that's all right. Thank God for that. Because I was going to say. So yeah, everything else, the only thing that's not connected, which is saying on there that you don't connect them, is the other two at the bottom. So you've got two terminals that are not being used at the end. But everything else is all wired up. So all I've got to do now is put this on, wire this up now, done. Which I've got to put back on. Which are these two, which I'm going to put one at this end, all I say is thank God for that. Right, so now we got the lovely connection. The wiggle tests. Nice, nice, and nice. So now we can put all these, squeeze all these wires back in, and that's it. She'll be done. So now I need to put all these wires back in. Not the wires, the screws. Yeah, I wouldn't say that was an easy build. It needs more glue. It looks nice. It looks a lot neat and tidy. It does look a lot more neat and tidy because, like you said, I've not put the screws back into it yet. Nice shout out though. It's all nice and neatly lined up, which I like. Got nice deep. The screws ain't too deep to actually go all the way through. Which I'm going to have a look in a minute, make sure we ain't screwed for anything on that. Right, now that's all in. No, they're not. The wires are all in. She's all sealed up inside. Look at that. It's even nice and neat inside. I even like that. That's actually quite nice. And the only thing I've not put on is, which I've just found out, you dingo, and then put the waterproof seal on, but it don't matter, you don't need it because it's not going outside, so I'm not really bothered. Turn it on. Well, I've got to source another lead out. Why am I using that, you dingo? Ah, I keep forgetting you've got your screwdriver. I'll put that, is that on 2? No, it's on 3. Fuck me, I'll break it. It will and all. Well, it's done. The main thing is the dim bulb tester. It looks so professional. It's a shame about that, because if I had a nice one, that would have been a nice finish. But do you know what? And I made one little mark there, a little bit of a mark. But you know what? That's really good. That's turned out lovely. As I told you, I'm not too bad when it comes to DIY or putting things on. I don't have any issues. I've still got. I ain't put a screw in that seam yet because it's. Right. There. tools. Let's put the tools away. Let's get all of this crap out of the way, and then we can test that. Obviously, I need to get the 3D label out. The thermal printing label. 3D printing is not. I keep saying 3D. I've got 3D on the brain. To get the thermal printer out, and then I can make some labels up as a bypass. So the only way you'll be able to test this is if there's a short now, but you can bypass it to turn it straight on. If I remember correctly, this should turn straight on. So I've got to source another bayonet connector out, and then we can plug her in. We can go for it, guys. We can give her a go. Oh, the amount of crap I've had to pick up. Right. I know they take a little while to do, but do you know what? They're worth it. And regardless, I can see why Mr. Swindon's obviously done that for a reason. Because obviously that's a long project. That's not a 5-minute project to do. But if I'd have had that, I would have knocked all my electric out, because I would have then lit up and realised there's a short. And then that would have saved me tripping all my electric out. There's a bloody... Yeah, just need to put it to positive leg on that long. Obviously. Now I've got to source another cable, because obviously I chopped that one up. Let me go and put this in the bedroom, because this needs... I ain't got much room in this front room. There's too many unfinished projects in here. Put it back with the mould. Oh no. I've still got all these bloody hi-fi systems. DVD record. Oh god. Right, forget about them for a minute. It's going to do me head in. God, look at all them. I've got fucking loads of records here. Oh my god. Right, let's dig out another lead. Let's go for the boxes of mixed leads. Right. I'm going to need a Jimmy Riddle again. Jesus. I pedalled more times than Bronson. Right, I need one with a free... No, that's not it. No. That's for... Looks like for a laptop. Ah, there you go. We've got one there. Look at that. Nice, neat one. Yeah, and it looks like a nice brand new one. Right. Give me 1 minute, guys. Let me go. Just got to spend a penny. Cold weather. It's just running through me.
2,000 years later.
I heard the alarm. Don't worry, guys. I heard that while I was in a car seat. Just had to spend a penny. Let me read that. Alert, alert, alert. Alright, I've heard you. Thanks, Anne. Right. Now I've got to put the bulb in. Obviously, it's this cold weather. It's getting really cold. The weather is nasty out there. I just looked out the window. I didn't realise that it's chucking it down. It literally is. Not nice. You're better off where you are, in the warmth. Right. First things first, let's put a bulb in. Because we won't get far without a bulb. You really shouldn't handle bulbs. Oh, look at the size of these. Jesus, where'd you get... Bloody hell, Mr. Swindon, where'd you get them from? that screwing in? What? I don't feel like it's screwed in properly. Alright. Could be. 150 watt, baby. Look at the size of that bulb. Never see a bulb that big. Jesus. This is a brand new, right, it come off a laptop or something, or something else I took, like power supplies I've had over the years. Right. Look, it's still got the cap on it. This has never been used. Right. So I won't know if this has been bypassed or not. So well, nothing's working. Well, that's a good start at the end of the day. Oh, have I got to plug something into it? You need to plug something in. No. Oh. I think you're right. Do you have to plug something into it? I can't remember. Does it? Yeah. No, ready for ready for that. Yeah, you do. Yeah, I thought it did. Let me plug a glue gun into it. I'll plug a glue gun into it. I thought, why ain't I got nothing coming up then? Well, that was a big revealing, wasn't it? Well, we got no. So it's lighting up. So she does work. Right. So that is the
Wiggle test.
Wiggle test. Give it a wiggle. Wiggle test. So it is. It's lighting up. So she is wide up. But obviously I'm not getting no lights coming through. And we're not lighting up there. So that is on. Right. So, well, that's interesting. So that's off. Right. So I need to write that. Legendary is. So that's off. This is on. Right. So I need to go off and on. So first thing I need to do is get a permanent marker. Right. Because otherwise I won't know which is off and what's on. So I'm just going to put, hang on a minute. I'm confused. Is this off? Yeah. So I'm going to put off. And I'm going to put an arrow at the bottom. I'm going to put on. Right, so I'm going to put off and on, right, on that front, because this is a permanent marker, this won't rub off. So that turns it on, which it does, lights the bulb up. Right, cool. So this is the bypass. So this is the bypass. And what's the other one? Oh, for crying out loud. I forgot what one it says. Yeah, and the other one is, so it is working. So you're right, you've got to make sure you plug something into it. So it is working, guys. I have it right. Bypass and lamp on. So this is obviously, yeah, I think you're right. If I switch that on. So this side is lamp on. So I need to side lamp on. Put an arrow on that one. I'm going to put on there. Lamp on. And this side is the bypass. So what I've done, lamp on, bypass. That's it. That's because I followed that one there. So I've followed it exactly word for word. So it is working. Yay! I've got myself a fully working lamp tester. So if there's ever a short now in that front, but remember it's 230 volts. Yeah. Try a short. Actually, so Mr. Swindon, for it to be on, Am I right in saying it needs to be on bypass? So if there's a short, it will light up. It needs to be on bypass for it to find the fault. So if there's not a fault and it is working, it will cut out. Well, at least I've got it on there. No, leave the lamp on. Right, okay. Oh, the bypass is to cut through it. Right, I see. Leave it on, the lamp on. Right, so I'll leave it on the lamp on. But it's not lighting the... I'm not worried about it lighting up anyway. Up front. So, on and off. And I've got... So what's the bypass? The bypass is for... the bypass is if you want to like cut it, like to put the power straight onto it. Is that right? Yeah, on bypass is you only need to power it up if it needs more current. Right, I see. Right, okay, because I've never used one, so it's live and neutral. Right, I see. So the lamp on is a bypass due to the bulb. So it limits the current and pulls the resistance down. If I remember, if you're saying that correctly. So if there's a short, it then lights up. Yeah, put a wire into the live or neutral. Or in the plug. No, it go bang, wouldn't it? You can't do that. Unplug it before you put a wire in it. It's got one of them safety things. You can't bypass it for the wire. The main thing is it's working, which it is. Because it's glowing. I've got a glow. Yeah, no, the live and neutral. Oh, to test it. Yeah. Well, you could actually put that through into a plug. And this is, obviously, I need to put some more glue. Because look, the glue's coming out from the bottom side. So, that glue don't seem to be holding. But she's working. She is, at least she's up and running to simulate a false short. Right, I see what you mean. But we've got a full working lamp detector. Yeah, that's getting warm again now. So that was putting current into that. So at least I've wired it rightly. So it was on that front. Yeah, I know what you mean. Put a plug into it to test it as a short. I need to sort that out because obviously that's going to get on my bloody nerves. But we have got a... So really, now the only other thing that you have to change on these is the light bulbs now, didn't I? I need to change the light bulb sections because obviously different light bulbs have got... This is 150 watt that pulls the current down on the resistance. Yeah, I tend to use 60 watts on that front. But it's a nice... I can see why Mr. Swindon used these boxes because these are nice boxes to use. It's a nice size, perfect. So, I don't know why they could have actually... Do you know what? I know how long that's took me to do, but do you know what? If these were done properly and you put these up for £70, I can't see why you wouldn't sell them. Because these are great. These are a great thing to put together. Yeah, you're not working it until you tested it to a full short. Oh, that's true. I've got to glue that down. It keeps popping out for some reason. Let's see if I can actually, before I do that, let's see if I can squirt just a little bit of hot glue. Pull that from that side down because this side keeps coming up. You just plug that in. Or one wire from the plug socket to the live and neutral. Yeah, I've got a plug. I could put a live and a neutral and loop it and plug it in. What? Do I have to leave that? Yeah, I'll give up. I'll give up, lol. Sorry, Pico. I know I'm listening, my friend. Told you I get distracted so easy. I did hear you. I was a bit worried when he was putting live and neutral in. I thought, oh, perhaps, you know, what if I press the wrong button and it blows up? I've done all that work for nothing. Now, I'm going to squirt a bit of hot glue because I can't get to the back of it. So I'm just going to put a little bit more hot glue in. Oh, everything good, Bats. Everyone says happy with it starts happy with chill and relax. Yeah, it will blow a fuse if you hit the bypass. Right, okay. Thank you, Worms. That's what I was saying. So do I have to leave it on the lamp on to give it a full short? Later, Mers. Victor's going. Later, Victor. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, leave it on lamp on. Okay, thank you, Worms. That's what I was asking. Right. Let me squirt a little bit of hot glue underneath here. I know what hot glue does. Bloody hurts. Right. Yay! Right, leave the lamp on. Obviously, I've never used one of these bulb detectors. So, your brain's telling you no, right? Because it's wrong. When your brain tells you no, you're thinking don't do it because you're just doing it to gain an audience and you might see a big bang and then knock all the electric out and I'll get electrocuted in front. You know what electricity is like. It's very high. It's obviously, it's not very, it may be entertaining, guys, but not when I'm sitting at the end of it, it ain't. Yeah, you'll eventually understand how it works. It took me a while. Thank you, Mr. Swindon. That's what I was trying to say. Because your brain's telling you one thing, thinking that's not right. You shouldn't be doing that. So I will go and grab a plug, which I've got one out in the bag out of the kitchen. Right. Now I've put a bit of glue on that now. Let the glue set. Let me go and grab a plug. And I can bypass the plug. So to grate the short, I've got to leave it on lamp. I can't put it on bypass because obviously bypassing it will put more current and obviously because it's a short, it will blow the fuse. So I need to leave it the lamp on to give it a full short once I've bypassed it. That's what you should. Yeah, don't put it in bypass. Thank you, Mr. Worms. Right. Let me grab a plug. I should have a plug here. I've got a spare plug. Yeah, there we go. We got plugs? Yeah, we got a plug there. That'll do. Got a bit of wire. We got plenty of wire. Let me grab a... It's nice though, I've got to admit. I can see why you like them. I'm glad I've done one now. But if I had that earlier, I wouldn't have got that short from that other one. But then I didn't know the bloody fuse was out of it. That popped. So just a live and neutral bridged across. Obviously I've got to nick a fuse because there's no fuse. Must have nicked a fuse out of this. Now what did I take a fuse out for? Yeah, leave it on. Yeah, yes. Yes, leave it that you don't really need to bypass it unless it's fully working device. It needs more current. Right, thank you. While it's switched on and working. Right. Power. If it'll have power, you'll have a short. So I've got to grab a fuse. Let me grab a fuse. Yeah, I've got a fuse there. What we got there? A 3 amp fuse. That'll do. Lovely jubbly. Now, I did see some wonderful wire. Now I'm going to take this side. Take that.
PCDD, you little shit.
I really felt sorry for him today. No, he didn't really deserve that from that nasty person. I know what it's like to be on the receiving end on that. It just just beggars belief. I still can't get my head around it. Oh, well, that didn't go in, did it? That would have did. Fucking put that in and all. That's better. Right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to loop it out of the system and then come back in. Right. And then go back in and then go back into here. So I'm going to cut this. And this will emulate, I should say. I can't speak. I've got hardly any teeth. Can't wonder at it. This will emulate a short, just the live to the neutral. Oh, Mr. Swindon, did you actually do your bumper yet, sir, for your car? Obviously, I can't plug this in. Not in a normal thing. I will knock all the electric out. So, right, guys. No. It's still waiting because it's good weather. So, what I've done, bypassed it, right? Live neutral, straight over to a 3 amp fuse. Now, my brain's saying, don't plug it in. You're a fool. Three amp fuse. So we've got a wire coming out. Right. So it's just telling you it's looped. So that's why I've done it. You know, you're still waiting for it. Yeah, that's the only thing you've got to wait for, the bloody weather. Our British weather is terrible, you know. We've got one of the worst systems going. Don't know what's up with the weather's it's gone from bad to worse. Right, plug, short, right, plugged in with the short, on, off, lamp on, bypass. Whatever you do, don't put it on bypass. It will knock all the electric out, take the bulb out, take me out in the process. It's all turned off. Right, off, on, yes. God, Jesus, the heat from that, fuck me, it lights the room up. Works, guys, thank you. Jesus, that bulb, the heat from that bulb. Fuck. Do you know what, that, I could feel the heat off that bulb within seconds. Thanks, Mr. Thanks everyone, and especially Mr. Swindon himself. We have got ourselves a bulb tester. Right, let's unplug that baby. Flipping, not the heat. I can't get over the heat of that bulb. You can't keep that. You could warm your hands up. I went flipping hell. It's super bright. That is one bright bulb. She's working, guys. I have myself now a working. Just like Mr. Swindon's. So I now have a working. Obviously, I need to print some. I've got a little thermal printer, and I will print on there, lamp on and bypass. But that's obviously this ain't going to come off because it's permanent unless I wipe it off with a drop of IPA. But it's great that it works. The main thing is it works. That's a test plug. So. What I should do is make some little instructions, right? And put on there instructions how to use this to remind me, Mick. Yeah, you've done a good job there. But do you know what? Do you know what? Hat off to me on that front, right? That's my first project I've ever done on that front. And obviously it's come out really nice. It's all nice and square on that front. The wires, you know, nice and neat inside. So yeah, I'm actually, I've got to admit, I pat myself on the shoulder on that one. Shame I didn't have the right one that you had, because I wouldn't have had to shave that off, and then I could have screwed it directly into it, in that front. I mean, I suppose you could do if you can, you know, it is what it is, I suppose. But the hot glue's done its job. But what I should do is put some instructions underneath, and I've got a laminator. So print out an instruction guide of how to use this, laminate it, and then I could just bung a bit of tape over it on that front. So yeah, actually, really I'm impressed on that front. So yeah, I've got to admit, because I thought, why isn't it working? It won't work because there's nothing plugged into it on that front. But yeah, that side's all coming out again. Let me get the glue gun out again. Let me bung a bit more glue in while you guys are there. I'm glad that it's working. That's the main thing. She's working. Fuck me, that bulb. That bulb nearly... That bulb, if that would have gone bang, right, I would have said, Jesus. That would have literally shattered into a million bits everywhere. I can't believe how bright that bulb and the heat that was generating off it. Yeah, I guess, yeah, I'll plug it into a fan and actually get falls here unless I bypass it. But again, nice little shout out. No, obviously, now I could have used this a few times because I've had a few shorts. If I'd have known, the bulb would have lit up and realised there's a short, and then realised thinking don't plug it in because obviously there's a short. Now I know that I can do it. Yeah, I'll plug it in to a fan, actually get a full speed. But yeah, actually I'm so pleased that it's now done. I'm not happy with this now because it's still pulling away. So I'm gonna plonk a little bit more hot glue around here. It's now pulling, it's every time that I pull it out, it's pulling away, which is not great. Almost, it was giving out 150. Jesus, do you know what, Mr. Hotcales, you can't, I know it's super bright, but the heat, my God, the heat off that bulb for a few seconds. Super hot. You couldn't put your hand on that. You could fry bacon on it. I'm telling you. It was the heat radiating off that. That was the full 150 watts pumping straight out. Nice, no? I'm glad it's all done. My first project. Now I've got to put this back. Turn that off. Yep, he's also sitting wearing his shades. I'll tell you what, Worms, you weren't kidding, my friend. I've just put a little bit of extra glue around that bit. I can cut the glue after it sets, just want to let it set. The main thing is, Andy's right, yeah, actually put your sunglasses on when you're doing that. Fucking, you're right, you need to. That is some serious brightness. Wow. You weren't kidding. You really weren't kidding on that front. The brightness on that bulb was astronomically. It weren't the brightness so much. Mind you, it lit all this up. But I'll tell you what, the heat. That's why it put my hand. I thought, fuck, how can I feel the heat off it? I could get a suntan off that bulb. I'm telling you. Yeah, definitely a light bulb moment. It's a bright idea. Sorry guys, I had to come out with that one. This is a really bright idea. Let's see it again. Let me plug that in. I couldn't resist it. Sorry, I really couldn't resist that one. I just come out of it. I was just thinking. Actually, I thought I really come out with a bright idea on that, and then I went, "Oh right, really." Andy would have literally just been getting, oh God, what's he on about now? Right, we'll plug her in again with the short. I can't keep it on for long because it eats the wire up on the element. Right. Is it on bypass? Lampon? No, not on bypass. Is it on bypass? No. Now, obviously, I'm gonna have to keep my hands away because this is super bright, super bright. Right, in 3, 2, 1. She works. God mighty. Yeah, it's fine. Use the bulb in the living room. Flipping Nora. You do seriously. I'm not joking. Even for a few seconds, the heat that radiates off that. If you was cold, then it wouldn't take long to sit around an 150 watt light bulb. But I'll tell you what, you couldn't have that on for long because it'd be eating into me electric. I mean, it can't be no worse than my TV, 1 kilowatt of energy. That's why I don't have it on. I can't have that 85 inch on. It just sucks the electric up. So, yes, I've got to trim it all up round here because I've put extra glue round it on that front. But now if I take it out, give it a little wiggle. The wiggle comes out. Give it a wiggle test. It sounds like it's sending up in signals in smoke. Well, the main thing is hot cows. I've done it. So I've got on and off and I've got the bypass. But I think what I'll do, oh look, I'm smearing that. Oh, bloody hell. I'm going to make some instructions up, laminate them, put them underneath how to use this. What a great little device. Do you know what? It turned out really nice. I've really enjoyed doing that. A great little project. Just took a little longer than I could see why Mr. Swindon done these in 2 halves because obviously, but I just wanted to get it done. But it's done. The main thing is I ain't got to do it again. So now what I do, I will plug that in. And if the bulb goes dim, it goes out, it's actually good. Yeah, it's actually near enough. It's a good job. Thank you, Mr. Worms. So, guys, I'm going to leave it here because obviously, I think Mr. Hotcows wants to do a stream. It's mind you, it's 8:31. It's a bit bloody late now. No, you're right. It's too late. But I'm going to have the rest of my sandwich and chill out. Chill out. Oh, no. That's why you think I got that. Thanks, Mr. Swindon. I really appreciate it, sir. So, great stream. I really enjoyed doing that. Really enjoyed doing it. Michael, thank you so much. Mr. Swindon, are you streaming tomorrow, Mr. Swindon? Because I won't get back to about 1 o'clock on that front. So, Rick, thanks for popping on, Mr. Worms, all the lurkers. Obviously, because I can't get I don't know how many are watching on that front. And we got the commands working to a certain degree. Borat, speak of Borat on that front. Probably not. I'm going to have a few days off. Be actually, yeah. I'm getting too aggy. Oh, well, it's all part of your character, sir. Falcon. Oh, Falcon's in. I didn't know Falcon. I didn't know Mr. 8-Bit. He was a lurker. Oh, guys, where have you been? Oh, missed you not coming on. No wonder you was lurking. Well, you were. You was actually lurking in the background. Pico, thank you very much, my friend, on that front. And I will catch you. Michael say, put it in a bin. He's got the right idea on that front. So I'm gonna leave it there. Stu's in. Stu. So yes, 1 bulb test up, fully functional.
Wiggle test.
We've got the wiggle test. Thanks, guys. I'm going to catch you guys in the next stream. Actually, it's been really good. Thank you so much. Catch you guys soon. Later.